Hello again, friends! And you are our friends. I guess you could say this is an all friends podcast here, and welcome to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru right here, wherever you find us. Let's cut to the chase. There's going to be no questions this week. I don't know if we're going to have any time for questions. There's so much we have to cover. Seems like it's happening as we are sitting here. But I'm your host, the great Brian Lass, and the man who's going to be opining, reviewing, talking, maybe causing a problem or two, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Melees, tramps, and thieves, you hear the media scrum where the stars say what he please. Melees, tramps, and thieves. And then the wrestlers slink on out and sit in their room and pout. They need to get the fuck out. Oh, boy, I'll tell you, as we're speaking, things are happening. That I think that pay-per-view is still going on. God almighty. You know, I don't know what the overtime rule is these days, but I know that Vince McMahon would have been screaming about midnight for a variety of reasons and a variety of unions. But nevertheless, well, they were on Central Time out there. So here's the thing. And yes, folks, we're going to talk about what everybody's talking about, and we're going to do it fairly quickly. But just real briefly, here's the thing. Forgetting about the fans, getting to the, the Now Center there in Chicago. Forget about the fans for a 7 o'clock. Well, that was Eastern. 7 o'clock was Eastern was the pre-show at 6 o'clock Central in Chicago. And they do doors at least an hour before an event like that. So let's say that people started lining up about 4:30 in the afternoon to get in the 5 o'clock doors for the 6 o'clock bell time on a wrestling show that did not end until somewhere right around 11 o'clock local time, Central, midnight on the East Coast. And then Tony has all the stars staying there along with himself when I know from experience, that a lot of those people in production and a lot of the talent have been there since noon that day, if not before, and then he sits there for another 2 hours doing a media scrum. If they just could get better sleep in AEW, there wouldn't be these personal issues. How the fuck does he have the energy? Don't answer that question. I don't think I want to know. Did they bring cots in for some of the people?
I thought you were transitioning to Helix Sleep. I didn't know where you were going there for a second.
They're not on the program today. I'm just concerned for these people's goddamn sleep deprivation, because we know from not only the Beam commercials, but the Helix commercials can lead to crankiness, irritability. I think the problem is too many scrums and too many long shows. They're not getting enough rest. What do you think?
I was going to say, with all these people in town, maybe you should look at it the other way. They have a pre-show, and then they have a very, very long show, and then the scrum, which is better than all of that show put together. Should it be like going out clubbing? Should there be an after show where you maybe have a few more matches after the scrum? What do you think? After hours, AEW.
Oh, God, AEW After Dark. It worked well for Hugh Hefner in the 60s.
We can get Barbie Benton. That's right.
You know, that was a big when, I've told you about how Cincinnati, Ohio is very close to Newport, Kentucky, and we know of the reputation of Newport. But when I was a young lad and I would go up to Covington, which is right across the river as well from Cincinnati, but a much finer location, a much finer place to live than Newport. I'd see in a TV guide, I think it was like Friday night at like midnight or whatever on the independent station, WXIX, was Playboy After Dark. And I'm like, how did they put that on television? Holy shit. But there was only one TV in Aunt Lola's house, and I couldn't stay up late to watch Playboy After Dark to find out if there was boobies on TV when I was 9 years old, because, well, they would have seen me. And to come to find out in years afterwards, there wasn't any boobies. It was just a bunch of lecherous, horny old men sitting around harassing innocent, young, aspiring actresses wearing bunny ears.
And don't forget about the music. Miles Davis, the Grateful Dead, they had some great acts.
But have you ever seen Miles Davis's boobies? Nothing to fucking stay up till 11:30 on Friday night over.
I was saving that for the book.
Well, there's no reason to fucking put those things in a book. I'll tell you, one of them was a different size than the other.
That's his lost album, Boobies.
One of them pointed west, the other one pointed south. It was a terrible thing to behold. If you'd like me to point you to an excellent deal, folks, we're going to get this out of the way. We're going to get this right out of the way at the top of the program so we can talk about who all's feuding and fussing there in AEW and all of the big events of the weekend. But if you'd like me to point you to a great deal, I do remind you that the clock is ticking down. Tick-tock. You need to fall and pray in front of the Figures Toy Company and JimCornette.com on Saturday, September 17th, my birthday at noon Eastern, when the brand new, never before seen, never before sold Jim Cornette action figures go on sale, including the replica of me in my 1993 Monday Night Raw debut outfit, the pink and red, where I was greeted and hugged and petted and even kissed on the cheek by the legendary Bobby Heenan. That comes complete with glasses, microphone, and tennis racket. And there's less than 1,500 that are going to be available at JimCornette.com that can be autographed to your specifications. The last bloody variant sold out fast, so please do not be left out. Jump in as quickly as you can, and along with it, and you can see pictures of both these figures, by the way, at JimCornette.com right now on the homepage. Nice big banners. Will be the new and improved Christmas variant, less than 1,500 of these also for your friend or frenemy or even full-fledged enemy. I'll write fuck you to Cousin Ned if you want me to on this figure. Santa Corny, the green and red outfit, newly redesigned, comes complete with glasses, microphone, tennis racket, and festive holiday corny hat or Santa hat on Santa Corny. And that is, once again, it's a corny hat on Santa Corny. And all available, JimCornette.com, Saturday, September 17th, my birthday at noon Eastern time. They will go on sale, and Hotchkiss Featherbottom, thanks to everybody who's been asking, is feeling much better, especially after I told him if he wasn't ready for the figures to go on sale that he was getting screwed out of his commission for 3 months. So suddenly, he felt a whole lot better.
Nobody was asking about him, let's be honest.
No, 2 people did, because he owed them money. They wanted to make sure he didn't kick off before he...
Fanny and Felcher?
Well, actually, no, they were not relatives, because the Featherbottoms kind of have that all for one for all philosophy. Whenever one of them gets a job, the other 2 kind of leech off that one. And then if 2 of them get a job, well, then they're doing okay. But now that with all 3 of them gainfully employed in the Cornette Empire, they're farting through silk right now.
All right. Well, there was a lot of silk covering the wrestling industry this weekend.
How do you want to cover this? I mean, everybody's
silk.
Waiting. Everybody's waiting for us to talk about the media scrum. But here's the thing. At one point, everybody was saying going into this weekend, well, the WWE's got momentum. They do the Clash at the Castle in front of 65,000 people or however many. And who knows what we can trust. In Cardiff, the first UK stadium show in 30 years. And they thought, wow, this will be a big deal. And by the next day, that is an afterthought, not because of why Tony Khan wanted that to be an afterthought, because his show was so much blow away better, but because his media scrum was the most entertaining thing that company has ever done, where somebody actually finally came out and grabbed the bull by the tail and faced the situation. And so should we do the scrum first, even though it came second, or how do you want to handle it? It's your show, Brian.
Well, this is the topic that everyone's talking about. So why don't we do this? Why don't we do the CM Punk portion of the scrum first, and then we'll do the pay-per-view, then we'll do the rest of the scrum. You don't even know what else was going on during the scrum. There was all sorts of...
I scrammed after Punk's scrum. It was fucking 1 whatever the fuck in the morning, and I knew nothing was going to top that. So I departed at that point. We've had very little sleep. I may be a little slappy today, but just the sheer ridiculosity of this whole situation is what's keeping me motivated today. So go ahead.
And this is an amazing situation that developed here after the pay-per-view. CM Punk with Tony Khan, the owner of AEW, his boss in AEW, sitting next to him.
Once again, the new reigning and defending AEW World Heavyweight Champion of the world, CM Punk.
Is it a unified champion or is it just undisputed now? What is it?
Well, it's just the real belt that he had all along before they decided to put something on Moxley so he could stink the joint out on the indies.
And one thing notable here before we play into this audio is we know there have been plenty of wrestlers, more than people realize, who have had issues at various times with that entire camp. The Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, let's put Adam Page right there at the top, even though he's kind of like second tier, he's their guy. CM Punk, I think, is the first one to ever publicly verbalize any of it. We hear stuff.
We've heard a variety of these types of comments, accusations, however you want to put it, for some time from different people. But here's the thing. I see a lot of people on Twitter today and wherever on it go, how dare Punk do something like this? Well, I believe the instigating, motivating factor in all of this was when old Hangnail Page did the exact same thing, only not as good, and in more of, what do the kids call it, a passive-aggressive way, which is more of a way of what the Cucamonga kids and all of their little buckaroos do things. They like to just run their dick lickers behind people's back and in quiet instead of doing it out in front of them or in public. But if we're talking about unprofessional behavior and or telling the truth, imagine that, on television, then Page crossed that rainbow bridge first, a few months ago with this promo. And remember, at the time we heard it and we talked about the show the next day on our show, we said, what in the world? Did he just forget everything he was supposed to say because none of this made any sense? Or was he...
That's what you thought, yeah.
Well, yeah, I said, or was he trying to do a shoot interview of some kind, turn heel, or just because he sounded like a whiny little bitch? What was going on there? We didn't know, and then we find out that he was trying. Problem is, he's not articulate enough to be able to do this and still make it legible to the general viewing public. He was trying to do a shoot interview as a shoot on Punk, in front of Punk, in the middle of the ring on live TV, before their big pay-per-view match. So I think that if you're going to do something like that, then at a media scrum where everybody's talking to the media and Tony's so open about everything, and that's where all the opponents come out and hug and kiss on each other and say how much they loved being able to express their art with each other that night, that Punk ought to come out and tell the truth about what happened. How is that unprofessional? They did it to him when he wasn't ready for it on a television show that was not supposed to be for the media. It was supposed to be for public consumption. Well, now here we're talking to the press. So here's what's going on. How is that in any way? What is, as I think he asked one of the journalists in the room, what did I do to get this guy to go into business for himself on me without any warning on live national television? So I don't see how they're blaming Punk for coming out and telling the truth. It's what we've been saying. It's what a lot of other people have been saying. There's two camps. There's the people that are serious about the wrestling profession as a profession and a business. And there's these jackoffs that got their heads so far up their own asses and love the smell of their own farts so much that they still think that their temporary mass amnesia on a certain segment of the wrestling fan population is actually still going, and that they're still the stars of this thing, and that they can act any way they want, and they can talk to people any way they want, and they can treat them any way they want, And if they're in the little clique, they even stole the clique. If they're in the little clique, they're good. They don't have to have talent or ever have been heard of or go anywhere or do anything. They just got to be friends from school. And then there's a group led by, if you want to be honest, Punk is the guy who has drawn them their million people ratings on television. Punk's the guy who's been on top in their $1 million gates. Punk's the guy that's been on top in their multi-million dollar pay-per-views. And as a matter of fact, I would hesitate to say what, by every metric that you can say, Punk has been the one to generate the business. So.
And remember, this reminded me. Remember some of the spin we were seeing a few months back when it was Punk versus MJF. One of the most coherent and well thought out storylines they've done on TV. We were told that wasn't the draw for the pay-per-view. The spin was, it was Adam Page versus Adam Cole. There's been a version of AEW that's based in reality, and then there's another version coming out of the, as Jim Cornette would say it, the chicken lips of various people and their various friends that has been bullshit. And CM Punk, I said before, he's the first guy to verbalize these things. He's the first guy that can. There are guys afraid of their jobs. EVP, they're bullshit EVPs. I mean, they're EVPs, the way I can make Swami an EVP right now of Arcadian Vanguard. They're not fucking EVPs. But they're playing that role right now. And I think it's going to be a harsh reality that you can call yourself an EVP, but if you can only play with your friends and you're upsetting the biggest star the company has ever had, you're in a lot of trouble. So this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But before you and I go on any further and bore everyone, let's get some audio. Jim, this is the very beginning. Now, AEW's audio feed was terrible. It sounded like everyone was a robot. But also, it kind of began abruptly. We didn't get to hear what got CM Punk going. We have some audio here. Let's give credit to the source, Denise Salcedo on YouTube. Here is CM Punk from the very beginning of the press scrum. We'll stop it at various points to discuss your thoughts on this.
Just say your name and your...
Cool. Hi, Nick Hausman with Wrestling Inc.
I'll start, Nick. Show of hands. Who here fancies themselves as a journalist? You're a journalist, Nick?
All right. I try my best.
Okay. No, real quick.
Go ahead.
You still do improv?
No, not a little bit.
No?
No.
When you did improv, who'd you do improv with?
I did it with Scott Colton.
Okay, so you fancy yourself a journalist. Would you say you're friends with Scott Colton?
No, I haven't talked to Scott in some time.
So you're not friends with him?
No, Scott and I do not see eye to eye.
Oh, wow. Well, that makes two of us. My point is, if you fancy yourself a journalist, even if it's for the silly world of professional wrestling, and you have journalistic integrity, people who report things, mostly that are bullshit, and slanderous lies against myself, if you are friends with somebody, you blew my spot. If you're not friends with them, I apologize.
It's okay.
But you should probably disclose who you're friends with.
I'm not friends with you.
I haven't had
Scott.
anything to do with Scott Colton in almost a decade. Probably wanted nothing to do with him even longer than that. It's fucking unfortunate that I have to come up here and speak on this when I'm on my time and this is a fucking business.
Let me stop it there for a second because there's already a lot that's happened.
And by the way, we didn't paint the visual picture for those of you just listening to the audio, but Punk is sitting, he's still in his tights. He's bleeding. He's wiped it off, but he's bleeding from his match. He's not showered yet, but he's sitting there and he's eating muffins. The muffins from his favorite muffin place there in Chicago, and I'm sure he'll plug the name of it. And it's just, and he's licking his fingers and answering these questions and just eviscerating people, all the while sitting there and eating bits of muffin and licking his fingers. It's fucking classic.
Well, he also has some sort of beverage here. I don't know if it's seltzer or what, but the other thing you want to set the visual, Tony Khan is sitting right next to him.
Yes.
And
18 inches.
It's worth watching the video. Just, again, you feel bad for Tony in a sense. But it's a real awkward situation because Punk is very free in the moment. You could tell he's just speaking his mind freely. And Tony doesn't know where it's going to go and when it's going to end. Well, I guess with that said,
yes,
let's get more audio
let's go
here.
Back to it.
Why I'm a grown-ass adult man and I decide not to be friends with somebody is nobody else's fucking business. But my friends, if I fall backwards, will catch me. Scott Colton, I felt, never would have. My problem was I wanted to bring a guy with me to the top that did not want to see me at the top. Okay? You call it jealousy, you call it envy, whatever the fuck it is. My relationship with Scott Colton ended long before I paid all of his bills. I have every receipt, I have every invoice, I have every email. I have the email where he says, and I quote, "I agree to go our separate ways. I will get my own lawyer and you do not have to pay anymore." That's an email that I have. The only reason the public did not see is because when I finally had to countersue him through discovery, we discovered he shared a bank account with his mother. That's a fact.
Let me stop it. I don't know if that's the L train or if Subway is going by. I don't know what that is, but let's go back to this.
And as soon as we discovered that fact and we subpoenaed old Marcia, he sent the email, "Oh, can we please drop all this?" Now, it's 2022. I haven't been friends with this guy since at least 2014, late 2013. And the fact that I have to sit up here because we have irresponsible people who call themselves EVPs and couldn't fucking manage a target, and they spread lies and bullshit and put into a media that I got somebody fired when I have fuck all to do with him, want nothing to do with him, do not care where he works, where he doesn't work, where he eats, where he sleeps. And the fact that I have to get up here and do this in 2022 is fucking embarrassing. And if y'all are at fault, fuck you. If you're not, I apologize. But what did I ever do in this world to deserve an empty-headed fucking dumb fuck like Hangman Adam Page to go out on national television and fucking go into business for himself? For what? What did I do, Dave? What did I ever do?
You tell me.
Didn't do a goddamn thing.
Good comeback, Meltzer.
D'Angelo?
Let me stop this for a second because he's about to go to another question here. Because again, there's a lot that he covered there.
And here's the thing. We now know what happened, that Page, it's already come out. Page, when he went mad, insane in that interview and tried to verbally go toe-to-toe with the fucking expert, he was in some way or another in their, as we said, whether it's passive-aggressive or just their mealy-mouthed way trying to take up for their friend Colt Cabana, that they have been telling everybody far and wide that Punk's the reason why, that Colt Cabana, the guy who stood as a background fucking mannequin in an underneath heel group that became baby faces through no efforts of his either way for 2 fucking years, suddenly is switched over to another non-existent company, Ring of Honor, even though he's getting paid the same amount of money. Tony just shifted him over to the side, probably because Tony Khan was even smart enough to realize, well, now that I got this guy coming in to draw money and this other guy, they hate each other, I'll just get him out of the way.
He's lucky he was renewed at all or whatever's going on, because before Punk got there, when Punk had zero to do with AEW, it's not like Cabana was tearing up the world. He was barely being used.
That's what I'm saying. They could have fucking blown up a goddamn one of Kenny Olivier's ex-opponents. Could have blown her up and stood her back there, and it'd been the same fucking deal. It's another one of Tony's early acquisitions that he had buyer's remorse on and never made any kind of difference. But the point is,
he was another of the friends. That's why. He
was one of the friends. And because he was one of the friends in All Friends Wrestling got their panties in a bunch and decided to go do their thing where they whisper and they fucking, and they run over in the corner. He did this and he did that and he did the other thing. And finally, old Hangnail was stupid enough to bring it out on television And now he's opened himself up to Punk. You can tell there's some things been building up. I'm not talking about Punk being mad at Colt Cabana for 10 years. By God, he knew him for 20 years. That's enough to be mad at him for 40 years. But I'm talking about this has obviously been building since that happened a couple months ago, and that wasn't the first of it. And he probably hasn't got a suitable explanation or apology from either of the Cucamonga kids or anybody else in their little treehouse that has been spreading all this shit. And so he thought, well, okay, I'll just mention this. What are they going to do about it? I know a lot of people that don't like Punk because, oh, well, he got whipped in the UFC. Yeah, well, old Matt and Nick fucking Hardley, I don't know if they are tall enough to buy a ticket to see the UFC. So who are you going to take there? What about Twinkle Toes? They say he trained a little bit. He's got a bunch of injuries, too. I bet if he tried that V-trigger, Punk would fucking take that leg and fucking bend it south and fucking shove it up his ass. So what are they going to do about it? They want to fucking run their fucking mouths. Well, somebody that now has the cachet in the industry and the platform to fucking say what he thinks about them is willing to do it. So, as Bob Eaton used to say, fuck around, see what happens. There's more audio, and I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, there is, and I just want to say one thing. This is what they did to you. It just so happens that you have this forum, and your voice didn't go away, and you could fight back. Most people couldn't do that. But they lied. They made up stories. Yeah, there's real shit where they had problems with some of your criticisms of their work. That's one thing. But they made up agendas and stories and tried to demonize you. The Bucks, Cabana way back, Omega, all of these fucking guys. Here's Punk, and I'm not saying Punk agrees with everything you say, but Punk obviously sees wrestling a very different way than they do. He's a threat to them because he's a bigger star than them. He doesn't need an EVP like Jericho. Jericho's not an EVP. He doesn't need it. He realized Punk doesn't need it. He's higher than that. So now what are they going to do? Now they start their whisper campaign and they start spreading rumors because it's Punk's fault that a guy who's never been used on TV is not being used anymore. They started all this kind of stuff. It's just Punk's going public. They're still over in the corner whispering and looking for friendly wrestling journalists in air quotes that they could talk to.
And look, Punk's been there for a year before he finally decided, you know, I've had enough of these smarmy little fucking douchebags, because they specialize in douchebaggery. So it's not like you get ticked off at them, boom, 100% right in the same day. It's like the douchebaggery builds up. But I knew from the start, I didn't want to be in the fucking building with any of them. And now, you know, Punk's had enough. But anyway, let's go back to the deal.
Fuck the Pittsburgh Penguins. What are you doing?
I'm from Pittsburgh. I made it really clear in Forbes, and I just want to make it clear again. Nick,
it's not his position to make it very fucking clear. There's people who call themselves EVPs that should have fucking known better. This shit was none of their business. I understand sticking up for your fucking friends. I fucking get it. I stuck up for that guy more than anybody. Okay? I paid his bills until I didn't, and it was my decision not to.
Yeah, but I shouldn't have no commented when Nick first said it. It's my fault, and if I hadn't, it's my fault. It's my fault.
I appreciate that.
I should have just taken it head on because you never said
But I'm trying
anything.
to run a fucking business, and when somebody who hasn't done a damn thing in this business jeopardizes the first $1 million house that this company has ever drawn off of my back and goes on national television and does that, it's a disgrace to this industry, it's a disgrace to this company. Now, we're far beyond apologies. Right? I gave him a fucking chance. It did not get handled, and you saw what I had to do, which was very regrettable, lowering myself to his fucking level. But that's where we're at right now. And I will still walk up and down this hallway and say, if you have a fucking problem with me, take it up with me. Let's fucking go. What's your question, Nick?
And here's another thing, and it was an awkward position with because that's where Punk had to win the belt from Page, right? But here's the thing: you look back at the old days, since Punk has somewhat of an old school mindset. If that had been 20 or 30 years earlier with a Harley race, for example, and the guy goes into business for himself on live TV, tries to bury the guy, Harley Race on a promo, then Harley Race may have walked back and asked Tony Khan, said, well, who am I wrestling in the main event on your $1 million house now? Just like Steve Austin called Vince McMahon up that time about Mark Merrow after he got powerbombed by Sable. That's what he's talking about, Jeff, because if the guy double crosses Punk on a promo on live TV, who's to say he's not going to double cross him when he's fucking laying there and the jack-off's going to come off the top rope?
Yeah, really. I like Cabana enough to sabotage this on live TV, but I don't like him enough to punch you in the mouth when you're not ready for it.
Yeah. So, and then what's Punk going to have to do? He's going to have to fucking defend himself, which probably, and again with Page, yes, he's a fine-looking young athlete. But I'm just, since he's a goddamn, obviously a mealy-mouthed little fucking butt muncher,
empty
that
head.
has to, empty head that has to, do shit like that instead of coming up and getting a guy's face. So I think I still bet on Punk against Page, but that would mean that Punk would have had to fucking taken him down and applied some of that UFC training in the middle of a live pay-per-view. And who wants that? So I'm surprised.
I do.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. Well, let's get a little more audio. Nick finally gets, and we always compliment Nick Hausman. He always asks good questions. It just so happens that he's from Chicago, so Punk knew who he knew.
And he picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
But Nick Hausman goes to the next question about MJF, but it comes back to this because Punk has never talked about this. I mean, there have been so many things that people have thought about the falling out of him and Colt Cabana because publicly they were so close for so many years, but we've never heard anything from CM Punk about it. So now that those floodgates have opened, he has more to say. You'll hear it here.
First of all, you're always very nice to me, and thank you. I wanted to ask about MJF. Obviously, he played a voicemail from you before he came out. Obviously confronted you, Punk. Why now? Why is MJF back in the fold now? How do you both feel about him being around? How do you feel about the time he spent away? All of that.
Well, if I may, I'm the one who asked him to come back because MJF's a big star in this company, and this is one of the biggest events. A year ago, CM Punk debuted here, and I thought it was right for the fans. And like I said, for the fans, I thought the best thing that we could do as a company was bring MJF back.
He wants me to work with pricks constantly. That's what it is.
Nevertheless, two of the top wrestlers in the world, MJF and CM Punk, could be a big match down the line.
Sorry to keep bringing this fucking up, but I've never spoken his word, and I don't know how long, so I'm a little fucking pissed off about it.
That's fine.
When it came down that he was going to sue me, I asked to talk to him. He refused. I asked for mediation. It was denied. I offered him money. He said it was not enough. He went ahead with the lawsuit and sued. It's his fucking funeral. I don't care. He shares a bank account with his mother. It tells you all you need to know about what kind of character that is.
You were always very nice to me. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Nick. I'm sorry if I'm a little fucking snippy.
That's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
hurt and I'm old and I'm fucking tired. And I work with fucking children.
I respect the situation.
I regret not answering your question the first time.
I only
asked
asked it because I have some familiarity and just wanted some clarification on the story.
I should have just taken it head on like I did with Blake and Forbes recently.
We're all learning here, Tony. It's okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
This is from Mindy's Bakery, by the way. It's a great place in Chicago. If you like pastries and baked goods, I suggest you go there. They're closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, though.
All right, well, there's the plug for Mindy's Bakery.
I'm tired, I'm old, I'm hurt, and I'm cranky, and I work with children. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, my God. Where is Punk from? He's 40. I guess he would... No, it would have been a little too early. I did spend some time in the Chicago area, but it would have been a little too late for him. But he sounds like we're some kind of blood relation.
All right, I'm just trying to find the next audio snippet here that we're going to play, and I'm trying to do that live on the air here, but this next one, I'm not sure who asked this question, but it, I guess, gets Punk going again. The question is about if Punk MJF will headline Arthur Ashe, and Tony says no comment, and here's what Punk says.
I'm not going to comment on it.
You go down.
Oh, thank you.
I'll tell you why I'm upset about it. Is because if you're an EVP, you don't try to middle your top babyface. Try to get your niche audience that's on the internet to hate him for some made-up bullshit rumor. Really pisses me off. stepping on your own dick, trying to fucking, make money, sell tickets, fill arenas. And these stupid guys think they're in Reseda.
Wow.
Living in Reseda. That's where they still are in their minds. They're in their little self-started promotion where for 400 people, they could do anything they wanted to do and live out their fantasies of being worldwide wrestling stars. But now that they've got the opportunity to actually be worldwide wrestling stars, we find out that they were the understudies. And
remember though, we used to hear from wrestlers in California who were not part of their clique and not part of the pro wrestling guerrilla clique with Excalibur and Joey Ryan. I mean, let's talk about this whole group, that if you didn't play the way they wanted to, you couldn't play at all. There were guys that at the time felt they had to do the Joey Ryan stuff because they wouldn't get booked by Joey's friends if he didn't do it. It was an entire little clique, and they took the majority of that clique and brought it to AEW. And now that things aren't going the way they want, and let's not even forget about the fact that 2 weeks in a row, I think they lost 200,000 viewers for the 6-man main event with Kenny.
Well, yes, and that's another point that Punk is making, without saying those exact words, but when he talks about this little fucking pretend wannabe cowboy that bows up to him on television, again, Punk is the draw for the ratings and the pay-per-views and the Zabada, and that's been proven the last couple weeks when Punk's activities, whatever they may have been, have drawn over 1 million viewers, and then they saved the main event spot for Harpo and the kids, and they come out and immediately 200,000 people say, fuck this, because it's exactly what he termed it, a niche audience. And Punk's just the vocal one there now, but it's not like that, other people haven't said this. I'm not even going to go into what we say. The people who are serious about wrestling as a business and a big business and a real business do not identify with or want to mollycoddle or placate or put up with or go along with the fucking trampoline cowboy crowd, except they're afraid they might lose their fucking job because they're EVPs. Because Tony was crazy. Instead of giving the illusion of having wrestlers having a say in his company, he actually gave it to them. And the wrong ones.
And again, CM Punk saying this stuff publicly. Lots of other people have said it privately. We never got to hear what Cody Rhodes had to say because there are NDAs in place, and Cody, quite frankly, is more of a political kind of guy, so he's not going to say what he really thinks. But this is not new stuff.
He just left.
Yeah, this is not new stuff with the behind-the-scenes stuff in AEW with these people. But let's go back to CM Punk, because again, he still has some stuff to say. Let's go to this.
Last time we were here last year, I asked you about Terry Funk and his influence, the legacy going on. Kind of, and this is for you too, Tony. I kind of you've done a great job with incorporating legends throughout, the course of AEW and as it goes on. I kind of want to see what you feel about how a lot of the modern talent today can kind of utilize some of the advice and take advice from guys like William Regal and even like Jim Ross, Tony Schiavone. I know I'm missing Jake Roberts, plenty I'm missing, I'm sure. But I just kind of want to get both your perspectives on that and how that can kind of go a little bit more to help you guys out grow as a company.
We have a locker room full of pretty brilliant minds. Jerry Lynn, Dean Malenko, Mark Henry. When I came back and I cut my promo my second week here, I thought it was pretty decent. You know what I mean? Kind of blur the lines a little bit. What's he doing? How crazy Phil? He's going into business for himself, and really I was just defending myself. But you mix that in with attacking Moxley and mention, Kingston being the second best Kingston, which is a pretty great line. But our locker room, for all the wisdom and brilliance it has, isn't worth shit when you have an empty-headed idiot who's never done anything in the business do public interviews and say, I don't really take advice. Who the fuck do you think you are? That's stupid. I'm on a team with Barry Bonds, Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa, and I don't need to work on my swing. I'm not going to listen to these guys. They're going to tell me how to swing a baseball. Fucking go fuck yourself. That's how I feel about it. I dare you to fucking say that to Terry Funk's face. I don't need to listen to you, Mr. Funk. I know what I'm doing. Fucking grow up.
Well, there's another one from CM Punk.
The facial expressions were great. And of course, he's referencing what we talked about a couple weeks ago, that Hangnail Page did an interview saying, well, I guess some people try to give me advice. I don't really think I really need to take advice because, we've started this revolution and we've done pretty good. So I don't really need to take advice. Oh, God, no, yes. No, Mr. Funk, I don't need to listen to you. Oh, my God.
Can you imagine the frustrations, though? I mean, if
here's what, this is the kind of media scrum you would have got from everybody in Crockett Promotions in 1986 if you'd have kept the guys after a long show till 2 o'clock in the morning to talk to a room full of 6 reporters. This is probably what you would have got.
Well, let's get a little bit more audio. I think the only other thing of note, I'm trying to scan through our notes here. Again, the wrestling news at thewrestlingnews.com, or wherever you find your favorite podcast. We have a great news team, Jace Nacarado and everyone else helping out. But let's go to this. This is towards the end of the scrum. CM Punk getting ready to leave, and he has a few more things to say.
Alvarez, you saw that video, man, and you were so incredulous that I went into business for myself, and I was just like,
No, I made sure to say that some people were upset that you had done that, and other people said that you were defending yourself, which is what you said, that you were defending yourself.
And the reason I've never defended myself is because when you do, it just sounds like you're being defensive. But I've eaten shit on this subject for a very, very long time. I'm very sad today that I had to get up here and say his name. He doesn't fucking deserve it, and talk about it. But facts are facts, Name 2 people that have made the most money off the name CM Punk. I don't think you're there yet. The first one's Vince McMahon. The second one's Scott Colton. I hope you all have a good night. Please be more responsible with the news you get from certain people. And just remember, we're human beings. Thank you.
Wait a minute. He was getting standing ovations in the front and in the back last night. Again, fuck around with a guy that doesn't give a shit about hurting your feelings or not, and knows that he has whether it's the pull or the gravitas or whatever, to be able to tell the truth and speak out about something without having to worry about getting fired. And find out what happens. They're used to playing with children because they are children themselves mentally and in some cases physically. And some people in the wrestling business don't want to play like children.
And not too many people have been able to speak out because, again, not everyone is in a position where they can feel comfortable that they could do something like this. They can't fuck with CM Punk. He's kind of invincible. But they can fuck with everyone else.
And that was part of the problem with that the WWE couldn't fuck with him either, because he had the power, the privilege, the inclination to just say, fuck you, I'll go home until I want to do something else that I want to do, which he did. And you can't fuck with that.
We've been saying it for a while, and we'll say it again so people aren't completely shocked. There are going to be more and more stories coming out of AEW. A&W?
Yeah, wait till you find out how they make their root beer. Chimpanzee piss is a fucking secret ingredient.
And that's actually going to be the name of this episode, but there's going to be stories coming out of there in the years ahead about the behavior of the executive vice presidents, about the behavior of Kenny. And don't be surprised. The guys that went out of their way to try to present their version of things to a lot of people, that they were the good guys and everyone else is wrong, that these are the bad guys. The guys who are full of shit, and the guys who try to fuck over anyone who's not in their clique. Don't be surprised when you hear more about this. We've been telling you about it for a while, sometimes with laughter, but we've been telling you about it for a long time, and now it's out in the open. Now no one can deny it or ignore it anymore, but we've been talking about this, Jim, for a couple of years now, at least.
That's true, and also I thought the title of this episode was going to be Melees, Tramps, and Thieves.
You know, we usually don't have titles for the drive-thru, but we'll see what happens, but
It's up for grabs. Melees, Tramps, and Thieves, or Chimpanzee Piss.
you know, that press scrum, and we'll have more audio from the remainder of the scrum later in the show, was really something. I mean, if you really want to do a media scrum with a wrestling media, that's how you do it. You get headlines, you get someone talking real.
Yeah, all
That's
kinds
incredible.
of buzz. It wasn't a crummy scrum.
No, but it was, some may say, a work of art. And how's that for a transition?
You know, I have seen people refer to it as a complete work of art of verbal evisceration, the art of verbally engulfing someone in flames. But, you know, here's the thing, folks. Whether it's artwork or whether it's a work of art or whether it's a masterwork or whatever it is that Brian's trying to transition to, I'll save it somehow. Because, you know, we have talked about here in the past my amazing collections of memorabilia, comic books and wrestling and old pop culture stuff, all kinds of things. And, you know, we've made money off of that. I turned my amazing Fantasy 15 into the beautiful front fence across my property. And just last year, I worked with the folks over at Heritage Auctions on some of the wrestling collectibles. Well, folks, it's art and collectibles. And don't forget the Midnight Express book that is now going for hundreds of dollars if you can find one on eBay. And, of course, these amazingly collectible action figures that I have been issuing for the past few years. Well, it's all part of investments, a way to make money when the whole rest of the world crashes into flames and no country's money is worth 2 flying flitters anymore. You're still going to have stuff like the Mona Lisa. You're still going to have stuff like a Fabergé egg. You're still going to have stuff painted by Van Gogh, who I just saw lately. He's looking pretty good. He's been undercover. He's off the radar now, but he's taking better care of himself.
You've seen his work. You haven't seen the actual Van Gogh, obviously.
I've seen his work, and as a matter of fact, it's lovely, and you should buy 3 or 4 next time you get a chance. But all this, whether it's classic art, contemporary art, you can make money by collecting and investing in art. I'm not the only one that does this. You're not the only one that does it, Brian. Billionaires have been doing it for generations with the high-value art. As a financial asset, contemporary art has outpaced the S&P 500 by more than double for the last 25 years. Inflation has gone through the roof. The last time inflation was this high, contemporary art appreciated an average of 33% annually. That means 3 years at 99%. And you know what that means? That's more than real estate. That's even more than gold. That's more than plutonium, Brian. And you know how inflation has hit plutonium lately. So.
I don't. And why are we talking about plutonium?
Well, because it's gone up.
But it's not art. We should be talking about fine art and things that can be classified as art.
I'm just talking about the prices of things that you can invest in. You know, there was a good, steady market in plutonium for some time, but it's just gotten out of the reach of most normal consumers. But right now, there's a platform called Masterworks that lets people like you and me and other members of the Cult of Cornette invest in famous works of art at a fraction of the actual price. That's because you only get a little piece of the painting. They cut the corner off and send it to you in the mail. But when they sell a painting that you've invested in, you could see a pretty nice potential return, especially if you keep your mouth shut and let them do the work. And so far, the average net return on Masterworks from the paintings they've sold is 29%. You would have thought they'd have got at least 100%, but it's 29%. I don't know really. I guess that's over and above. Their entire collection has appreciated by 15.3%, according to internal valuations that they have done. They got to keep an eye on these things. So, folks, right now, we've actually talked to the folks at Masterworks. So many of you signed up. They want to offer all of my listeners priority access to skip their wait list 'Cause, you know, sometimes you got to stand in line for important shit like this. Go to masterworks.art/gym. Masterworks.art/gym, and you can skip the wait list and give them some of your money even quicker so they can turn around and make you a fortune out of that. And you can see important Regulation A disclosures at masterworks.com/CD. I don't know what those disclosures are, but I've heard that they're important and they're regulated. Masterworks.art/gym. Skip that wait list. Do not wait in line. Go directly to the head of the whole joint here, and they'll tell you what to do from there.
That's right. No more waiting.
No more wait. You're not going to wait. You will not wait 1 second. You will sign up for this thing at that list, and you'll skip the wait list, and you'll go right there, and you'll be able to do all the things that you would have been able to do if you had waited, but you'll save time.
With Masterworks.
With Masterworks.
.art.
Save time and make money.
No wait.
Time is money.
There'll be no wait.
No waiting. Well, there may be no waiting at Masterwork, but apparently there was somebody waiting for CM Punk when he got finished with his segment on the media scrum.
Well, we're still finding out details on this. We're still trying to figure it out. I could tell you, as reported by the Wrestling News on this morning's edition of the Wrestling News Wrestling Newscast, wherever you find your favorite podcast, that we reported last night, Fightful Select said that Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks were extremely upset, with one source claiming they were threatening to walk over the comments to leave AEW. There was some sort of physical confrontation that took place away from the media, obviously, during the press conference. It actually happened during the Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland sit-down portion. You could see there is video of security running out of the room towards what some people were saying may be CM Punk's locker room. We're still trying to get some details, but Brian,
and then that poor one guy, he's like, what do they want me to do about this shit?
Brian Alvarez, Wrestling Observer Radio this morning, reported that his sources said the altercation took place between Punk and the Young Bucks. Dave Meltzer called it a melee.
The word melee was used.
Those are all the details we know as of now.
Well, hold on. Let's see now. When we come to find more details, let's see if that's true or not, because we don't know. You know, Uncle Dave, sometimes he mixes his metaphors, so let's just see. Melee, according to the American Heritage Dictionary 3rd edition. Wait a minute, I'm still at mess, which may also be
that's the situation here. Yeah.
In this situation. Now I've got to meniscus.
Well, again, Dave's not calling it a melee. He's saying that's what people have referred to it as to him.
Okay, well, let's see what a melee is. Melee, a confused hand-to-hand fighting. A tumultuous mingling. Also, see synonyms at brawl.
It sounds like a description of the Young Bucks wrestling. What was the first one?
The first one, confused hand-to-hand fighting. So it was a melee, because the Bucks were involved. Tumultuous mingling. That's probably how they procreate through. But nevertheless, so apparently the comments weren't received real well, but apparently, even if there was a melee, they didn't get too froggy, because we have not heard of CM Punk being transported to any medical facilities, and the same for them. So apparently they were smart and they were just running their mouths instead of trying to back it up.
Obviously, this has been a very interesting dynamic. As we've said before, a lot of this dynamic has been there since the beginning. It's been there through a lot of the drama with Cody. It's just now it's playing out in public, and part of it's because CM Punk's willing to fight back. And as we said before, these guys in their camp have done everything they can to put down anyone and anything that disagrees with them or doesn't think they're the best thing since sliced bread, to use an old-fashioned expression from the days before sliced bread.
Do you know that's not as long ago as most people think? I was watching the Food That Built America last season, and I think it was only like in the 30s or 40s. So up until then, you didn't have sliced bread.
That's right. I saw something, I think, on CBS Sunday Morning at one point, but before we get to...
Sliced bread's been in the news a lot lately.
That's right. It's one of those finishing maneuvers that makes no sense, I believe. But What happens next? If you're Tony Khan, and you could say, oh, he needs an infrastructure, he needs a booker. He doesn't have that right now. If you're Tony Khan right now, realistically, what do you do about a situation if it is now gone beyond CM Punk expressing things publicly, beyond Adam Page unprofessionally trying to sabotage his opponent in what would be the first $1 million gate of the pay-per-view? It's beyond that now. If it really did have some kind of physical altercation in the back, what do you do?
Well, you gotta. I don't know whether Tony's got it in him, but if the executive vice presidents have been given that position, then they have got to be held to a little bit of a higher standard in terms of how they react to things. And since the executive vice presidents, is Page an EVP, or is he just friends with EVPs? We know of the Hardleys and Twinkle Toes are EVPs. Is Page one as well, or is he just in the protected circle of trust of the friends?
He's not an EVP, although he likes to take as much credit as building the revolution or whatever the hell they try to say about what their version of events is. Okay, well, when Page did that thing that he did, if Tony had been proactive, he would have gone to his EVPs that are good friends of Page's and said, hey, tell the fucking phony cowboy that he's jacking around on live TV with my biggest fucking star before our biggest fucking pay-per-view. And if he does it one more time, he's going to be an unemployed cowboy. Tell him that for me, please. Or if you'd like, I'll tell him myself. But since you guys are friends, you might be able to deliver the message in a little more palatable fashion. But Tony doesn't have it in him to do that because everybody's his friend. So as far as what you do now, depending on how much insufferable douchebaggery has gone on between which of the EVPs and Punk, I would think, you have them sit them down in a room and say, well, here's the thing. I'm the boss. And you guys got to work together. And the first one that I find running their fucking particular mouth about the other one is going to be done. Because I think that Punk, now that he's probably said what he has to say, if he doesn't get any more bullshit like this, either from the Hardley boys trying to do their whisper campaign, or Page trying to and failing miserably make a profound statement on live TV that nobody's ready for. If that doesn't happen, I assume that he can go right along and do what he's going to be doing. I assume there's going to be no more Punk versus Page matches, and I don't think that Punk was ever going to cross paths inside the ring with the Hardleys to begin with. That wouldn't have made any sense on a variety of levels. And Punk's someone who could do something and choose who he wants to work with.
Well, yeah,
there are other guys who can't.
There was no reason for him to be in the ring with them to begin with. It's a style clash. It's a fucking genre clash. It's a clash of everything.
Well, what I was going to say is I've heard from other people who don't want to do business with Adam Page now because they don't trust him. But they may not be in a position where they could put their foot down about it. Not that they're necessarily getting booked with him right now, but, once you break that trust, what happens if you're a wrestler and you get known for, Buddy Rogers got known for injuring guys in the ring, whether he really did or didn't. He became known for that. And guys didn't trust him. What happens if you're a wrestler and people don't trust you?
Well, then your opponents are limited, and then your scope is limited as far as what you can do. And even if guys don't have the pull to not work with you at all, if they don't trust you, they're not going to go the extra mile. They're not going to, oh gosh, I really can't take that tonight. I got this back, or whatever the case. It's not going to be an optimum situation to have a great match.
Well, speaking of great match, there had to be at least one or two on this non-stop extravaganza of all elite wrestling action. That was a non-stop extravaganza that never stopped once it started, and I don't even remember when it started, but how much of the pre-show for AEW All Out in Chicago did you get to see?
Oh, boy, howdy. Well, here's the thing, and I'll say this at the start. I had problems with the cock when I was watching the Clash at the Castle. Because, I've got Spectrum. I'll remind everybody, not only are they a criminal enterprise, but they're also incompetent and stupid they'll take your money and not give you the services that they're supposed to, and as well, they don't know how to fix their own shit. I'm going to say that enough. As many listeners as we've got, and as many employees as they've got, sooner or later, somebody important with that company is going to go, why the fuck is he slandering us? We're going to sue him. And then I'd love to get Stephen P. New on top of them. But nevertheless, so I decided I was going to get the Bleacher Report. Stace set it up on the smart TV in the bedroom. But because I'd had problems with the Peacock, I didn't want to try to pause or back up or fast forward or whatever. I just played the goddamn thing. It happened live in front of me for the first time ever. And God, I had to shave twice from the time this show started till it was finished. So the pre-show, 0 hour as they called it.
Well, you talking about Peacock or Bleacher Report?
Bleacher Report. I didn't watch the whole, but I left the whole thing playing so that it nothing would fuck up, because every time I tried to pause or fast forward or rewind the cock, it froze up on me, or it went to a black screen and only had audio. I had to get back out of it and go to the home. Then I had to go back to Peacock, and then I had to go back to the Clash at the Castle, and then do the same thing. Everybody talks about this streaming television. Here's the goddamn deal. If cable TV works properly, then it works properly. And I've got a cable remote with 100 fucking buttons on it. And those 100 buttons either have numbers or words that indicate what those buttons do or what they're for. And there's a button for everything. On this goddamn smart TV in the bedroom and this streaming television, I got a remote control the size of a goddamn hot dog. You got to hold it with 2 hands so that you can press these little buttons, and there's 4 buttons on there with hieroglyphics on them. There's no on-screen fast forward. At least I watched the cock finally on my computer, because at least then you've got the mouse with the little arrow and the line at the bottom that you can move the thing along for these 10-minute entrances and kind of sort of not have to guess about where you're going. But the whole goddamn streaming television, to me, can kiss my fucking ass. It's a pain in the ass.
Maybe you have the wrong system.
Well, what other shit can I get?
Well, there are some streaming TV services that don't have a remote with 4 buttons with hieroglyphics on it. There are some that are just...
That's the goddamn TV remote that you got to use with this thing.
Do you have an Apple TV?
It's a smart TV. I don't know. It's a 62-inch in the bedroom.
But the device, the controller, I'm smiling. I can't stop.
What? I don't know what the fuck.
Remote control.
Downloaded an app to get Bleacher Report, and there's all kinds of shit on there. And I don't know what a fucking app is or how you go find it or procure it or bring it home with you or whatever. But it was a pain in my ass. So anyway.
So that pre-show.
So I just left the thing run because I was afraid to mess with it, because I didn't want to come up and sit on my computer. I've got a 62-inch screen in the bedroom where I can lay in bed and take notes. Up here, I've got the computer. It's a 22-inch screen or whatever. And I got to wear the headphones so I can hear it, which means I can't get farther than 6 feet away from it. I didn't want to come up and do that, so I just left it run on the smart TV. I didn't pause anything, so I may not be as thorough as I sometimes am. But you asked about 0 hour. They had an hour of wrestling before the 4 hours of wrestling started, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure that everybody saw enough wrestling. And I don't know what they did early on. I checked in because the pay-per-view was advertised for 8 o'clock. So I checked in about 7:30 to make sure the thing was running. And I got into, Eddie didn't get into it, but I witnessed, that may be a more appropriate term since it was somewhat of a crime. I witnessed Eddie Kingston against Tomohiro Ishii. But I understand that they tried to kill Ruby Soho earlier in the night. What happened there?
I wish you would have watched this match because it was such a train wreck that it could have used your review. For the AAA mixed tag team titles, Sammy Guevara and...
Wait a minute, they have a mixed tag team title now.
A AAA does. Although
But they're
AEW...
defending it in AEW.
Apparently so.
Okay.
Sammy Guevara and Ty Mello, which is her new name. She married Sammy Guevara and took her maiden name back.
Wait a minute. Hold on now. If she married Sammy Guevara, why did she go to her maiden name instead of being Ty Guevara? And then Ty and Sammy Guevara could team up with Che Guevara.
It's so silly.
All right.
I think she's just preparing for the divorce, if I had to guess. But anyway.
What did they do to Ruby?
Well, it was them against Ruby and Ortiz. And early in the match, there was a spot where it looked like they broke Ruby's neck. They just threw her onto her head, and it looked awful.
That one on Twitter. I saw that on Twitter. That was pretty rough.
And then for the finish, how many times have you seen a shoot knee to the nose as a finish? She had her nose broken. It was brutal. And right away goes to the ground, holding it as anyone would. But it was a shoot knee to the face from Ty Mello to defeat Ruby Soho, who has been booked like shit for a long time, and now she'll be out of action for at least a little bit, you would have to think.
So Ty is apparently not that mellow.
No, she's not.
Ruby, don't take your nose to town. Well, we hope Ruby feels better soon, because if anything else, they just need bodies at this point that can show up for work. My God, Tony should have got into the fucking medical industry. He should have opened a hospital. He's been giving other people all the business.
Do you remember the first time in your career that you had an injury every show?
What now? Back up. Say it again. What now?
Every AEW show, there's now a significant injury, it seems like. A broken nose,
you said the first time in my career I had an injury every show.
No, that like 2 shows in a row. Oh my God, another broken nose. 3 shows in a row. Look at this. Someone's broken their arm this time. Every show.
I can't remember ever of that because it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. Arg. Well, it's not just untrained people doing this. Everybody's getting injured. The top guys are. And the folks that we say, they have some semblance of an idea of how to work, they're getting hurt too, because not only are the guys that can't do it yet reaching too far and getting ahead of their skis, but the top guys are doing so much, too much, that the law of averages is catching up with them, even if they do it right. I'm not saying that Ty fits in that category of doing it right to Ruby, but I'm saying, even if the top guys can work with doing all that ridiculous shit, you've just diminished your law of averages to the point where you're going to get hurt more often than not. It's unnecessary. It's meaningless. One of the first things I know I always preface this, but I learned a lot of things quickly when I got into business. And one of the first things I learned was you're the conductor and the fans are the orchestra. Instead of the other way around, the fans are now conducting the wrestlers, telling them what to fucking do, even if it's only in the wrestler's mind. I've got to do this or elsewise they're not going to like me. Fuck. So I'm not surprised. Anyway. But I did see Kingston and Ishii. What do you think was the point where they turned the fucking fans live in Chicago against them?
The entire show, or are you talking about the specific match?
Where did it start?
I think there were a lot of matches on this show that shouldn't have been on this show. Remember a lot of early AEW shows? We weren't into everyone, but it was like the fans in the room were into every match.
Right.
Now they're into some people. They're into some matches and a few of the people. And otherwise, it's now been several shows and it's not just Chicago. The fans are sitting on their hands a lot, it seems.
Well, I termed it this way. I've never seen a crowd more determined to like a show, and I've never seen a group of wrestlers more determined to change their mind. It took some work. I think patient zero was this match with Kingston, because there was no reason for this ludicrous bullshit that they do every time to go on so long? It was, what was it, 20 minutes? It had to be.
Now, I did hear it was popular in the room, but again, this was a pre-show match before any of the pay-per-view matches.
Well, yeah, but, and I know, yes, they like that, where they, poor Stace, she actually had to endure most of this program. It's the first time she's ever actually watched AEW because I had the thing on, I wasn't pausing, et cetera, et cetera. And I told her at the start, I said, they're going to start hitting each other on purpose, then they'll kick each other on purpose, then they'll suplex each other, then they'll hit each other on purpose again, and then sooner or later they'll do the finish. And that's what they did. And this was, by the way, the original creative involving Kingston and Sammy was them to have a match against each other. But you will recall that a couple of weeks ago, Sammy on a TV promo called Kingston a fat piece of shit. Kingston got mad about it, went and pie-faced Sammy in the back. Tony suspended Kingston for 2 weeks and unbooked the match. So wrestling promoters in years gone by, if two guys got in a fight for real and the fans heard about it, the promoter would book that match on purpose so the people would think that they were going to get into a real fight. But Tony Khan unbooked the match that was already booked because he was afraid they'd get into a real fight. So instead, they broke Ruby Soho's nose, and Kingston and Ishii started the downward trend of this show. Just the endless, that Japanese strong style bullshit where they stand there and hit each other as hard as they can and don't sell it and allow each other to do it. And it's not only stupid because it's phony and at the same time hurts, but they stand around, then they'll chop. Then they'll stand around, then they'll suplex, then they'll stand around, then they'll chop. It doesn't end. There's no action. And at one point, the Japanese baked potato with arms and legs just quit selling it anyway because he was over it. And the people were too by that point. And then they went to slapping each other 100 times apiece, just like old washwomen. Looks like shit and hurts, phony as shit.
Like old washwomen, really? Old
washwomen having a slap fight.
You don't see that too often.
No, but it's I'll tell you what, it's an ugly sight. This was one of the worst matches I've ever seen because of not only how bad it was, but how long it went. And then after they traded some slaps and headbutts, Kingston just grabbed him and suplexed him 1, 2, 3. Fuck. And then after that display, which they like Kingston. I don't know if they gave a shit about Ishii or not, but they're playing Kingston's music and he tries to get him to cut his music and he's pointing at his opponent, trying to get him to chant for him, but they won't cut the music because they don't know what he's fucking doing. He's calling an audible. And Tomohiro is not paying attention to him. So finally, when they do cut the music, Kingston goes over to try to raise the guy's hand or whatever, and the guy shoves him away and says, "Get away from me," like he's going to attack him again. It was just, what the fuck? Just blew him off. And that was the end of 0 Hour. Kingston had a chance, and I'll just say this, and I will let you take it away. That Players Tribune article or Players Club or whatever it was, or Men's Club, Hair Club, if he got the shit kicked out of him through most of the match, wouldn't quit, and always made a fired up comeback and won by the skin of his teeth and did that every week for 2 or 3 months, you would have had a wonderful fucking baby face of every man of the people. And if you told him the last thing we want you to do, Eddie, is this fucking stupid Japanese strong style bullshit that you're so fucking wrapped up in because it's ignorant and it won't get you over, it will make you look like a fucking goof. So we will line you up a series of people that you can beat by the skin of your teeth after they give you a hellacious fucking whipping in a working way. And you will still triumph against that adversity. And goddamn, people would have responded to that. But then now he's just He's just the fat guy that don't look very good and has these shitty matches that are always the same. And that's a shame. Go ahead.
Well, again, what happened to Eddie Kingston? He got pulled into a feud with Chris Jericho. Nobody comes out of working with Chris Jericho for the better. We've seen it happen time and time again, and now Bryan Danielson's the latest victim. It happens to everyone. And it derailed everything that was happening with Eddie Kingston. I know he also got injured. I think Jelly Nutella, I forget what exactly the injury was, but maybe it was his eye, but Eddie Kingston got hurt.
Well, but you know Eddie's doing these matches on purpose, and Eddie loves working with these Japanese guys that ain't going to fucking make a difference in how people see him. To beat these guys, they don't care. It's the same audience. They're preaching to the choir. The only people that know who Tomohiro Ishii is are already watching that program. That's why they need some new fans. And nobody gives a shit about these miscellaneous, interchangeable, old, decrepit, funny-looking, visually Japanese superstars they keep bringing in. And Eddie needs to be saved from himself because these matches are fucking rotten.
Yeah, but it may be the only thing he's enjoying right there at the time because, again, look at the way he's been booked. He's been booked like shit, and he hasn't been able to do anything about it.
Is he allowed to enjoy himself at all of our fucking...
Nah, I get it.
Expense? All right, let's talk about the pay-per-view.
Yeah, you asked if that was responsible for the crowd issues. I don't think it was that, but the finish of the opening match may have played a part in it.
Well, it was a steady crescendo of things happening over and over. Let's get to the opening of the thing, and they split Tony Schiavone up and Jim Ross up half and half, I guess. Well, maybe JR got a little bit more than half at the end because it was so fucking long. But, you know, at least that does keep JR a little fresher and also at the same time a little less crowded in the booth, but nevertheless, you still got Sockface out there. The first match on this card, that, by the way, is already an hour in till we get to the first match, was the 8-man ladder fuck-up casino match. They're in Chicago, not Las Vegas. Do they have casinos in Chicago? I know they had illegal gambling in the Capone days. But, so this worked in that two guys start, and then at some undetermined point, they've decided that somebody is a suit of cards and comes in. So you've got the hearts and the joker, or the hearts and the spades and the diamond and the club, and then the joker, right? And this was just swell. And as a matter of fact, when Wheeler Useless and Felix start the thing out, and the first thing they do is start trading chops after that previous match. And then they do some dives. And then they grab a ladder. And then Rush comes in. And I smell bullshit. Here he comes, and he's not Mantar level yet. It's a smaller bull head, but he's still got a bull head on. And he undresses in the aisleway from his suit and bull. He's wearing a suit and a bull head. And while one of the opponents in the ring is climbing the ladder to get to the casino chip they're supposed to fucking retrieve, this yahoo's out in the aisleway taking his clothes off. And then finally he got in and they did some outlaw ladder stunts and dives. And then here comes Andre Olio. And he's wearing, what is it? What is the deal? They all come out wearing what looks like Abe Knuckleball Schwartz's fucking Sunday suit with some type of animal head on, and come out, and while the match is going on, instead of getting in and trying to win or stop somebody else from winning, they're in the aisleway taking off their fucking clothes. And then they started building ladder structures. They had a ladder in the ring, but they had a ladder set up crossways inside of it as a teeter-totter, and they had a ladder leaning from the ring apron, bridging to the railing around the ring. And while they were doing all this, all the action came to a halt. And this is where the crowd was at first quiet, puzzled. Like, why are they doing all this? Because it didn't make any sense to have the ladders that would not help them win anything or climb anything. So then, suddenly out of nowhere, Andre power bombs Yuta on one of the ladders that the announcers had just plainly been talking about. Why have they put those ladders there like that? Well, it was to do a spot that everybody didn't know was coming because the wrestlers had set it up amongst themselves. And then here comes Claudio. Poor guy, a talent like that in this fucking mess, risk an injury with the rest of these yahoos. And then Dante Martin, and he tried to do fancy shit with Claudio and Felix, but the ladders were in the way. And then here came Penthouse. So every goofy gymnast in the company plus Claudio is in this match. And he gave Dante Martin a Canadian destroyer on the rampway. And then Felix splashed somebody off the top rope through a table onto the floor. And it was what you would expect it to be from a complete style clash and a clusterfuck. There was never a chance with 8 guys that could work, an 8-man, every man for himself ladder match not going to be any good. This was a mess. But you said the finish, Brian, and that was suddenly, I think there was 6 of them. I couldn't count. But about 6 guys in black pants, black T-shirts or black sweatshirts, black hoods, black masks, black, just suddenly run into the ring and beat up everybody. And one of them takes the mask off, and it's Stokely Hathaway. And then he gets climbs the ladder and gets the chip. And then Jumpin' Jack Flash plays. And another guy comes out in a mask.
Not Jumping Jack Flash. Sympathy for the Devil.
Or Sympathy for the Devil. Or what? All right, I'm sorry. I was going by memory on it.
Don't
Sympathy
fuck with
for the Devil. Well, whatever. Sympathy for the Devil plays. And another guy comes out in a mask. What was that? The animal that mask was? It was kind of like one of the evil, demonic, fucking goat monsters. I'm not talking about greatest of all time. I'm talking about an actual goat that you would milk. He comes to the ring. Stokely hands him the chip. The bell rings, and he's declared the winner. And he teases unmasking, but then leaves and without unmasking. But at that point, I said, this motherfucker better be John Cena. Because else this was the worst finish I've ever seen. To not only have a match that rotten, but then to finish it up with just the bunch of guys that Stokely Hathaway has given his card to over the last however long, come out dressed in black and just beat everybody up, and he climbs up and gets the thing and hands it over. That's where I think the people really started going, my God, we've got a lot more of this to go, and it might not get better. What'd you think?
You know, I'm not into these kind of matches in general, but I have to think even if you are, they can't mean as much now as they have in the past, because it's usually the same participants, or at least a few of them, and it's the same kind of spots. I don't know what that Claudio spot was where he had him on the ladder and he was lifting the ladders and trying to make some sort of contraption. I have no idea what they were trying to do.
They had something in mind, but it wouldn't come off the ground.
Yeah, and then, you know, I wasn't really into the match, but you were excited to see who would win. The finish plays into a bigger story, so maybe we should pay more attention to the bigger story than what is really a throwaway ladder match. But it did leave things a little flat, but the room didn't, didn't boo, but it was more just, okay, what do we do with this? And they still didn't know. And like I said to you, obviously they were trying to do something more serious with Stokely for a while. And I said, let's give it a shot and see where they're going. I still don't know where the hell they're going to go with it, but they really were trying to do something more serious with him. He's no longer with Jade, and he's doing this.
But how is this the goat man should have got the chip, but to have the minions just come in and beat up everybody in the match, have the manager climb up and get it, it's in front of the referee. Of course, they say, well, it's no disqualification. Lazy booking. I wouldn't have a problem if Goat Man, we'll talk more about him later on, had come out and climbed the fucking ladder, got the thing himself. Anyway. But you know what match was next?
I don't remember, actually, no.
Well, I will tell you, because the one thing that these insufferable douchebags are is smart about where to go out, especially after the last couple of weeks on television when they tried to put themselves in a main event spot. The big star EVPs put themselves in the second match on this show so that they could go out and assist in killing the crowd instead of going out and suffering because the crowd's already been killed. So they went on second with the finals of the prestigious AEW Six-Man Tag Team Championship with the Hardleys and Harpo against Hangnail Page and the Dork Order. And the reason they went on second is because they were smart enough at least to look at that lineup and know that the crowd's going to be burnt out quicker than not, so they're going to get their match on early, get their shit in, do everything that they always want to do, have no respect for everybody else on the card later on in the money matches that people paid to see, and get out of there. And that's what they did. And this was a note that I made before I had any idea how entertaining the media scrum was going to be. I said, has anyone ever fallen further quicker than Hangnail Adam Page, world champion to partner to the jobbers on, the second match on pay-per-view? Who are supposed to be the baby faces? The evil Dark Order that's been a fucking band of childish fucking hooligans that are, smiley faced all the time forever, or the assholes that have acted like heels for the past however long, but now, because they thought that when Twinkle Toes came back, he was going to be a huge babyface. So they had to switch babyface to team up with him. He's such a popular babyface that he runs 200,000 people off television at the mention of his name. So it's
the Dark
alleged
Order
baby faces versus alleged baby faces.
The Dark Order are clearly the baby faces here because you said they were evil. They were evil at the beginning. It's kind of like season 1 of Lost in Space where Dr. Smith is totally evil.
Yes.
And then like by season 2, he's just, friendly, weirdo, old man hanging out with children.
Yes. But isn't Uno's name still Evil Uno?
I was about to say, no, it isn't. It's Pizzeria Uno, and I remember that's your nickname. That's not
my
actually
name
his
for him.
fucking name.
It's more apropos.
Well, he wasn't there. These are the more friendly Dark Order guys.
No, he was there because remember he come out and because
not now.
Well, no, he's hurt because they beat him up with a crutch on TV Wednesday, and the other guy's hurt with his knee, so they bid good luck to their other Dork Order members along with Hangnail but he was around.
Well, I think the Dark Order are the baby faces here. Although I will say I'm just happy. I really wanted them to return to the melodrama of the Adam Page and his friends and this grown man who can't deal with his friends. This is the worst shit ever. Anyone who says these guys know anything about booking or storytelling is a fucking idiot. This stuff is junior high level shit. Sorry to say that here. I just hijacked a review, but give me a break already.
And by the way, there are some smart kids in junior high.
Yes.
Harpo's introduction here was even more ridiculous than usual. But I couldn't concentrate on making notes at the first part of this because of Stacy horse laughing at how ridiculous they all look. She hasn't seen the Hardley Boys in quite a while. And she's looking and she's like, who's the guy with the thing on his face? Old Cutlet. And it was. Anyway, I wrote, golly, I wonder who's going to win this. Paige and Nick opened with some cheerleading routines. And then Matt and the long-haired jobber on the Dork Order pretended to do some World of Sport stuff. Have you noticed that Harpo's weird hairdo looked like Chris Champion when he was Yoshi Kwan? Kind of like a top knot, like a little, I don't know, a rutabaga on top of his head. Paige kept getting pissed at his partners because they were being too rough with his ex-friends that he's broken up with or something or other. I don't know. They were trying to tell some story.
That he's in a match against. It was the stupidest thing ever. This is a grown adult who is a world champion, and he's acting like this.
And he was chastising them for getting the advantage. Okay, so anyway, they did some cold tags. Little Brutus made a comeback. I got tired of writing. They did a bunch more shit. None of it made any sense. After a while, they even quit tagging. And then finally, old Twinkle Toes, he got his butt plug face and skipped to the ropes like Shirley Temple dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson and did a big dive. And that's why I wrote, this is not only such a chore to watch this, and it's meaningless, and nobody cares about a 6-man tag title to begin with that they invented to give themselves belts. But I was offended because they were just out there jacking off and wearing the crowd out for, as I said, the money matches with the top talent later on. And then a bunch of shit you couldn't follow. And Paige went for the buckshot lariat on Olivier, but accidentally hit Little Brutus, and Olivier pinned him 1, 2, 3. And that was the end of the second match. They were already 45 minutes into the show, plus the hour of pre-show.
The junior varsity division. And no one was surprised by the finish. No one was surprised by who went over. No one was surprised they went back to the Adam Page drama with the people that caused him to drink and stop drinking, and who even knows what the hell was going on. Junior varsity, second match, and the rest of the show moved on.
And we will move on with the next match, which was the TBS Championship match. Jane Cargill with her baddies in the corner against Athena. And already Stokely's gone. So she started out with Mark Sterling. Then they realized, well, he's a joke that people laugh at, so we got a new manager from the other company, so we'll give him to Cargill. And now they've changed their mind on that because you can't have a top male manager also managing the women. So now Jane just has the baddies. And did she have to go to court? Was there some reason why she changed her entire look? She no longer has the platinum blonde bleached hair. She's got regular dark hair. She changed her tights. I thought when her entrance was coming, she was the job girl that was going to work with Jane Cargill. She just looks like a normal person.
I think she was trying to, from what I was told, copy some of her look on the very popular new television show She-Hulk.
Oh, well, yes, and she had the green makeup on her body, but that's stupid. She just changed her look from a star look, this is Jane Cargill, to this is some
Jade.
Regular...
Even now, you're still calling her Jade. This is Jade Cargill.
Well, she used to look like Jade, but now she looks like plain Jane because it looks like some normal person at a comic convention cosplaying She-Hulk instead of the star that she looked like when she had her goddamn tights and her hair and all of her shit together. Now she's just playing somebody else. Fuck She-Hulk. Unless Tony Khan has the distribution rights to She-Hulk, or has significantly invested in that major motion picture, She-Hulk will do just fine. Probably better than Jane Cargill. So...
It's only a one-night thing, though. If she goes back to the other wig and her regular tights on Wednesday...
Is that a wig, or did she do her hair?
Well, I just figured it's always been a wig. She had silver hair. Who the hell walks around with silver hair?
Goddamn, apparently a lot of these fucking people these days.
I guess so.
It was bleached blonde, then it was silver, but it's always been something. Shit, anyway. And so, and by the way, Jane being painted green is a joke that writes itself. I don't even need to go there. Athena has the monster contact lenses that look like, the fucking Walking Dead or whatever. After 2 minutes of this match, I was convinced that one of these girls was going to hospitalize the other one. And I didn't even know that they'd sent Ruby Soho to the hospital in the first match. This fell apart, and they started bumping for invisible moves. And finally, Jane hit her finish 1, 2, 3. Did I miss anything?
You maybe are a little harsher than I would be on this match, but I think the overall point is an important one. We've talked about it. The Ruby Soho match, this match, the women's four-way later on. There are personalities there that AEW fans like. There are some really talented women wrestlers in AEW, but by and large, it is a division that's not ready to be a division. There are too many people not ready to be on TV. There are too many people who need more ring time. There's nothing like this in wrestling where people are not ready for TV or pushed on TV like there is right now with the modern women's division throughout wrestling, not just AEW. But I think it's a real problem, and I know that there are fans who love it and want to will it to be an equal part of the show. But the problem is there aren't, especially in AEW, there aren't that many women who are ready for the spots they have. Jade's a great personality, and she's got a look, and she could talk, but you have to be careful how you use her. I'm not saying you can't use her as a wrestler right now. You have to give her 2 more years of experience, but you have to be careful how you use her.
Well, you need somebody with a lot of experience that she also can move around. Athena is not that experienced, and she's got a very, let's say, low center of gravity. And it doesn't seem like it'd be easy to move her around. And then you come up with a clash of styles with a green opponent. Literally.
Did you see Layla Gray get thrown into the barricade?
I did not. Was she one of the baddies?
She was one of the baddies.
I tried not to pay too much attention.
Oh, come on. They're good.
They're bad. They had a nice little pre-tape with Officer Bar Brady is back for whatever reason. And do you think they're telling him now to do that? Nobody can be that devoid of personality and inflection and have that kind of delivery unless they're trying. Can they? He memorizes this statement that then he just bursts out with no commas, no periods, no inflection, no meaning, with all the time with that deer caught in the headlights fucking stare on his face. Why are they putting him back on television? Poor fella. We're not saying he's a horrible human being. We're just saying that it should be punishable by prison if you put him on television.
He's friends with Tony. Before AEW, he was friends with Tony, and Tony still uses him. I thought he would definitely go away with football season starting because he is a nationally recognized football journalist. He's apparently a very good sports writer. And he should focus.
Why does he want to embarrass himself like this? If you did this, if you watched yourself do this, would you have enough self-awareness to go, my God, I'm horrible. I should never do this again. I'm embarrassing my family.
Well, me? No. I mean, I'm the great Brian Last. I would have hit a home run the first time.
But no, if you were doing it like that.
I don't understand how you could. He's been bad on camera since the beginning of AEW, since the first press conference. Remember, he was one of the commentators originally, too.
Yes.
He's not an on-camera guy vocally or visually. And like you said, not to put him down as a human being. I'm sure he helps small puppies and all that other stuff.
Well, you just said he's a great sports writer. But I don't need to be performing open heart surgery, and I'm aware of that. And if I tried to and watched the video of me doing it, I would pretty sure I'd be able to pick that out. Anyway, but there was a pre-tape with Punk and Ace Steel, and it's nice to see Larry. Larry the dog was a guest there at the show.
Did you hear how the show started?
Did Larry get loose and run out in the building?
Apparently Larry got loose and ran out to the ring.
Well, he was ready to get that show on the road. But it's nice to see Larry. it was not nice to see what they did with the next match and the talent involved in it. So while the kids were fighting over the World Six-Man Tag Team Championship, for absolutely no reason whatsoever, a six-man tag team match was put on this card with Jay Lethal bringing in Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley, the Motor City Machine Guns, along with Sanjay and Zippy the Giant Pinhead, to go against FTR and Wardlow. And we mentioned there was no reason for this match. Some people will say, well, they needed to be on the card. Well, yeah, they need to be on the card. As a matter of fact, now that we've seen this card, the highlight of the card would have been the original plan for FTR and the Bucks to have their third rubber match, and for the Bucks to do the right thing for FTR and put all the belts on them in a big feature match that would have been another match of the year candidate, because FTR are miracle workers and get shit out of anybody. But instead, the big angle that superseded that plan was the return of Twinkle Toes to television, which, as we've mentioned 2 weeks in a row, caused 200,000 people to run screaming like their heads were on fire away from their television, and for the Cucamonga Kids to lose the World Tag title without actually losing the match they were in to an underneath middle card babyface tag team, and then win the six-man belts. So we got this six-man tag. Dax's daughter came out in the entryway beforehand, which was nice and heartwarming because of the interview he did a couple of weeks ago and the T-shirts that have been sold, Fight Like an 8-year-old Girl. But as I said, we missed FTR Bucks 3 for a lousy six-man tag and a cold six-man tag. And you could see in this match what we got to see of it. You know, Dax, Cash, Jay Lethal, Sabin, and Shelley. The first match on the show where all the participants look like they actually belong in a wrestling ring. And it was a different level of professionalism. And I don't want to leave Wardlow out of that, but he doesn't have the experience, and he's not supposed to be a smooth worker. But this was a different level of competition in the ring because these guys all know what they're doing, have experience, and we're trying to be serious. It's not their fault about the bad creative. And the bad thing was, because of the bad creative, it's the only good match that I had seen to that point on this telecast, and nobody gave a shit because it was a cold match, and 2 of the 3 people on one team have never wrestled there before. And they got heat on Dax, and then Cash made a comeback, and then they stopped Cash. They got 2 sets of heat in a cold match on a show that was sucking so far. And I'm like, and this had to go a while. And I'm thinking, can anybody not have a 10-minute preliminary match anymore? Then they did simultaneous tags to Wardlow and Lethal, and Wardlow made his comeback, and then shit got confusing. And then they beat up Wardlow and killed his aura. And then FTR hit their finish, but then Jay hit the lethal injection on both of them. And I'm thinking, something's wrong here, because Wardlow and Lethal are still the 2 legal guys. And my God, just as I started getting nervous, they did it. Powerbomb, 2 powerbomb, 3 powerbomb, 4 powerbombs. Wardlow beat Lethal. So FTR had been taken out of this thing. They'd been invisible for minutes. And then they didn't beat one of the 2 guys that don't even work there and have never appeared for this company before. They beat Jay Lethal. That's under contract. That is a goddamn, was an opportunity to build a quality, talented fucking person on this roster. But that's long ago left the barn. And Then the heels that just got killed menace, in quotes, the baby faces because there's Sanjay and the Zippy the Giant. So then they play music and here comes Samoa Joe. And now they've still got an 8-foot giant and they still got the numbers advantage, but now Joe is coming, so that means that now the heels run away. But they trap Sanjay Dutt. His giant leaves, the Guns leave, Lethal leaves, but they grab Sanjay and put him in the ring, and Dax's daughter comes back out and breaks Sanjay's pencil, and Dax hits a big move on him, and his daughter pins him 1, 2, 3 to their count with her foot on his chest. And as much as I love FTR and I thought that her story was so remarkable in the promo, I would be remiss and or hypocritical if I don't say the same thing about this 8-year-old I said about Brody Lee's 8-year-old. The kids don't need to go to the board meetings, even if their father was fucking chairman of the board when he passed away. Best match of the night so far, with the worst finish and the most embarrassing afterbirth. And it was unnecessary to begin with. Otherwise than that, it was great. What'd you think?
It was all right. And that's not to take away from any of the people in the match, but I didn't really feel like I was in the mood for another 6-man match. Jay Lethal's been used so poorly that I kind of don't want to see him for a while. Give it a chance and try it again. Maybe, I don't know. But, you know, in a sense, I think it was good to have FTR on the show. They got a big pop. They got the wonderful moment with Dax's daughter. But in another sense, if they weren't going to do what the original plan was, and have the big moment of them, the biggest tag match of all time, winning all the belts, maybe you should have left them off the show and not just jammed another match in there. I don't know. I don't know if this did anyone any real favors. I can tell you one person it didn't do any favors for, and nothing's done any favors for him since he had the MJF match, and that's Wardlow. He is, I hate to say it, but right now he's dead.
How do you get that far and then know that on this particular night, Wardlow is going to powerbomb MJF and leave him laying, and you've made a star out of Wardlow, and you got absolutely fuck all of nothing for him to do from there on? How do you even pull that off? If nothing else, do Goldberg. I know Tony was a fan of his. Just have him come out and spear some motherfucker and powerbomb him every goddamn week. Would have been better than involving him with all the silliness and the phoniness and marrying him in with preliminary guys. They've undid everything they did. Speaking of undoing everything they did, do we yet know a reason for what happened with Powerhouse Hobbs and Ricky Starks' match?
I have not heard anything yet about this match. There's been a lot of other things going on. So the fact that this match, after a surprising breakup and a few weeks of back and forth promos, that they had I don't even know what it was. You probably know, a 5-minute match or whatever this was, with this finish just happening like this. I'm not sure if Ricky Starks is hurt or what's going on.
It was almost like if you knew what was going on, it was like that they called an audible, like, oh shit, you know, either we just got word one of your houses is on fire, you know, come back here immediately to the back, just stop it now. But they had a grudge match, and Starks came down and jump-started it at the bell and was all over Hobbs. But suddenly Hobbs stopped him quick, and too quick. And I mentioned that again to Stacy when we were watching it. I said, the heel has stopped the babyface so quickly that the fans who would have been behind Starks were kind of like, ooh, and then waiting for him to do something. And he didn't fight back that much underneath or from underneath. He did a little, but not much. And Hobbs manhandled him. And as this thing went on, they lost the crowd that was losing patience to begin with. And then suddenly Starks made a comeback out of nowhere. He went from zero to hero just like that, but not a lot of crowd response. And then Hobbs caught him coming off the ropes with a spine buster. Boom, 1, 2, 3. And Starks just rolled out of the ring and they cut away.
Really weird, really weird the way this was. I mean, the weirdest thing is if none of the things that you talked about before, there was no audible, there's no injury, nothing. If this was just the way it was booked, that's even weirder.
Something's going on there. And with all the other drama, it has not been brought to light yet, but we'll keep an eye on that because oh boy, should we talk about the next one?
I don't know. I don't remember what the next match was, actually. There were so many matches. What was the next match?
The next match was for the World Tag Team Championship. Swerve and Keith Lee against the Acclaimed.
Now, this was my favorite match of the entire night. Even probably more than the Punk match. I think this was my favorite match of the night.
This was the one. Well, you would expect Punk to tear the house down in Chicago. This was not expected to tear the house down. And it did. And they brought Jim Ross in. They're an hour and a half into this show plus the pre-show. So about halfway in, 2.5 hours. JR comes in. And here comes Max Caster. Of course, now I'm on the streaming bullshit instead of real television. So normally I'll transcribe his rap. I'll pause it. I'll back it up a little bit. But we had tried to back up the Bleacher Report to watch a fucked up spot earlier. We did try to and we ended up backing up 3 minutes instead of 5 seconds or whatever. So I said, fuck it. I'm leaving it alone. So he had a nice rap, but at this point, I couldn't take a lot more. I had to shit. I needed a fucking drink. I needed to stretch my legs. I figured, what the fuck? The way this show is going, this is going to suck. And I come back 10 minutes later, they're tearing the fucking house down. So, again, by the end of this thing, for whatever Bowens and Caster pulled out of themselves, they had the fucking people. The match was cooking. The place was going ballistic. And the people thought, and I started thinking along with them, my God, they're going to win this thing. And I was just thinking they should win. And maybe they're going to do it because the belts mean nothing now. The AEW World Tag Team title means nothing because it went the way it went instead of a recognized team. Keith Lee and Swerve mean nothing because they got the belts that nobody wanted to see them get because they were supposed to go to FTR. But the Acclaimed winning these belts would have made the Acclaimed mean something, especially to this crowd and these diehard fans. And just as I wrote that, Keith Lee and Swerve beat them and the people booed. And it was ready, even if they had to call an audible. And some other people have said this also. They should have put the belts on those kids and it would have meant something. And they had one spectacular false finish where it looked like that was going to happen. And then, boom, Lee and Swerve just won. And Lee and Swerve, who are supposed to be baby faces, and the people booed him. And did you hear Taz say whatever the fuck that instigated it? But he had the line, well, sometimes, teams don't get along in legitimate sports. So that the announcers can't even remember not to call wrestling fake on the wrestling program. But then Billy Gunn, who was in the corner of the Acclaimed, scissored Keith Lee and the people booed again. And then they all just had to kind of walk off and it was flat. People don't give a shit about Keith Lee and Swerve. And it's because of the belts they got and the way they got them. The fact that it came out of nowhere. And that Keith Lee, Swerve ain't bad. Keith Lee is just, I can't believe how well they hid him in the NXT system.
I'm now convinced he's better as a heel.
Yes, because of that voice and the way he talks. It's insufferable. And
I was just talking about the match, but okay.
Well, no, I'm talking about that fucking voice and that promo and just the shit-sniffing look he gets on his face. And he came out like a heel anyway, bask in my glory, and the thing he'd do where he'd lead the fans to, and he'd get the shit-sniffing look like he's smelling his greatness. But they hit him in NXT, and you could see the physical potential, and a guy that size, he could move well. But then he's gotten fatter and gotten out of that system, and he talks more than we heard him in NXT, and that's definitely a negative because of that sing-song little voice he has. So Acclaimed could have got over here if they'd have just changed that around. It was unexpected, I'll say that. You loved it.
Yeah. I thought it was fantastic. It was a wrestling match. I mean, sure, there was a couple things on the floor, but it was a wrestling match. It was in the ring. I've known that the Acclaimed have gotten themselves over. And I knew I thought they'd be one of the more over acts. Hate to use that word, sorry, Jim. One of the more over teams on the event. Now I'm watching what I say. It's like I'm working with Vince. I knew they'd be over. I did not think it would be that over. Those fans loved them, and they loved Billy Gunn. I heard in the house it was insane. We'll play audio later from the press scrum of Tony talking about the decision not to call an audible, the awkward decision to ask that question while the team is sitting there, and then we'll talk about Tony's answer.
These two fucking dickheads are sitting there with Pete in hand. Clearly not the audience's favorite choice. And the reporters are saying, so, Tony, why didn't you have these guys just beat those two fucking guys sitting there next to you?
And it is unfair to them. Because you know what? As I just said, I think both of them as a heel tag team, after watching this match, yeah, I see something there. And unfortunately, the situation with the tag belts happened. And they won the tag belts they never pinned the Young Bucks. And they got the tag belts. So the whole division right now is a little bit messy, and it's unfair to them because they're not going to get a fair chance here. Now, a lot of people are thinking that the reason Tony did not call an audible here is because they're about to run Long Island. Max Caster's from Rockville Center. The worst place to park.
Wait a minute. You mean Max Caster used to live in the basement of London Publishing?
Not in the basement, but probably in the general vicinity. I don't know where he lives, but I don't want to give a better clue than that.
Rockville Center.
The greater Rockville Center area, yeah.
It's greater now.
The worst place to park. Those fucking parking meters everywhere. They just wait. The cops wait. It's a fucking racket. They just want to get you in that little courtroom so you'd pay $60 or whatever and leave. Okay, we won't give you any points. We won't report it. We won't tell anyone. Just give us the cash. Bunch of crap.
There sounds like there's a little experience in that recitation of that.
I've dated several women from the general Rockville Center vicinity and area. So
and where were you parking? Where were you parking your unit?
That was one of the problems, was finding the parking. Yeah.
Finding a place to park your unit with those girls from Rockville Center.
Best bakery, though, if you ever want crumb cake. The Front Street Bakery.
I heard the best bakery was Sally's in Chicago. Wasn't that them?
No, you don't even get the name right. What was it, Molly?
Molly? Sally?
No, but Front Street Bakery, crumb cake, it's all crumb, no cake. It's the most delicious thing ever. But
that sounds crummy to me.
But the thought is that the Acclaimed, I don't know how we got going with this, the Acclaimed may win the titles on Long Island. And while in theory, and maybe the way it gets executed, it sounds like a great idea, a sound idea. What do you think? Would you have called an audible here?
You had the moment. Sometimes you don't get those back. What if it rains at Arthur Ashe Stadium? Do they have a roof? I don't fucking know. But it was right there on pay-per-view, big crowd, blah, blah, blah. So sometimes that doesn't happen again. Conditions have to be right.
We've seen a lot of the Acclaimed, and they've gotten themselves over, but it was never really about the match. It was never about, like, oh, they had a classic match. This was, in a lot of ways, the most memorable match of the night.
Yeah, it has to be the best match that they've ever had in their career because listen to that crowd.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so Tony shit all over that, boys. Anyway, so then we had for the interim women's title. Now, wait, okay. On 0 Hour, they had the mixed tag team title from AAA. Then we had the 8-man ladder casino match for a title shot. Then we had the 6-man tag team title tournament final. Then we had the TBS title. Then, of course, FTR, they have 1 million belts, but they're not allowed to defend anything. Then we had poor Hobbs and Starks in that ill-fated grudge match. Then the World Tag Team title. Now the interim women's title, contested between Britt Baker versus Toni Storm versus Hikaru Shida versus Jamie Hayter. And the first thing I wrote when this came up, I said, it's fucking 10 p.m. We're 3 hours in already. And I'm not critiquing this. It was constant, meaningless motion with girls doing moves to each other over and over in turn. And they hurt Shida at one point and took her out. And the fans, I mean, I've heard louder libraries during some of the periods of this match. And then finally, Shida comes back out with 2 kendo sticks, makes a lousy comeback, and starts hitting false finishes. And I swear, at one point, I distinctly heard a mouse pissing on cotton in that crowd.
Come on. In the crowd, you heard.
In the crowd, I heard a mouse pissing on cotton. And then finally at the end, they had some semblance of something interesting in that Britt Baker tried to steal it from Jamie Hayter, but Toni Storm DDT'd both of them and won 1, 2, 3. And this took almost 30 minutes. It was closing in on 10:30 by the time this was over. So what were your thoughts on this?
You know, it was a bit of a mess. I will tell you that the word coming out of the locker room that I'm hearing is that the belief is that Thunder Rosa is faking her injury so she didn't have to drop the belt. So I just want to say that here because this is for the interim belt because she's still the world champion. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, that's what one of the girls, was it Toni Storm, was quoted as saying, well, Thunder Rosa says she's injured, so I'm the interim champion.
Yeah.
You know what? At this point, I'd believe anything in this fucking
in that locker room?
Zoological garden they call a promotion.
Not that it's the same thing as the previous match, the tag match, but I've been saying it on the show for a while, and I think the fans are starting to catch up too. Jamie Hayter is the best woman in that company. Someone I know recently said she works like a guy, one of your ultimate compliments.
Yeah.
And the fans were into her, and the fans were chanting for her. And again, not the same as the previous match, but this is another one. It's the interim belt. Maybe call an audible here. Because it seemed like people may have been ready for it, but I guess they want to do more of the Britt Hayter storyline first, but the fans didn't get a lot on this show. A lot was, luckily the Acclaimed match, it just kind of happened that way. Because, you think about Chicago, you think about the Road Warriors. Those fans were ready. They were really ready for their fake hometown tag team to win those belts, and then it didn't happen, and they decided not to come back.
And boy, and it killed Chicago. And those things can happen too. So, but at least the people got to see what they wanted to see in the next match, right? Jungle Boy and Christian Cage, they've been waiting for this one. Boy, they wanted to see Jungle Boy come out and just give Christian Cage what for. And I'm glad they got to, I forgot. They didn't get to see that, did they? Now we're hearing Christian Cage is injured, and that's why they had a match that consisted of 2 moves after Dino Douche got finished. So many things with this. And for one, Christian has not wrestled in months. How did he slip in the bathtub? Was he bending over trying to pull out, PT 109 and fucking slipped on the soap? How would he have gotten hurt? He comes to the ring in that top that he was wearing. He had a big brace on his arm. But how would they've been plugging this match for the past 3 or 4 weeks? What happened?
I don't know. No one knows yet.
So Jungle Boy was announced as Jungle Boy Jack Perry. Maybe JR's finally getting his way after 3 years, and we're recognizing that this kid is the son of one of the most famous actors in the history of acting, instead of just some generic Rudyard Kipling fucking character. What?
He's famous, but one of the most famous actors in the history of acting?
Lately.
Luke Perry? I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but one of the most famous?
Well, he's more famous than goddamn Jungle Boy. Go out to the mall and yell Luke Perry and see what happens. Go out to the mall and yell Jungle Boy.
Why would I? You imagine what people would think if I walked into the mall and just started yelling Jungle Boy? I'd get stoned to death.
Oh, no, they'd think you were already stoned.
They'd be right.
Oh, Jungle Boy. Oh, Jungle Boy. Where are you, Jungle Boy? So here's what happened for those of you lucky enough not to know yet. Christian Cage comes out, does his entrance, and Jungle Boy's mother and sister are there at ringside, and he goes up and it gives them a surly expression, and Jungle Boy's mother slaps Christian Cage. Sounded pretty good. I've seen good working slaps actually from workers.
The mom and the sister are good. I wish he had some of that fire. They're pretty good every time we see them.
God damn them women, they'll kick ass in that family. So here comes Jungle Boy, and Dino Douche suddenly comes out to the stage and grabs Jungle Boy and choke slams him off the stage onto a steel platform, which looked like it killed him, and then carried him to the ring and powerbombed him through a table at ringside, and then rolled him into the ring. And at this point, referee Aubrey, she doesn't say, "Nay, you're not going to get away with that."
Oh, come on.
Instead, she says, "Oh, yes, Wilbur, do you want to wrestle?" And old Jungle Boy said, "Yes, I want to wrestle." While he's laying there, "Yes, I'll still." So she rings the bell. And Christian hits his finish. Boom, 1, 2, 3. So again, this stupid looking scenario where the babyface gets just annihilated. And then the referee says, "But do you still want to wrestle this match?" "Oh, yeah. Okay, ring the bell." What the fuck? As I've mentioned before, it works when there's a championship on the line that the babyface would lose if he forfeits. Otherwise, everybody's a fucking moron. But then more importantly, besides whether Christian Cage is injured, besides whether Jungle Boy is now Jack Perry, or besides whether or not he is as tough as his sister, Dino Douche. Dino is a babyface with Jungle Boy, his boy companion, and Christian Cage, his owner, I guess, of record. And then Cage and Dino turn on Jungle Boy. And then for 2 weeks, Dino's a fucking rotten heel until he turns back on Christian Cage, with Jungle Boy claiming that Luchasaurus was just keeping an eye on Christian so nobody else got to him. Then 2 weeks later, he comes, or was it just a week? I can't remember. He comes out, and that was all a plot. Jungle Boy's an idiot for believing it. Dino is still evil, and he's still on Christian's side. My question is, how big an idiot is Tony Khan for booking this, or is Jungle Boy for buying it? Your thoughts?
Let's talk about the positives first. We got a reference to the famous Mr. Ed. That's always a positive. He outworked everyone. Let's give him credit. Let's give him credit. He called his spot, and then he delivered. How long has he been hurt? What was the original plan? What the hell has been going on with Luchasaurus? I mean, we said it on the show. He never put his hands on Christian. Never did anything. There was nothing going on for a little while there. Jungle Boy exposed himself being awful on the mic, and it appears this will all continue now. Everything's continuing. Let's continue.
Christian Cage is the smartest man in wrestling.
Yeah.
He's taking over for Kevin Nash. He's going to get paid a fortune for wrestling twice. All right, well, the next match was one that I actually had some hope for, and those were quickly dashed on the rocks of the Booker of the Year. Bryan Danielson against Chris Jericho. And on this one, again, it was running, and I skipped the entrances because I figured, well, I told Stace, I said, I'll be back in like 10 minutes because they'll still be singing Judas. And he took Judas away from him, at least. Didn't have him sing Judas.
Well, no, he was doing Lionheart again. Remember, he can morph back and forth into his various different characters. He's Chris Jericho, the professional wrestler. Then there's the Painmaker, who's a wrestler who creates pain for himself and others, including the viewing audience. Then there's Lionheart, who's kind of the Chris Jericho you want to remember from the early days of WCW and from ECW, and some may even confuse it and think Smoky Mountain Wrestling, but that Chris Jericho, it's like Mick Foley and the 3 faces of Foley. There are many faces of Chris Jericho.
Well, yeah, I think you're wrong there. If Jericho was two-faced, he would not be wearing the one he's got on now. Come on now. But having said, does Lionheart have a theme? Was that like the B-side of MacArthur Park by Richard Harris? Sounds like something he'd sing, Lionheart. So they started off, Danielson and Jericho, they were taking their time and actually trying to have a wrestling match. If there was anything at all left to do that the people in this building and watching this show had not seen already, it might have gotten over. But they're 3 hours and 45 minutes into wrestling and plus time in their seats beforehand, and I didn't see the people really, the AEW crowds are always hot, especially for these big events, so it's more noticeable when they're not hot and when they're cooling off in front of your eyes. And I don't know, I was numb at this point. The match happened in front of me. Nothing really stood out as particularly good or bad, besides Jericho not being able to keep the ass of his pants up. But all I could pay attention to by this point is the length of everything. Because I'm wondering, will I live long enough to see the end of this show? And they went 20 minutes, had to. So, they had a match, and then, shit started kicking in at the end, like I said, as best they could, but it looked all the same to me by that point. And Danielson went for the roll-up. But they trapped Aubrey in the corner, and while she's covering herself up from getting hit and saying, "Nay, don't hit me," Jericho mule kicked Danielson in the nuts and hit the Judas effect and beat Bryan Danielson 1, 2, 3. Flat as 4 o'clock. So this is going to go on, too, between Danielson and Jericho. We couldn't just get, okay, we had the nice little hyperbole for this match, and now can Danielson win anything anymore? I don't. I guess it's going to go on somehow. So now Danielson's stuck with Jericho and being in the Blackpool Combat Club at the same time, while Jericho's going through this goddamn dramatic foreshadowing with the illustrious Danny Garcia.
Oh, it's the worst.
Who is one of these days is going to be able to speak out loud whether or not he's a wrestler or a sports entertainer. So, your brief comments on Jericho's efforts here, and can somebody chip in and get him a belt?
Well, the stuff with him and Garcia was cringeworthy, and it's been for a while, because Garcia's acting like, I don't know, like the girlfriend of like the football player. I don't know what the hell this whole thing is, this dynamic of he's afraid to admit his real feelings to Chris Jericho, and I don't know what the hell's going on with this. Jericho drags everyone down.
Jericho is the one major star, the one veteran that has come in there and said, fuck it, I'm going to drop every single one of my principles and just play with the cool kids. And I think that's why he's staying heat-free for the most part.
It's all about him. And we said it about Kingston earlier. Look at how Kingston came out of that Jericho feud. We said Jericho realizes Kingston's hot. He's going to want to work with him. He did. And we said what was going to happen. Bryan Danielson. What has this feud done for him so far? He got concussed. Got pinned in that garbage match. Couldn't wrestle for a while. Lost to Daniel Garcia. And now he lost again to Jericho. How has he come out of any of this? That may be one of the biggest booking problems of all the booking problems in AEW. Bryan Danielson, since the return of Jon Moxley, and I'm not trying to put it on Moxley, but that's kind of the cutoff date. Danielson's going to do what he wants to do. But maybe Tony Khan should have him do something else. Well, this is a waste of him. And the match went so long, the crowd didn't care. Why would they? This is not what they want to see.
The thing is, Tony is trying to make young new stars off of his established stars. And that, in theory, is a fine thing to do. But the problem is he's picking the wrong young new stars to have the established stars put over, and it's ending up just damaging the established stars. And the only one of the established stars that's not putting young new talent over is Jericho. He wins in the end every time, and he's stopping the momentum of all the people that he beats. And go ahead.
If I asked you to guess, let's say, in a fantasy world, who will be the next legend? Not even legend. What am I talking about? Who will be the next wrestler that Chris Jericho will completely derail? Do you think you could do it in this fantasy world?
Well, I don't know if I ought to tell you who I pick. Maybe I ought to instead keep that information secret and go over to prizepicks.com. And maybe I can win some money on this thing. You know, you explained to me how this whole Prize Picks deal works and how people you don't have to play against other people, against other crooks out there that may know more than you, because after all, anybody smarter than you is a crook or an asshole. Well, you don't have to play against other people. It's you versus the projections, right, Brian? You just play against the projections. What might happen?
What a great tag team name, the Projections.
You know, that would be nice. You could have one could be front and one could be rear. That way you'd have both sides covered. Anyway, folks, I'll tell you what sides you're going to have covered with the folks at Prize Picks. They offer projections on every single sport that you might watch. NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, PGA, all kinds of alphabet soup, basketball, football, soccer, esports, NASCAR, tennis, MMA, boxing, even disc golf. And entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. You can make safe and fast withdrawals. You don't even need to pull your gun to make a withdrawal at Prize Picks. All you got to do is go to prizepicks.com or download the Prize Picks app. I might have to get Stacy on that. She's good with those apps. And you can play the daily fantasy sports. And let's say, for example, your favorite football player. Let's say, for example, Slopko Sadovich, your favorite football player. He's playing for the East St. Louis Mud Hens. Let's say you think that he's going to score 17 touchdowns in the same game. And all you got to do is put your money where your mouth is. And if he does that, then you win a bunch of money. And right now, first-time users at Prize Picks get a 100% instant deposit match with the promo code JCE. All you got to do is give them $100 and they'll give you another $100. If you give them $50, they'll give you another $50. They'll match whatever up to $100, and then you play with that money. And boy, howdy, if you know your business and you do it right, why, you could be on Easy Street, farting through silk. I mean, shitting in tall cotton. And don't forget to enter the promo code JCE when you sign up for an instant deposit match of up to $100. What are you going to do, Brian, with your free $100?
Well, I'm going to put it back. I'm going to reinvest it in Prize Picks and try to make more with my $100.
Yes, because that's what you do with your money. Whenever you get money, you put it back in and you try to make more. You win money at a casino, what's the first thing you do? You put it right back in. You get a payoff from an insurance settlement or winning a lawsuit, what's the first thing you do? You put it right back in more insurance or more lawsuits. That's a way to make money. PrizePicks.com, promo code JCE.
That's right. Well, speaking of JCE, did you see any more of AEW All Out 2022?
Yes, I did. Another 6-man tag. I know you're thinking, what, Cornette, you're crazy. They couldn't have had another one. Well, they did. The House of Black, which is Malachi and Brody and Buddy. Sounds like a fucking Russian KGB agent and his 2 Afghan wolfhounds. But Malachi, Buddy, and Brody, they wrestled Miro and Sting and Darby. And Miro still remains mad at God for some reason. And he curses God on a regular basis. He's saying in these promos, I'm cursing you, my God.
For booking him like this.
For booking him. You know, there was a window there where we said, boy, we sure would like to see Miro show back up more often. And then it slid right into he's always in the dark room mad at God, but he gets in the ring very seldom. And when he does, it's the House of Black do the spooky entrance, which looks like a Halloween party cosplay of the Judgment Day. At least it doesn't snow when Sting comes out anymore. He's just been relegated to walking out to Darby's music. But again, this made news, this match, not because necessarily the match, but because of the implications, because Malachi Black came into AEW with a top spot and a big push. And he has worked hard to work himself straight into the middle of the card. And now it's rumored he asked for a release. He may quit wrestling. At least that's the story he's trying to get us to believe until he can get back in the good, friendly arms of Triple H.
Until cousin Alistair shows up on
Yes.
WWE TV.
It did. Howard Brody had a cousin named Todd, and Malachi has a cousin named Alistair. Buddy Matthews doesn't sound like the name of a guy that would be in a House of Black. Sounds more like one of the little rascals that didn't make the final casting cut. So the crowd sat on their hands for a while. They beat up Darby. I know that the makeup on the House of Black guys makes them look even more outlaw than they already do. They saved Sting to get in until the hot tag, which is probably good. Because the fans finally cared. When Sting and Malachi got in and went face to face, they actually got into this thing. And they had a big hockey fight, and then the Sting got the Scorpion, but the heel stopped him, and they had a clusterfuck. And then Malachi Black got hard weight and busted open, started bleeding from the head. And then everybody did some more awkward staggering around. Then everything came to a halt. Then Darby hit a dive on Buddy. And then suddenly Sting got up and turned around as Malachi Black was going to grab him, and Sting blew the mist in Malachi Black's face, but you couldn't see it because either he didn't have enough or I don't know what the fuck. If I was everybody in AEW, I'd say, you know what, we're going to leave the fucking mist to Kabuki from now on. Has it worked out once? They either get the chest instead of the face, or they miss the person completely and they sell it anyway, or whatever the fuck. So Sting misted him and Darby rolled him up 1, 2, 3. And apparently then I didn't pay attention to this because it was 11:30. And I don't even know if it was on camera, but apparently Malachi Black hugged his partners, blew a kiss to the fans, and took a bow to insinuate that may be the last time you see him. And all I've got to say is, if I never see a wrestler again, this couldn't have been a better match for me to see, to not ever want to see a wrestler again. Your thoughts?
We recently talked, I think, on the Drive Thru about a Darby Allin interview where he said that when he heard creative freedom was the big thing on the agenda for AEW, that's when he knew he wanted to go there. He'll do anything to go there. And I think a lot of people, even coming out of WWE, thought there would be creative freedom, or were told there would be creative freedom, or expected it. And they got a lot of it. But I think some stuff doesn't work. And this is a talented guy who may be of the era and just wants to do his own thing and nothing but his own thing. I don't know. They said, I think Mike Johnson, PW Insider, was reporting that it may be a mental health issue, that he needs time away. We talked about it. It may be temporary. It may be permanent. No one knows. I hate to be the cynic, but these are also wonderful contract negotiation tactics. He has several years left, and
who was it that quit the business and showed up 3 weeks later?
I believe Kevin Nash. The story was when he was Vinny Vegas went to like Ole Anderson. He's like, I think I've had enough of the business. And Ole's like, that's a great idea. You can imagine Ole Anderson, and like the next week he shows up on Raw.
No, I'm talking about like a couple months ago, not 30 years ago.
Leo Rush?
No, Pat Buck. That's right, Pat Buck. He quit the business, wanted to spend more time with his family, quit the job as an agent in the WWE to spend more time with his family, and showed up in AEW 3 weeks later.
Hey, if he did find a way to get out of his contract and get a release, what do you think of Aleister Black as the leader of Judgment Day?
Well, if they kept him under control, I think that would be intriguing. As long as they don't let him do his creative freedom with all the silly mind games and, the part of the match where everything comes to a screeching halt while we're expected to believe the impossible. But that could be interesting with Malachi Black, Damian Priest, and Rhea Ripley. Send Finn back to babyface school because he's got such a cute little face and a nice little grin.
Will he insist on bringing his lighting man?
I think we're going to have to go with the Judgment Day's lighting crew over the House of Black. Sorry, Malachi, but they know what they're doing. Anyway,
hey, on this question real quick, Tony Khan has not commented on it. I believe AEW previously, from a report we talked about, denied it at first. What is your thoughts? It's not the curtain call or anything, but the idea this played out in front of the fans like that. At the very end, just the idea that all of a sudden there's a bow and a kiss to the fans.
Oh, I don't think you can do much for that. He's hugging his partners, and, especially if it's off camera, he's being a heel smartass. He just got beat, so now he's blowing kisses at the fans and bowing. That can be sour grapes or anything. If the smart fans know he might be leaving, then they know what he was doing. Elsewise, who gives a shit? I don't think that's a big deal, but maybe even if he leaves and it just takes a while off and comes back here with a hopefully new look and a coherent push and a, reason to exist instead of just this. And again, another group. How many groups can they have? And somebody got on me for saying he's got this group of, fat, tattooed, bearded fucks. And somebody actually said, Buddy is neither fat nor tattooed. And I looked and saw that. Son of a gun. It's just the company he keeps. They all look like guys that go to outlaw deathmatch shows. And there's a million of those people in and around wrestling, and they all look the same. And, it's interchangeable. So there needs to be something else going on. He had the fans' goodwill at the start. Malachi Black did. Had the push. Worked with Cody. As you mentioned on the show a couple days ago, the whole spy versus spy, black suit, white suit. But then things just started going down the fucking tubes. And then they give him the other stooges, and it just, Anyway. We'll see. We'll see how, if maybe he'll be like George Costanza. He's got the job. He'll just keep turning up until they tell him that he doesn't really work there anymore. But you know what it was time for now? Because it was past 11:30 on the East Coast, Brian. You know what it was time for?
Trying to stay awake.
Like Mussolini! It's almost Monday, and I'm so tired. I hope they don't go long. So, after all the back and forth and happenings of the past few weeks, Punk does make his entrance in Chicago. And honestly, again, Tony, you squandered. This was not a CM Punk ovation in Chicago. And it's not because that he's any less over because of the angle with him dropping the thing to Moxley in 3 minutes. He's probably more over because of the Ace Steel promo and the whole thing they did last Wednesday night. But here it is going on midnight when these people have been in the goddamn building for 6 hours at least. And they were happy to see Punk, but the babies weren't going in the air because these people are fucking tired for anybody. And then, you know, they play Wild Thing, and here comes Plumber Moxley through the crowd. And the Chicago fans are probably not plumbing fans because they didn't, not only did he just switch heel on them on Wednesday, but for the same reason I've just talked about, it's fucking late, and the bell rings, and they're almost 5 hours into the show. But they opened the thing hot, and they started to do a little play on a quick match because Punk was all over Moxley and giving Moxley his own elbows and hit the go to sleep and got a 2 count. People are like, oh shit. And then they fought into the arena just enough. It looked like it was Punk saying, oh, all right, John, yeah, we'll go out in the arena because I know that you have to do that in every match. So I won't die on this hill. And then they come back and Moxley sends Punk in the post and busts him open. And now he actually did his blood drinking bit. He was able to punch the cut and then lick the blood off his hand. For all the people who want to see that type of thing. But Punk sold his ass off. He was a big baby face. Moxley was the full heel, both in terms of the crowd sentiment and that he was in control, starting to work on Punk's bad foot, blah, blah, blah. And again, when Punk started coming back and they started going back and forth, I said the babies would have been in the air if this was a normal wrestling promotion where the main event came on 2 hours and 45 minutes after the bell time. And they're still enjoying it, but it's not over the top. Punk went for the elbow off the top. Moxley catches him in a choke. Punk comes out, goes for the arm bar. Mox comes out and gets the choke. Then an ankle lock, a German flips off the crowd. Punk hit a roundhouse. Moxley hit a clothesline. They're going back and forth, folks. It's dog eat dog. Where's Larry when you need him? And finally, Moxley hit his DDT and got a 2 count, and he was doing the elbows, trying the choke, but Punk comes out, hits the go to sleep, and Moxley bounces off the ropes and falls on top of Punk, who is crumpled there, but he's knocked out, so Punk is under him, powers him up again, hits another go to sleep. Boom, 1, 2, 3. And they not only got the belt back in the right place, but they got the main event finish in 6 minutes before midnight Eastern. But the show was not over because then suddenly the lights go out. And a voicemail from Tony Khan plays. And you can tell it's Tony's voice. And he's saying, all right, we've got to do this deal. This is the last offer. You can come back and be at All Out. I'll put you in the casino ladder match. I'll pay you bleep dollars. But this is it. It's a final offer. And then they play the clip of Punk in Ring of Honor. Somebody on Twitter said, well, see, it shows what a great investment it was because they got this clip. I love everybody involved. I don't know if this clip was worth a couple $1 million, but the video library would be all right. But the clip of Punk doing the Jake Roberts line, what was it, you silly ass, you knew I was a snake. And then here comes the masked Joker fellow that was in the ladder match, who comes out and unmasks as MJF. And everybody went ballistic over this because they've been wanting to see MJF back, and I have too. And I love MJF. And if it's MJF and CM Punk, I'm all there for it. But I've made my feelings known that I thought the ladder match finish was just caca, just fucking horseshit. And I know everybody's just so happy to see MJF back. And the thing is, I think they milked it a little long. And I know that, plans have been changed because of all the injuries. I don't know what was originally going to happen. Was he going to come back at Forbidden Door? That was the last pay-per-view. I don't fucking know. But it's been a while, and now they're so happy to see him. If they're not careful, people are going to start cheering it a little bit. So MJF, I would have wished that he would have made a more heelish statement rather than just a reappearance on this show, but he's got time to do that, but he needs to do it quick because they'll start liking him, because now the people have seen what this rotten television program is like without MJF on it. So now they're going to be glad to have him back, just so it's going to be more watchable. And there's going to be the danger they're going to want to start cheering for him unless he does something heinous, fairly quickly. But they did the stare down with Punk. MJF gives the fingers to the crowd, which we've seen him all night, including from Tourette Moxley. So they should have saved. That's another thing they should have saved. But nothing happened at the end. There was no physicality. MJF didn't make a statement. Like I said, who knows what they might have done originally, but at least they've got him back. I was not as thrilled as everybody else was with the manner. I'm just thrilled that he's back. What do you think?
I'll talk about the match first. I thought this was one of my favorite Jon Moxley matches in AEW, and I think it's because he works so much better as a heel.
Yeah.
Not as I'm in a combat club, I'm a rough, gruff wrestler heel, but just I'm a fucking dirtbag and I'm going to fight you heel.
I'm an asshole-ish dirtbag that looks like that I fucking grew up in a cardboard box under an overpass in Newport. That's a heel.
I find him a lot more tolerable like that. It seemed like he was having a lot of fun playing with that. I don't know if he can get that reaction everywhere just because of the way he's been used and he's coming out the wild thing and everything. But I thought that brought out the best of Jon Moxley. I'm sure Punk was a big part of that just because he was working with him, but the fact that he was a heel in Chicago made it a better Jon Moxley. The MJF stuff, I don't know. I'm happy he's back. I'm not a big fan of the cinematic aspects of a lot of this stuff. Maybe I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I'm 42. I've only got another 50-something years left. But I don't
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of shit are you on? Give me some.
I'm on that Billy Gunn shit. Listen, I didn't like the whole playing the fake voicemail. And then, because clearly, it wasn't a real voicemail from Tony Khan. And then the whole dramatic, I don't know, I didn't like it. I didn't think it was necessary. I thought it could have been a lot more evil and a lot more sinister and less the big pop for a big moment. And I think that's what MJF should be a little more, is just the sinister heel as opposed to the people got a big moment to pop for him. And that became part of the talk after the event. The idea, Jericho, Jericho just basically demanded he become a babyface. In the scrum. You'll hear. But the idea that people pop like that for him, a lot of it's because he's a guy returning and a guy that made the show better and he's back. But I don't know. I think it should have been something less stagey, even though it wasn't like crazy stagey, but I think it should have been something a little more hardcore, a little more sinister.
A little more straight to the point, a little more violent, a little more underhanded.
Yeah, too dramatic for me.
Well, that was the dramatic close to the All Out pay-per-view, where they are literally all out of ideas, all out of patience, all out of civility.
No, there are plenty of patients. What's her name? Ruby Soho broke her nose.
Oh, yeah. All of the patients on it. And also, we didn't even mention that, of course, Adam Cole is still gone somewhere, hurt somehow. Kyle O'Reilly's just had surgery. We're not sure what happened there. Basically, anybody that you don't see fairly regularly, you've got to assume in this company they're hurt.
Even if you see him regularly. Did you know Christian Cage was
yeah, we didn't know that. But that finished the pay-per-view.
Yeah?
Yes, that finished the pay-per-view.
Oh, that finished the pay-per-view. I didn't hear what you said.
Yes.
That finished the pay-per-view, and some of us had to stay up a little bit after that and keep following the wrestling news as it happened, and we'll talk a little bit more about this press scrum that we played some audio from before. But there was a little bit of a break in between the end of the pay-per-view and the CM Punk celebration.
What did you do?
I decided to spend my time waiting for the press scrum, listening to some jazz, and I had some good music on, some John Coltrane, enjoying the night. Not like Tony Khan enjoys the night, but I was enjoying the night.
Oh, you were enjoying the jazz of the night.
Yes.
I might have to switch emails for this. You were enjoying the jazz of the night. How were you enjoying this jazzy jazz? Were the neighbors playing it in their living room? You had your window open listening, or did you have it on your Victrola?
Oh, come on. I'm not that
How
old.
were you listening? Were you on the AM radio, the transistor radio you have up to your side of your head there, Dobie Gillis?
I don't have that. Dobie Gillis, come on now. That show was 1959. What are you comparing to Dobie Gillis?
There's modern ways to listen to things. How are you listening to your stuff, your jazz?
How is Dobie Gillis transistor radio? That's not the modern way of listening to things. I am a modern guy. Maybe some would say postmodern. And I listen to everything with my Raycon earbuds.
I knew that's what you were listening to, because you would not have enjoyed that jazzy jazz. You wouldn't have jizzed over that jazz had you not been listening to your Raycon everyday wireless earbuds, because everything else just sounds like poopy. Compared to the Raycons, they look, feel, and sound better than ever. They've got the optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. I'm telling you, the gel comes in a variety of flavors. Comes in strawberry, comes in elderberry.
No, come on, don't start that.
Comes in cherry.
Don't start that. But, of course, these are gel that you don't consume. This is gel that you don't consume. Not these are gel. This is gel.
Well, these are for consumers. The consumers buy the Raycon wireless earbuds. They're consuming the earbuds. They put the gel in their ear.
Yes.
And then you stick your head in a refrigerator for about 3 hours, let it set up.
No, do not joke.
And then they sound perfect, and they're shaped just like the inside of your own ear. Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and you get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. It is no wonder, ladies and gentlemen, that Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. And that's just from Uncle Dave alone listening to press scrums. So, the Raycons, they got 3 customizable sound profiles. The earbud tap functions. You can tap your earbuds. And I've always wanted to tap a good earbud, and now's your chance. They got the noise isolation mode, the awareness mode. They will not fall out of your head no matter what. You got to pry these things out. We've mentioned the plethora of funeral directors that have been actually having special tools made to pry the Raycon wireless earbuds out of the ears of corpses. They're so comfortable. People die with them in there, never even know that they're there.
They are indeed comfortable. However, we've not previously talked about corpses having to have earbuds pried out of their ears. And of course, when you put the Raycon earbuds in your ears, you can take them out. Not even pry, just take them out whenever you want.
Well, you can, but, if you don't put them in yourself, you don't know how they went in. If you die with the Raycon wireless earbuds in your ears, somebody else is going to have to take them out. They may not be as well-versed as you are.
Why are we
focusing on death? But that's the thing it's because they're so comfortable, you'll never even remember they're there. You'll just go about your daily life for months and even years, and you'll never remember they were there. And sometimes skin even grows over them, so you're just hearing music naturally. You don't even realize you've got any implements in your ears. It's kind of morphed into your own body. But they sound great. And right now, You can go to Buy Raycon, that's BUYRAYCON, buyraycon.com/JCE and get 15% off your Raycon order. That is, again, buyraycon.com/JCE, 15% off everything on the entire site just because you listen to us and we love you. And I'm telling you right now, you will hear voices in your head. You won't know where this shit's coming from, but it sounds great. All the orders, the things that the voices tell you to do.
No, I was about to make a correction. You will know exactly where what you are listening to is coming from because you will be choosing what you listen to, just like you'll be choosing when to take the earbuds out when you are done for the day with Raycon. Well,
they can make suggestions, though, on what you might listen to.
Let's just end it with Raycon.
Raycon!
See? It's easy.
Yeah. Wait till you try to get them fucking things out of your ears.
You can get them out of your ears. See, we got to end on a positive note with Raycon.
I'm positive you'll have a devil of a time trying to get them things out of your ears.
God damn it.
Because they fit so well and they're so comfortable, you'll never even know. And it's... You know, the old people, when they're in bed for a long period of time, they kind of grow into the couch or the bed or whatever. These things grow right into your skull, and then you can turn them on sometimes by sticking your finger in your navel.
Nope. None of this works.
It turns them right on.
They work the traditional, new-fashioned kind of way. Raycon. That's not the promo code. Raycon.
I just laughed so hard I farted.
Oh. I wonder what that
was. So, Brian.
Yeah.
Have we got more scrum? There was something scrumming with Jericho.
Well, there was lots of other things, not just Jericho. It was a scrummy kind of night. But, Jim, before we get going, let me just give you a quick update on something we spoke about a little bit earlier. Couple reports coming out now. On Twitter, Stephen Muehlhausen, who it says here...
Wait, what? Muehlhausen?
Stephen Muehlhausen.
Is he friends with Danhausen?
I don't know, and now you make me question if this is indeed his real name. But he's the boxing, MMA, and pro wrestling writer for DAZN. And he tweets, sources... There was an altercation between CM Punk and the Young Bucks early Monday. The Bucks confronted Punk about his comments at the scrum. It did get physical, with Punk throwing punches at least one member of the Bucks. A number intervened to separate everyone. More to come. And there's also a separate report that I'm seeing here being reported by Sean Ross Sapp that the altercation involved Punk, Ace Steel, and the Elite, but he has not confirmed that yet. So a little bit more getting out about whatever it is that happened. I mean, the whole story will get out sooner or later, but whatever it is that happened backstage.
Well, this sounds like it's interesting, and I know Punk's straight edge, but I'm pretty sure he's taken pills bigger than Nick Jackson. And I don't think that Matt Jackson could whip CM Punk or even half of Punk if the other half was helping him. So maybe Ace Steel was there just to make sure that Twinkle Toes didn't skip in from the back and pull his hair or something.
Yeah, you think Brandon Cutler was there filming it?
Hopefully he got the filming for being the... They're going to change the name of the show from Being the Elite to Beating the Elite.
Biting the Elite, and Larry gets involved.
Beat your meat. Oh my God, if Punk had fucking sicked Larry, well, no, but Punk's an animal lover. He wouldn't want Larry biting any of those suet-filled, tough, chewy, gristle-filled Elite members. I'm sure he feeds Larry a proper diet of healthy food that a growing canine deserves instead of just junk meat from the butcher shop left
Gristle.
over.
You said gristle.
Gristle.
All right, Grizzly. Well, let's move on here.
You're to just call him Grizzly Smith.
Well, going back to, let's not call him that. Let's not call him that, ladies and gentlemen. That was a bad joke, but speaking of bad jokes, let's talk a little bit more about this media scrum. After CM Punk left, as we mentioned during Swerve Strickland and Keith Lee. I hate the name. What is it? Swerve to Our Glory? Swerve in Our Glory?
Swerve in Our Glory, which actually
Horrible.
makes no sense whatsoever.
It's so stupid.
You can't really swerve in glory.
Well, they swerved into the press conference.
You can't really even tread water in it.
They swerved right into the press conference. They sat there with Tony Khan in the middle of them. Again, during this is when the melee happened in the back. But here's where things got a little awkward. And actually, I don't know who asked this question. I don't have it here. But again, Tony Khan, the booker, with the tag team champions on either side of him. Let's go to this.
Hey,
Next.
Question for Tony. Given how crazy it was for the Acclaimed in the building, how much they were over tonight, in a way that I think probably surprised most of us in this room, the level of it. When you were sitting back there, did you give any consideration to calling an audible?
Well, I think look, it's up to these guys are great wrestlers. Why don't I address the match? And everybody's got questions for Keith and Swerve. I think it's great to talk to the champions, and then I'll talk about the match last. Thank you.
Okay.
Last question here for the champs, Nick.
Well, I'll do a follow-up on it, and I'll address it to Keith and Swerve then. You know, my timeline was filled with people saying if there was a time to call an audible, this was the time.
Well, okay, forget about that. I think in the context of the wrestling match, Nick, forget about audible. I mean, in the flow of that was a classic wrestling match, and if I may, what's your question?
My question was how do you two feel about seeing people say that they thought that you guys should have maybe
You
not
put
won
the
tonight?
wrong team over.
Well, I'll stop this for a second before you hear the answer.
They're trying to say you put the wrong team over. The people wanted to see the Acclaimed win. It was obvious. It was there. It was right in front of you. Get on the goddamn, you're at the go position. Get on the IFB. Tell the referee, hey, tell them sunset flip, drop the fucking belts, get the fuck out of there. That's all you got to do. That's what they're trying to ask you.
Well, we're going to go to this answer in a second, but it's awkward watching it. You feel bad for them. You're looking at Keith Lee. Right
in front of the flunkies that are standing there, supposedly the champions. Yeah, why didn't the other team win? Because they were good and the people wanted that.
I like, too, the way it happened. Tony, did you think about audible? I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, he was shutting that down real quick, and they wouldn't stop.
Can I ask a follow-up? How did you guys feel about the idea that people thought there should be audible?
How did you guys feel that the building couldn't give a shit whether y'all won or dropped dead or turned blue, and they wanted to see the other guys win? How did you feel about that?
Well, let's hear a little bit from them, and tell me what you think of their answer.
Get it from us. First of all, let me be honest with you. Social media is very much beneath me. It is very rare that I read it, okay?
I gotta tell him about the bullshit.
He really does. He literally reports to me and sends me links because I don't give a damn. Everything that I've done in this business, in this industry, just because we're in the ring and we make someone look incredible, and we're good at it.
Oh, God.
We're very good at it. Stories are told, things happen, we pull something different out of everyone that we've ever fought. Now, I challenge you.
I challenge you.
I love
if this happens again with someone else, to have a better match than what we just put on out there. Accept the challenge and then show me.
I need receipts. I'm just gonna start asking for receipts from a lot of that.
Until then, it sounds arrogant, but I'm being very honest. Mount Everest. Someone should climb it.
Let me stop it. I know you're not watching
Did
this.
he get Everest and Rushmore mixed up there? Or?
I love this version of Keith Lee talking like this, in a setting like this, as opposed to just standing there by yourself with a microphone. They should be heels. This is good for a heel tag team.
And I think, I don't know whether he's smart enough to know. If he's smart enough to know that, yes, that's what he's doing, that was great. But if he actually thinks that match was due to anything that he and Swerve had to do with it, I think he's nuts. So with that voice, and remember, he even was quoted in an interview, Keith Lee was, shortly after he left the WWF, saying, well, and they didn't like my voice. No wonder, if that's the way you really sound. But as a heel, as a condescending heel, looking down your nose at everybody, that might work. But I don't think a lot of these guys, they have some kind of talent or some special attributes, something to hang their hat on that they could get over, but they don't know what it is, and nobody is trying to. Well, I won't say nobody's trying to bring him. Maybe they were in NXT and he wouldn't listen because they said they didn't like my voice. Then you should have fucking changed it because nobody else does either. So I guess that's the thing. Some of these guys, they have attributes that they could use to their advantage, but I don't think they know what they are or how to bring them out or how to avoid the other shit that ain't gonna do them any good.
Well, before I play you any more audio, let me just promise you before we get to this next section, there's going to be some good stuff at the end that you're going to like, with Tony getting fired up, talking about Jim Crockett promotions, etc. But we got to get through some of this Chris Jericho stuff because you have to hear it. You really need to see it because it's so pompous. It's amazing. It's like Wait, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like inside the actor's studio kind of shit.
Really, like imagine if they had the most smug version of Jerry Lewis on there. And he's just blowing himself all over the place and talking about all the people he's done great things for with all his brilliant ideas that he concocted in his brilliant mind.
And how popular he is in France.
And imagine if he was sitting next to his biggest fan. And that's what you got here with Chris Jericho and Tony Khan. Let me play you some audio, Jim. Here is Chris Jericho talking about the advice he gave to the roster during the meeting.
Well, thank you. Nick Hausman, Wrestling Inc. I asked Tony about this earlier this week, but there was the mandatory backstage talent meeting that Tony confirmed happened. Reportedly, you spoke at that meeting, Chris. I was just wondering if you could tell us what you said to the roster and, what kind of advice you're giving to talent and management right now at this period in AEW.
The specifics don't need to be discussed, even though you can read them online, and that was one of the things that was discussed. Don't leak shit that's supposed to be private amongst us. But I think that my message always is to remind people how special AEW is. And don't take that for granted, like swearing and that sort of thing. Like, all it takes is the wrong guy to see somebody say pussy or whatever the hell it is, and they're going to go, done. It happens. We know this. So I always want to remind guys that please don't...
How many times has he said dipshit on TV?
I was about to say, wasn't he the shit king of television?
For a while there. He was trying to go with GFY until Moxley said, go fuck yourself on live TV.
Yes. So this is the guys who watch your language, kids.
Ruin, or potentially ruin, this amazing world that we've created.
We don't want guys going into business for themselves.
We don't, and we
or
can't.
Girls.
And where I came from, working for Vince for 20 years, that was unacceptable. It would never happen. And I'm just trying to let people know that we're getting to the point now where these types of things are unacceptable as well. And we will start, doing things that Tony would do in the NFL or with Fulham. And we are a pro sports, multi-million-dollar company with a huge television contract, with another huge television contract coming up soon. So a lot of guys don't have that experience and don't realize just how special this is. So that's what I try and do whenever we have these types of meetings. And I have them, and Tony has them. We used to have them a lot more, but now it's a little more frequent. Just to remind guys, stay on course.
The benevolent Chris Jericho.
Hey, there's part of the problem. That's who they're getting advice from, these young wrestlers, Chris Jericho.
Oh, my God. Stay away from the Capitol, kids. Don't listen to him.
All right, let's go to this. Hold on. Jim, here is Chris Jericho, or on this night, Lionheart.
Dave.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Good to see you guys, man.
Good to see you. So, when it comes to the mentality of you're reinventing yourself all the time, because you have to do. You've been in the business for a long time, and you have to keep things fresh. How did the Lionheart idea come in? In the sense of, you did it before, but to go back to something that it's almost like you're going back 25 years in your career.
Yeah.
Did it just pop into your head one day, or was it something?
So it's an interesting story. So we built up a match with Jericho and Mox at Quake by the Lake for the title. And prior to that, I was just finishing up with Eddie Kingston And also Moxley was involved as well. But we did Anarchy in the Arena, and we did Blood and Guts, and then we did Barbed Wire Everywhere. And I remember Mox at one point going, well, we need some kind of a gimmick. Like, we've done too many gimmicks. Like, why don't we just have a fucking wrestling match? And he was, yeah, like that. And then he texted me during the week. And Mox is a man of few words, unless he's excited, in which case he'll talk your ear off. And he said, I got this idea. What do you think? I remember I was in London for my spoken word show. And he said, I got this idea. Why don't I say, like, leave all the bullshit behind, leave the JS behind. I want the guy that I used to tape trade to see, that I watched in ECW in Japan, the Super J-Cup, Lionheart, Chris Jericho. And at first I was like, well, that's interesting, because I'm not a guy who likes nostalgia. But I was like, that's really cool. It's almost like I had just done the Painmaker with Barbed Wire Everywhere. Why can't we do Lionheart? That's actually really, really cool. And Tony loved it as well. So then I had the vest. And then I have a storage unit where I looked through boxes of stuff, and I found the kick pads, his original kick pads. I could not find.
I got to stop for a second. This is unbearable. He's so pleased with himself. It's almost like he knew this question was coming. He's so pleased with himself and the brilliant behind-the-scenes story of how Lionheart returned.
How he went through his storage unit. And at least we know now the confirmation it was Moxley's idea, because we mentioned how stupid that was and how markish that was and how narrow-casting that was, that here's a guy who beat The Rock and Steve Austin at one point in the same night, was the undisputed WWF champion, back when that actually meant something, but we want to remember when he worked outlaw shows in Japan. So yeah, that's Moxley, all right.
Jim, let's get this last bit of audio from Jericho. Here's Jericho's comments on MJF's return.
Chris, Denise Salcido from Instinct Culture. So I wanted to ask you, given your history with MJF, what did you think of his return tonight?
I loved it. I was not expecting, like, I knew he was here, but I was not expecting what I saw, and I thought, that's really, really cool. Now, the thing is, I worked with MJF for a year, and I know how creative he is and how good he is, so it doesn't surprise me. What surprised me the most is that we got Sympathy for the Devil by the Rolling Stones. And I'm like, okay, that's some money for sure. White Zombie, Electric Head, that's a certain level.
You'd be surprised.
I would be surprised. I know that we asked for Van Halen at one point, and they wanted like $1 million or some ridiculous thing, and AC/DC wouldn't even call us back. So the Stones are much cooler and cheaper, apparently, or maybe not that cheap, but either way, I just
they played at our stadium, former TIA.
That's right. So I thought it doesn't surprise me at all, even though I was pleasantly surprised at how he did it. Yeah. I'm a big fan of MJF, I really am. And I said to him, when you come back, you're going to be a baby face. And he's like, I don't want to be a baby face, I want to be a face. I said, it's going to happen. He's like, I don't know what to do. I said, I'm sure The Rock said the same thing, or Steve Austin said the same thing.
Thank you, Chris.
Come back. I'll teach you. It's easy. It's easier to make people hate you than it is to make them like you. But once they start hating you, that's when they really start liking you. And he's almost at that point. That's my prediction. I think he'll be one of our top baby faces, whether he wants to be or not, very, very soon.
Thank you, Chris, for trying to make somebody else in the company with talent look phony and fake and fucking kill their gimmick. Thank you very much for that.
Really, what the fuck is that? MJF, for everything we know about the guy, does everything he can to protect his gimmick. And there's Jericho like, oh, he came to me, he was so concerned. How can I be a heel?
Yeah.
How can I do it? And he talked just like this. He talked just like, seriously.
Because he was so excited to be in my presence because I was Lionheart.
It's like a late era Liberace interview. This is so ridiculous. And you look at him and his forehead is all pulled back. I don't know what that is on top of his fucking head. And then he sits there and in the most pretentious way tries to talk like the master thespian speaking to Cannes. I mean, I really don't know. The Cannes Film Festival. That's where he is. It's so ridiculous and it's so preposterous. And the only thing that makes this concerning is the fact that Tony Khan's next to him and he's clearly the biggest fan Chris Jericho has in the entire world.
He's nodding and he's smiling and it's like he's mooning. He's mooning. Because it's his living action figures, his whole collection there. He gets to show them off.
Well, Jim, let's go to Tony Khan audio and we'll wrap things up with some audio from Tony here. Nick Hausman asked him about the recent stories of AEW's legal team warning WWE about contract tampering. Let's go to this.
Here you go, Nick.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about kind of a follow-up about your comments about alluding to contract tampering. You were also asked about a potential WWE AEW Super Show, and you said not after the way they treated me. What happened when you say something like that? How were you treated? What was the exchange there with WWE?
I've had a number of interactions with them, and I don't know. I'm not. I was super. I've said a lot of nice stuff, and I don't regret saying nice stuff because I'm super honest about pro wrestling, and when I saw good stuff happening there, I'll be the first to say it. But yeah, I just am not feeling the same love.
Was there a reason for that?
I don't want to get into it, but I just haven't felt the same reciprocation that I have for them.
Well, let's stop there, Tony. Talking about. Yeah, I mean, again, he's put out the idea in the past that he would not be against the idea of a super show. It's one of those fan ideas that you always hear about. And that's kind of what was addressed here.
If he has ever, at any point in his life, from yesterday through his birth, ever, for 1 second, seriously thought that the WWE would have any kind of joint event with him, he's out of his mind. And it shows that these people don't understand the business that they've gotten themselves into. That was never a thing that was going to happen under Vince. That's never a thing that's going to happen under Triple H. It's not going to take place. And the idea that he thinks because he called them up and complimented them or said nice things in some forum that they were going to do the same thing to him is ridiculous. This is business, and the WWE has spent the past 40 years putting all their competitors out of business. And they are going to do nothing on purpose to help him. They did let quite a few pieces of talent go that would have helped him when he picked him up if he had used them properly. But they're not going to do anything on purpose to help him or in any way make anything any easier for him. They're going to do the exact opposite. They're going to counter-program him. They're going to book against him. They're going to go back channel to get talent. They're going to do the same thing they've been doing for the past 40 fucking years. And if this is a surprise to him and he thought in some fashion because they said nice things about each other that the door was open to work together now or in the future, that's insane. The WWE is like every other big business in America or in the world. They will stab you in the back and then call the cops and have you arrested for carrying a concealed weapon.
Let's get another question for Tony. His next question was asked.
My big question is, does my fart that I accidentally let earlier, did that stay in the show or is that being cut out?
It's up to you.
I'd like to leave it.
Well, I did not expect that, but all right, we'll leave it since it didn't smell too bad. But Jim, this next question, I don't know why you went back to that now. This next question here to Tony Khan was from someone named Izzy from Hot Tag with Izzy. She asked about, with everything going on in AEW, the overall success of All Out as a business venture, the actual money it generated, will that help everything happening in the back? Let's go to Tony's answer.
Well, I think there's still a lot of wrestlers in professional wrestling who don't get along, and now it's more apparent than ever that there are those things. But I also think that the industry has thrived on creative tension for a long time, and then you might say, well, what if it doesn't manifest itself in a match right away? And I also think that, as I mentioned other times this weekend, when in the 90s, which is arguably the all-time business peak and interest peak, and really I think just the general peak of pro wrestling in many ways, the late 90s and early 2000s, there was certainly a big group of pro wrestlers who did not like each other. There were a lot of people who didn't get along, and a lot of times they weren't even in the same companies, and they would rip each other. And it was certainly not going to produce a match. But that is what we produce, is wrestling matches, and there are a lot of matches between people who probably don't get along and don't like each other, and it's not always an easy road to get people in the ring. But when you can get people in the ring to settle their differences in the ring, it can be really exciting. There's a lot of conversation about people not getting along, not liking each other. I definitely think that it's probably more apparent than ever that there's a lot of that. I don't like everything either. I don't like everything people say, and there's people that have said things pretty blatantly, even people that like work here that have just gone out and slammed me blatantly in public, and there's only so much of it I'll take. I'm a pretty nice guy and I'm very flexible. It's nice being home. As a segue, being here, seeing a lot of my friends, I have a pretty calm demeanor generally with people, and I'm willing to put up with a lot of abuse. Something that came up while I was doing an interview this week was one of the guys that interviewed me while I was in town. He went to the University of Illinois, and we kind of put together that I had bartended for him many, many times and served him many drinks over the years when I was a bartender in college. I have a demeanor of service. I try to service people, and that includes the wrestling fans. I will go around and ask if I can help somebody.
There's a number of people being serviced right
offer
now.
Somebody a hand or pour somebody a drink or whatever I need to do to make somebody feel better. But there's only so much slamming me and knocking me I can put up with. But on the other hand, I will do like what's right for business when I have to. And so I think, to be honest, when people don't get along, people don't like each other, I think I've been probably had people saying about as much stuff about me over the last few months as anybody, and sometimes you just have to take it and move on with business, and that's a part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's a lot there. What did you think of Tony's comments?
Tony's an odd fellow, isn't he? Tony, I don't think, gets a good grasp on what's going on around him. He thinks because he's nice to everybody that everybody's just going to be nice and trustworthy to him. Has he not figured out yet? Is it because he's in the billionaire's bubble that most people will fuck you around in a heartbeat if they can get what they want, and will turn on you and fucking slander you? And that's why that if he's going to run a business, it needs to be business, or if he's going to hang out with friends, they need to be friends, but you can't have both. Does that make any sense?
It does make sense. It's it is hard when you've established yourself in one way or another as a friend, and now you have to put your foot down finally because you didn't at the beginning. But there's a lot of things going on there. And, again, Tony's busy also with a football team and everything else. And whatever happened with Thunder Rosa, whatever happened with Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara, everything now with the AEW civil war between factions, this is all happening under these conditions. But Jim, let's go to this next question. Speaking of these conditions, here's a question from Brandon Thurston about how the business of this pay-per-view is doing. And this is going to go into that quote I mentioned earlier.
The Crockett quote.
Yeah, so let's listen to this. We'll get your thoughts. If there's any point you want me to stop because you have something to say, just stop me.
Hey, man. Yes, I'm well aware, sir. Sorry, but yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you tell us how this pay-per-view is selling? Usually get digital right away.
Yeah, digital. So I am going to say I don't have an exact number for you. I think it's probably, there's a chance it's going to be the second highest All Out ever. It may not be the highest All Out. It might be the first time we haven't hit that high. I knew last year the all-time high would be challenging. There's a big difference between this year and last year. We were the first professional wrestling show and the only professional wrestling show on Labor Day weekend last year, and we were the third professional wrestling show of the weekend this year. I don't think that's a coincidence. And when I talk about things I wasn't thrilled about, I was a little surprised we were the third professional wrestling show this weekend, and it's probably a little bit more challenging in the marketplace when it becomes a little more crowded. So our performance, given the prior years, we never had this kind of competition, and it's kind of a first for us in AEW to see this kind of crowded marketplace. I'm not sure if this is what we'll see from now on. If it is, when the fight is brought, I will continue bringing fights of my own, and I have unique ways to do that and a lot of money to fight with. And this is not a game to me. This is my life, and I don't think it's a joke, and I take it really seriously. And yeah, so I am very happy with the numbers we did. Given the competition we had, I was hoping that it would be the all-time high for All Out, but I'm not sure it's going to quite hit that. So it's the first time an AEW pay-per-view in history did not top the number before, probably. But that being said, it's still going to be, again, the second highest number we've ever done for All Out, and this year will end up being the biggest year on pay-per-view in AEW's history by far for pay-per-view revenue. It won't even be close. So Even with Full Gear to come, I'm quite confident this will be our all-time high for pay-per-view.
Can you put it in a rank with other pay-per-views this year?
It's pretty similar to the other pay-per-views this year. I think it would be Forbidden Door was an unprecedented success and the biggest debut in AEW pay-per-view history. A lot of the buys were international, and the price point is obviously a little bit lower in international. I think this would be more total buys and.
I'm going to sleep. When does he say the stupid thing?
I believe it's coming up in a few seconds.
Okay, the stupid thing then. Stay tuned, folks, for the stupid thing.
Yeah, stay awake. Come on, we don't have a sleep sponsor this week.
It would be significantly higher than Forbidden Door. I'd expect it to be similar to Double or Nothing. But All Out last year was higher than Double or Nothing was last year.
He does go on.
It was a high all-time for Double or Nothing, obviously. I don't know if we'll quite hit that, but I do think it's going to be in that range. So very good, given the competition that we've never faced before. This is kind of an unprecedented marker, in my opinion. But it's still the number is the number, and I have to face the competition out there. But when I compare myself to Jim Crockett Promotions this weekend, I think I got a taste of the same medicine Jim Crockett Promotions took. But I have a lot more fucking money than Jim Crockett did, and I'm serious. I'm not gonna sit back and take this fucking shit.
Ooh.
And if you see him visually, it's the angriest we've ever seen Tony Khan, I believe, on camera here. Not that you immediately dismiss what he said, but I mean, what he's saying, you understand why he feels the way he does.
Well, yes, but also I'm very scared that that's the angriest we've ever seen him. Of course, he's got more money than Jim Crockett Promotions had, because Jim Crockett Promotions had been in the wrestling business for 40 years, not in the rich father business for 40 years. But at some point, number one, why is he surprised? They're going to, they counter-programmed the Bunkhouse Stampede with the Royal Rumble. And then Crockett counter-programmed WrestleMania with the Clash of Champions. And blah, blah, blah. It's been going on. That's what you do in a wrestling war. You run the other guy's towns, you try to get in the other guy's buildings, try to steal the other guy's talent, try to take the other guy's television. Whatever the case, it shouldn't be a surprise, but what he's doing now is telling them, well, I got a bunch more money than Jimmy Crockett. So the first thing that they're going to do, if they're smart in Stamford, is say, well, let's see if we can make him spend as much of it as possible. And then, because they know that he's willing to throw money after the situation to not be one-upped or to not be punked out or put upon or whatever, so they're going to say, let's see how much money we can make him spend. And then they're going to start booking shit that they don't even intend to do, maybe. They're just going to see if he'll respond by spending some money to fucking counter-program him or counter-book him or whatever. Then they pull out, he's committed. He don't even know what they're doing to him until they've done it. Because he's saying, I'm willing to spend all the money in the world. At some point, nobody is willing to spend all the money in the world, even if they have it. And we saw that with Dixie Carter when Bob and Mama Carter had to get involved because she'd overstepped her allowance. I'm not saying it's going to be the same thing here because these people got a lot more money than the Carters. But at some point, you don't tell the opposition, I got 1,000,000 bullets here in this fort, and if you come up the hill, I'll fire every single one of them at you. Because then there's going to be people coming up the hill every day until you don't have any more bullets left.
Well, again, to be fair, he's going through a lot right now.
I wonder if the football players are this cantankerous with each other as the wrestlers are. They all know how to play football, and they're probably all kind of in the same mindset of maybe we ought not have flaming tables on the sidelines and put barbed wire around the fucking goalposts.
But again, with everything happening behind the scenes, things out of his control at the moment, everything happening with the business of AEW, the concerns going on, and now Triple H is there. There's buzz with WWE, whether it's warranted or not. You can understand why, for the first time, he really let off steam like this about the issue. Whether it's wise or not, you can understand why.
No, I see what he's doing. He's cracking. Because that being in that position, you will crack eventually and want to choke somebody or say fuck it or throw something off a bridge or whatever the case. Everybody handles it differently, but he's starting to crack because his boys are starting to crack. Because there's no cohesive teamwork nor leadership.
You said what WWE would do more than likely is try to drain him of some of that money. If you were Tony Khan, what would you do? If you're saying, hey, I don't like the way you guys are trying to fuck around with my business, I'm going to fuck around with you right back. What could you do?
Well, in this case, he could have had the more attractive show to a larger number of people. But that's not possible because he doesn't have the largest number of people watching his television to draw from. So, again, don't rely on just the fans that you have already because they came with you at the start. They're just blind to the drawbacks of Twinkle Toes and etc. But they're not going to forsake you if you get some other talent on the show that regular folks might like. They're not going to go away because they're there. They're invested. They love the company more than anything. There just ain't enough of them. There's 750,000 or whatever of them. The 200 and something thousand people that turn the TV off when they see Harpo is maybe who you need to appeal to a little more, and some more of them that you might be able to get afterwards if you keep getting stars of the name recognition value of CM Punk or young talent like MJF or Hobbs or FTR that the real wrestling fans want to see, not the goddamn gymnastics exhibitions. He's always talking about having a bunch of a buffet of every wrestling style. No, you don't. You've got constant over and over self-gratifying indie outlaw style bullshit, and you have only a segment or two on each television show that is devoted to the experienced veterans that know how to do this shit right. So put on a better show that's not going to cost you any more money. You're already promoting it, you're already airing it, you're already paying the crew to shoot it, whatever, just make it better. And get your employees in control. And start making them do what you tell them to do because you are the boss and you are paying them. And if they don't like it, then be the first one to offer to help them carry their bags to the fucking car. I mean, you don't need to spend a lot of money to do that. And I don't see how he's going to be. How can he spend money and fight that anyway? The WWE can book any shows they want, anywhere they want, anytime they want. They can run them all day long. He can spend money. He's not going to be able to stop that. What's he going to do? Hire a goddamn crew of fucking, the circus rowdies to go and tear the fucking tent down? Can't do that in this day and age. So he's just expressing that he's willing to spend a lot of money in some unknown way to stop the WWE from doing what they're going to be doing to him more often in the future, which is running opposition, trying to get some of the talent, trying to prevent more talent from going there, trying to prevent Tony from getting any foothold he can in any new project, in any means that they can figure out how to do it. That's just what's going to happen.
Well, we shall see. But Jim, let me ask you a question. Have you ever stopped to wonder why internet access is so much cheaper these days? Like $30 to $40 a month? It's because internet service providers aren't just making money off subscription fees. They're also making money from spying on your internet activity and selling your history and data and the data to big tech companies. So, what's the best way to make sure that 100% of your data is encrypted and that your ISP can't get a hold of it? I'm asking you.
Well, I'm going to tell you. And I've never wondered why internet access was cheaper these days, because these Spectrum assholes are charging me double for half the internet that I'm supposed to get. But I have heard and do indeed concur and agree with that these internet service providers, the ISPs for short, are making more money off of you than they're entitled to. They're spying on your internet activity. As you mentioned, they're selling your data and your history. And, there's a lot of people, apparently we come to find out, there's a lot of people doing things on their internet connection that they don't want people to know about. Now, that's where the fine folks at ExpressVPN come in. Now, we've been talking about ExpressVPN, Brian, and you've straightened me out. You've clarified a few things. I want to make mention of some things that ExpressVPN will not do. I'm now told that they do not provide you with a fake identity and documentation and paperwork to support same. That's not one of the services that they provide. They will not give you driver's licenses, birth certificates, passports, or other things in fictitious people's names. Am I correct in this?
Yes, you are actually correct. That is completely ridiculous. So, of course,
they will not do this.
VPN does not do those things. No.
Of course they wouldn't. And they do not provide. I'm told this under very certain circumstances that they do not provide a cleaning crew to come to your home to clean up any incidents, to remove any evidence of wrongdoing, such as, I don't know, files, documents, top secret classified dossiers, human corpses, things that are buried in your crawl space. They do not send a cleaning crew out to take care of that. You got to do all that stuff on your own. ExpressVPN will not get involved in that. Is that what I'm told?
Once again, of course they would not do that. You'd have to be a complete moron to believe something like that, because ExpressVPN does wonderful things for you that don't include any of these silly, funny things that have come from the mind of Mr. Jim Cornette, the star.
Well, no, they didn't come from my mind. I was told these things, and now I'm trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. I'm trying to get to the truth from the fiction.
Who told you these things?
Well, I'll be unreliable people that were wandering down the street when I happen to be sitting there under the tree saying, wow, I wonder what this ExpressVPN is all about. Here's something else I hear they do not do. They, under no circumstances, will provide you with the name and location of a plastic surgeon that will change your appearance in any way, shape, or form. They will not have anyone that can perform surgery on you at a undisclosed location, possibly with or without the benefit of anesthesia, to change your appearance in case your picture is, well, spread all over the place. They won't do that.
No, of course not. I don't know why we're still going over this. Of course they won't do that. ExpressVPN will create a secure tunnel between all your devices.
Now, there's a secure tunnel between your devices. How secure is it? Could somebody break into that tunnel and go from one device to the other? It's a secure tunnel. They can't.
It's a secure.
They can't break into it. They create a secure tunnel between your devices and the internet, so everything you do online is encrypted. I understand. Also, they do reroute your connection through a secure server, which blocks your ISP from seeing the ISP. From seeing everything that you do online. And some people are doing some things online that, frankly, if your parents only knew.
Stop. That's not in the copy. Let's try to.
All that they can see, all these people out there trying to spy on you folks, they're looking in your windows, they're in your walls, they're everywhere, and they're looking at everything that you see and do. They're listening to what you say.
Come on.
But if you're connected to ExpressVPN, then all they can see is you're connected to an ExpressVPN server. Nothing beyond that. They can't read your documents. They can't listen to your communications. They cannot peek in the window at you and look at you in your underwear. And that's all things that these crooked ISPs have been noted for doing. I saw that article about the peeping on the underwear in the newspaper last week. Folks, it's not just for a phone or a computer. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, on your tablets, on your smart TVs, your router. Your entire family will stay protected. I mean, this thing will work on your toasters, your microwaves, and they won't be able to tell what kind of food that you're microwaving or eating. I can't stress this enough that ExpressVPN is so simple to use. You just open up the app, whatever that is, wherever it may be. You tap one button, and once you've tapped, you're connected. Protect your data. It's your business and your business only. And nobody else is going to tell you what to do with your business or your data. Or elsewise, you can tell them to go take a flying leap at a rolling donut. Right now, go to expressvpn.com/JCE, and you're going to get 3 extra months of rolling donuts for free, along with 3 extra months of ExpressVPN protection for free. That's expressvpn.com/JCE. Go there, learn more, get 3 months of protection for free. Once they get finished with you, ExpressVPN, nobody on the planet's going to know where you are, what your name is, or what you look like. You'll never be able to find your way back where they're going to put you.
Stop! You make it worse at the very end. You will know where you are and how to find your way back. And of course, everyone who you want to find you will be able to find you. And ExpressVPN will be right there with you along the way. Your safe journey to and from wherever it is that you are going here with expressvpn.com/JCE.
Sometimes you don't want to come back.
Well, you know, Jim, because this show is edited in parts, I don't know what foolishness we just did, but I know what foolishness we're about to talk about, and that's WWE Smackdown. Are we still going to talk about more wrestling? Oh, my God.
Well, yeah, there's so much going on. Everything is blowing up this weekend, and Smackdown on Friday night was the go-home show to the Clash at the Castle premium live event stadium show from Wales on Saturday. And I watched that because I'm thinking this is the biggest stadium show they've done, the first one in the UK in 30 years, and they had 60-something thousand people. So this is going to be a dynamite go-home show, right? And we were thinking also, as we mentioned earlier in the program, because this was such a big event, the people in the UK were fired up about it, the promotion that had gone on. This will overshadow anything that AEW or anybody else does this weekend, and that kind of... The people of Cardiff, obviously, and the people over there in the British Isles were all fired up about the stadium event. But I think the stage has been upped. They've been upstaged over here in America by what all went on with AEW. But like I said, I watched SmackDown so that we would have more context for Clash at the Castle. And I want to run through real briefly.
Please.
What they did for a go-home show on network television before a premium live event available on the Cock that was so important. The opening match on SmackDown was a Viking rules match, which means no disqualification, falls count anywhere, lazy booking. The Viking Raiders against the New Day. And in case anybody didn't see this, they had a Viking ship, at least the bow of it, the first half of it, at ringside. They had Viking shields. No, I'm not kidding.
How can I not ask you questions about this?
There was a Viking ship bow at ringside, and there were round-colored Viking shields leaned up on the bottom rope all around the apron of the ring. And as soon as they started the match, the shields started falling off because they were hitting the ropes and bouncing around. And they started this match, but they went to a break early. By they come back, the second segment, they're pulling out multiple tables. They're fighting in the boat. I'll say the Viking Raiders, they're trying to make them more serious now, but I think that horse has left the barn here in this environment. But these guys would have been a hell of a heel tag team in a territory with a manager and where their gimmicks wouldn't have been played for laughs at the start. And now they just... You still get the idea they're a couple fat guys dressed up in funny costumes instead of in any way dangerous badasses. But the Viking Raiders won the match by giving a double choke slam to Xavier Woods off the boat through 2 tables to the concrete floor and pinned him on the floor. And by the time they finished with that, they were 30 minutes into the 2-hour program. Karrion Kross and Scarlett. Actually, Kross wrestled. They did the entrance, the black and white entrance, the spooky music. Scarlett is the focus. They look great. I wrote, how did Vince McMahon, of all people, fuck this up? And Karrion Kross wrestled Drew Gulak, Nick's illegitimate nephew. I wonder if George knows about Drew. And Kross no-sold everything, kicked the shit out of him, and choked him out in 1 minute, which is exactly what should have happened. But while they are getting a new young talent over, this wasn't exactly heavy promotion for Clash at the Castle. So then, here comes Ronda Rousey. Remember, over the last couple weeks, Ronda got arrested. Adam Pearce called the cops on her because she assaulted a referee. But then they decided not to press charges, so they let her go. And apparently this whole thing, Brian, we've talked about how that Ronda had lost her oomph and the fans weren't really as wrapped up in her as they used to be, and she didn't seem like she wanted to be there. Apparently, this whole thing of having her attack officials and be arrested and taken out and come back and being a bitch about it was to turn her heel. But because now the fans are liking her, now that she's being such a douchebag, they're thinking, well, it worked. We're going to keep her a babyface. So basically, she did an in-ring promo that was one of the better things she's done over a while, where she called Adam Pearce out to read the letter from the WWE about the decision on her. And while Adam is a great promo, and people are finding that out now. He just hasn't had material, that was suitable or, anything that he could really sink his teeth into. But the WWE has written a letter that basically Ronda was never criminal, is on probation, but is unsuspended. But Pearce was saying that it was her choices that got her arrested. He was just doing his job because she's giving him all kinds of shit. And he ain't happy. And then he does a hell of a deal because he says, Ronda, it was my duty to call the cops. I wouldn't have suspended you. I would have fired you. And he talks about how his job isn't easy and he's got to put up with all this shit. And he vents on Ronda Rousey. And it was great. And he says, it basically winds up with, I don't have a problem with anything else otherwise than you. You're the single biggest bitch I've ever met. And then Ronda snaps and takes him down and double wrist locks him and then lets go of him and walks off. And this was great until nobody tried to help Adam Pearce or stop Ronda Rousey. He's the representative of the administration there, but when she grabs him and takes him down and tries to break his arm, no referee, no friend, no cameraman, no crew member, no announcer, nobody, not a goddamn fan in the crowd. Nobody says boo about it. Otherwise, Nat, great stuff. But do you notice something, Brian? When I said this was a go-home episode for the big Cardiff show, what did Ronda Rousey do in Cardiff?
She wrestled?
No! She wasn't even there!
Oh, that's right. That's right.
She wasn't there. So then, we've been hearing about, I almost called them Death Row, Hit Row. They're back with B-Fab. And we've obviously, they started them out in NXT. And the reason why I watched this match coming up, I haven't seen them wrestle yet. Because remember, not only did they start them with the Hit Row thing where they're some kind of hit makers, the rappers in NXT, old AJ, old Top Dollar, had been, before we ever even had a clue he was even training to be a wrestler, he was the host of the first season of WWE's Most Wanted Treasures on A&E, right? And we're like, where'd this guy come from? We don't know the name. How does he fit into this? Well, he was a wrestler in training. So then they put Hit Row together with him and Swerve and Ashante Adonis and B-Fab. And then Vince decides apparently he don't like B-Fab and he fires B-Fab. Well, then AJ apparently takes exception to that and goes in to talk to Vince. This is what we have been heard that's been reported. And he made such an impression on Vince by going in to complain about Vince firing B-Fab that he fired all of them. Kicked them right straight out the fucking door. So Swerve signed with AEW, and Ashante and AJ and B-Fab have been floating around waiting for Vince to die, I guess, and Triple H to come back. So now they're back. And I thought, okay, I'm going to watch this because I want to see, we've seen the awful, and I mean, I know I don't like rap, but I believe even you agreed that their musical performance the other week was fucking rotten, just shitty, just stinky.
Yeah, I like rap, and it was horrible.
Yeah. So I figured, well, let's see if they can work. Because, again, I'm thinking if old AJ, I know that they didn't like that their girl manager got fired, but, you know, if you've got the fucking cojones to go in and complain to Vince when you are absolutely nobody, and they've done a lot for this guy, more than the other guys. They put him as the host of a fucking show on A&E. Somebody must have liked him. So is there anything there? Why are they bringing him back? Why were they trying to save him when he's obviously got a bit of a fucking swelled head, as they say? Can he work? So I watched this match. Guess what the answer is, Brian?
No.
Not a fucking lick. A fat, bald, bearded guy in his late 30s that works like a car wash attendant in a wrestling fantasy camp. I don't even know if you watched this match or this show, but he was making, like he'd hit the ropes and come to do something to the guy, and like he'd make dramatic motions in the air, like what he was going to do was really going to be good, and then it looked like dog shit. So they wrestled Mansoor and Mansoor with the Duprees, and that was just thrilling. So I saw what I need to see there. Baron von Corbin had a singles match against Shaky Nakamura. By the way, this is network television, folks. And then Ludwig Kaiser, with Gunther in his corner, had a match with Butch, with the brawling brutes in his corner. And Butch has somehow now transformed from a Dickens street urchin into looking like Pete Dunne again, but they still call him Butch. And this went quite a while, and I'm sure it was a good match. But in presentation, again, you've got one of Gunther's stooges against the guy that's been presented as Sheamus's joke mascot. So it looked like a couple of drunk soccer hooligans watching their children have a fight. And the main event on this program, Smackdown, was supposed to be Roman Reigns' 2-year anniversary celebration as world champion, undefeated in 2 years. And all night they've been teasing it with videos, and they promoted it for a week or two out on all the other programs. Sami Zayn is the one to prepare the ceremony. He's the MC. As a matter of fact, earlier in the program, he was delivered black, smelly flowers from Karrion Kross. Apparently, they've been listening to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, and they heard what I sent to Jim Herd once upon a time. But they finally build up to this thing, and there's 10 minutes left in the show when they start the segment. And here come the Usos and Sammy. And by the way, they've done not only a commercial for something involving Heyman, but also he made comments in one of the packages for Roman, even though he's injured. He's hurt. So he did a fresh voiceover. And I think one of the announcers, it may have been on the Clash of the Castle, even said, well, that must have been pre-taped before he was injured. But anyway, they got Usos and they got Sammy. There's no Heyman. And I'm thinking, my God, at 10 minutes till the hour, the end of the show, they're coming up on this thing. I've sat through 2 hours to see this. What's going to happen? And Sammy tries to host it, but Jay interrupts and cuts a promo, and Sammy does his entertaining bit. He's hilarious. And finally, Uso calls everybody to stand up and introduces Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns! And all of a sudden on the screen, on the big screen, pops up an SUV pulling in the back. And an SUV stops and the door opens and Roman Reigns gets out of it and stands there, and you hear the people in the building react. And from off screen comes a fucking foot and kicks him. It's Drew McIntyre, gives him the big boot, and Roman Reigns goes down and lays there. And then you go back to the ring and they say, oh shit. Here comes Drew McIntyre into the arena and headbutts Sammy and throws the Usos out of the ring and trashes all the display for the celebration and does a flip dive on all three heels, which looked great for a guy that size, by the way, and tosses chairs in the ring and hits Sami Zayn and suplexes Uso on a table and spears the other one through the barricade and cuts the promo on Roman Reigns. I'll never stop. I'll never stop. Apparently, Roman Reigns will stop because he caught one kick, one big boot from the guy in the parking lot and was never seen again. He never got up. He never made it into the building that was 100 yards away. He never... Why was he even there live in the building, I'm wondering?
That was my question. Where was that filmed?
And that's a question but they have the gall and the audacity to advertise the 2-year celebration of Roman Reigns as champion. He gets taken out by one big boot and lays there for apparently another 7 minutes at least, because if he'd got up, it was a short walk to the arena. Drew proved that. He didn't come to save his henchman. And is that the way to... I know you want to portray the challenger as strong going into the title match, but then the next day when Drew hits him with one of those Claymore kicks, why doesn't he stay down for 7 minutes? So that was the way Smackdown closed. They never saw Roman Reigns in the arena, and we were led to believe that he was still laying next to the SUV in the parking lot. Now, aren't you sorry you missed Smackdown?
No, not really. That's how I usually want to end things. Have the babyface look really, really strong right before you cut his nuts off the next night. You know, I just want to say one thing before I do a really great or awkward, depending on how you see it, transition here. I, for one, was disappointed with Clash at the Castle that there was not a castle. I thought, oh, this will look great. A ring right in front of a castle. No castle. I thought about suing.
You did. Well, I'll tell you what. See what they did. They blew the entire budget on the fucking Viking warship. However, folks, if you'd like to sue for any malfeasances, for any offenses, for any case of negligence, for wrongful termination, for poisoning, or shooting or stabbing, or for that matter, if your wrestling locker room has been invaded by kids from Cucamonga that threaten you physically and you've got to fight back, don't take matters into your own hands physically. Call this man to take matters into your own hands legally.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Those are the rest.
Folks, we know you have your choice when choosing personal injury attorneys, and I'll tell you what, there's more call for personal injury attorneys than there ever has been before because so many people have been injured. Either their physical state has been injured or their fragile mental state has been injured. Sometimes people get their feelings hurt. Well, regardless of what on you has been hurt, the man to call is Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084, because as we've mentioned so many times here recently, it ain't just West Virginia anymore. He's going where the action is. Brian, do you have that list of states that Stephen P. New is currently pressing cases in? I mean, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about Ohio. We're talking about Tennessee. Of course, the aforementioned West Virginia. He's going down there to Texas. One of them big energy companies has shit and fell back in it. He's going to straighten things out down there. And he can do the same thing for you no matter your location. If you have been wrongfully terminated, if you have been wrongfully damaged by people's negligence or greed, if you have in any way had your life negatively impacted by other people's messing around, you know how to get even, and that's take them to court and get what's coming to you, and that's their money. And Stephen P. New will turn them upside down and shake them for change. He will roll them in an alleyway, and he will take their money and make it yours. 888-692-8084, the consigliere of the cult of Cornette at newlawoffice.com can take you to the summit of the mountain of legal justice that is the American jurisprudence system. Don't jump into that system without a good guide.
That's right.
Are you giggling over there?
He'll take you to the summit of the mountain of legal justice.
Yeah. He'll be right up there.
Yeah, you certainly will.
You know those old mountain men, they love to take you up there in the mountains.
It sounds like to be up there, you may be up high, but listen, Jim, this is my show. And it's been a lot of show so far.
We've got more show, don't we?
That's the issue. I mean, come on. I mean,
how long have we been here? There's a lot going on in the wrestling business today. Are we out of time on a podcast that has no time limit? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
I'm trying to say to you, if you want to keep going, we can keep going. But why do that to ourselves? And I don't think anyone's really clamoring at this moment for news of a show where there wasn't even a castle. So maybe
we didn't get a castle. And hey, you know, the thing is, it's not about what we want. It's about what the listeners want. And we don't want to tire out the listeners.
That's right. I'm waiting for you to make some kind of dirty comment. I don't know where you're going to go.
Well, no, I'm just saying we don't want to tire out the listeners, the poor things. They need their rest and their beauty sleep. But nevertheless, what you're saying, and also we've got to investigate some more things that are coming in on our screens as we're seeing them about the melee that went on Sunday night in Chicago. So what you are, since it's your program, Brian Last, you be the judge of this, but are you trying to insinuate that we're going to wrap up this segment of the drive-thru and we're going to come back in the next 24 hours or so and record more, including the Clash at the Castle review and potentially new updates on who is getting the shit kicked out of them in the locker room over at AEW?
Yeah, it looks like we may have some more updates, so I think that is a good idea. I can't promise the 24 hours thing, but what we're going to do is this. We're going to stop this episode. Don't call Stephen P. New and sue us or anything, but we're going to stop this episode, start producing it, get it up, maybe release some audio on YouTube first, which you won't know until you hear this. We're very sorry for this late announcement. But then we'll do a special update edition of the drive-thru in between now and the experience to just drive us completely nuts. And that'll be
this program has now officially been almost as long as the AEW pay-per-view, but more entertaining.
That's right. And we'll cover Clash at the Castle, anything that happens on Raw that's notable, anything that happens in AEW that's punchable, and I guess that's it.
Or that's also reportable. We have to verify these sources. We're trying to get a line on exactly who got swung at, but we haven't been lucky enough to verify this yet.
That's right, but you could verify your podcast catcher and hear us tomorrow.
You can verify your omify and a chromify.
That's right.
Blue bear. Sign us off, Brian.
I'm trying. Well, listen, we'll do the normal plugs with part 2. That's our gift for you. None of our normal preamble or afteramble here at the end. But until the next bonus edition of the drive-thru, which will be in between now and the experience this weekend, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. I played that more thunderously than usual. Tally-ho!
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, the drive-thru continues, or for those of you hearing this on YouTube, hello! Because so much is happening, we can't ignore things and just do the show as normal.
We used to do a late-night drive-thru. This is an early morning drive-thru. If the people only knew, we are recording a segment while you are posting a previous segment, while a previous show that we have done is still being edited or post-produced for broadcast, and we don't know where we all are, but things are happening fast in this world.
Yes, and thank you to all the very, very patient guest artists, the dozens of them who have been putting up with the chaos the last few days. But Jim, where we last left it, because the first people that are going to hear this segment will be on YouTube, we're working on the drive-thru. This is going to be in the drive-thru, but on YouTube, everyone heard the breaking news audio, your review of the CM Punk press scrum audio from All Out, or after All Out, with Tony Khan next to him. We mentioned in that show, which no one's heard yet, that we had heard rumors of some sort of altercation, and we really didn't have too many details.
Melee was a phrase, a word that was used.
Pier 6 brawl would have been used at another time. Batten down the hatches.
If it had been in Memphis, Lance Russell would have called it a Donnybrook or a stem winder.
Well, there was a hell of a stem winder apparently in the back. And since we have finished recording the drive-thru, and since we have put up the audio of your review of the scrum, there's been so much that has happened that here we are breaking into the show with breaking news, and then we still have more shit. There's so much recording going on. I don't know what to do. That's it. That's all I have.
Well, let's get to it. So the press scrum that shook the nation, the scrum heard around the world, was followed apparently by CM Punk returning to his locker room. Whereupon, at some point soon thereafter, while, as you mentioned, Tony was still doing the scrum, one of the reporters in the room has released video of when they think the incident going on in the back became apparent because one of the security guys is seen dashing out of the room in a panic. But anyway, the EVPs, the executive vice presidents of All Elite Wrestling, took offense, even though none of their names were mentioned. However, as a group, I believe they were referred to as people that couldn't manage a target. But the Jackson Boys and Kenny Olivier, I believe the phrase was stormed into CM Punk's locker room.
Now, to be fair, they've probably seen a lot of people in video games doing this kind of thing.
Well, yes. So that's a thing that they would think that that you would do in a video game. We'll talk about here in a minute whether you do it and what the implications are in a professional wrestling locker room. But anyway, and from that point, there are only a few facts that are not in dispute on either side's retelling of the tale. Apparently, those facts that are not in dispute are that CM Punk clocked Matt Jackson, punched him at least once, and then now I'm hearing possibly multiple times, and that Ace Steel got involved. Ace Steel, of course, working as a producer backstage in AEW, is also a friend of Punk's and his original trainer. Ace Steel apparently popped Nick Jackson with a chair, bit Kenny Omega, and pulled his hair at the same time. Or possibly at different times, but bit and pulled the hair of Harpo. And that's, besides the harp, that hair is his trademark. Now, nobody knows who threw the first punch or whether, actually, probably Punk threw the first punch, but whether there was instigation or it came out of nowhere. Those sides differ on that. And apparently, we don't even know for sure that Ace Steel was in the locker room when the Elite stormed in, but his wife was, because his wife was caring for and watching Larry the dog, who apparently is innocent in all of this, and no charges have been pressed on Larry at this point. So that brings up to me an interesting question, that if Ace Steel, because nobody actually said from the accounts I'm hearing that he was in the room, but he was involved shortly afterwards. Could he have been in the hallway, whatever the fuck? Does he hear his wife yell? Well, she wouldn't yell Ace. That's not Chris. help, whatever comes in, his wife, a dog, and his best friend are getting maligned by three guys that, well, let's face it, there's been ill will to begin with. What are you going to do, Brian? You're going to take a bite out of somebody or clock somebody with a chair, aren't you? I mean, we don't know what he saw when he came in the room.
Well, let's take a step back. We don't know what he saw. We also don't know where he was, like you said. He may have been escorting Punk back to the room after the scrum. Because again, it just happened right after that, just minutes later. So he may have been in the room with everyone. We also don't know who else was in the room.
Well, and who is everyone? Yeah,
we also don't know who else was in the room. We're assuming it's just Punk, a dog, and Ace Steel's wife. Maybe Ace Steel too. Does Punk have any other friends in there? Are there any other wrestlers in there? Punk has been pretty helpful to some of the younger wrestlers. Is anyone hanging around? We don't know that. With Kenny and the Bucks coming in that room, I guess there were two options. One, did they calmly walk down the hall saying, you know what? Enough is enough. Let's sit down and let's hash this out. We'll straighten this all out.
This whole thing has gone too far. We're we've got to rein ourselves in. We're adults here.
We're executives. We're making lots of money.
Graduates of major universities.
Did they walk down the hall like that? Or did they storm down the hall and go into the locker room of the biggest star in the company, 3-on-1, or 3-on-1 and a dog, or 3-on-1 and a dog and a woman? Again, we don't know what's going on in this room. Did the three of them go and surround him? Did they stand above him while he was sitting down? Was anything... there's so many details we don't know. The only thing that's kind of universally agreed upon is that Nick Jackson got knocked out. It's still kind of... I guess people are saying it is the chair, but is that confirmed? Because I also heard the chair gave him a black eye. What do you think happened with the chair?
I don't... Well, again, how did the chair come into play? Was the chair in the way of the skirmish and it was thrown and whacked the guy? Or did Ace Steel pick up a chair and perform the fucking Paul Bunyan shot to the face?
Hey, if something happened with Punk and Matt Jackson that led to Punk apparently taking a swing at him, we don't even know if he hit him or not. And I'm not saying Punk couldn't have hit him, but we just don't know. But
no, I think that's one of the things that everybody's agreeing on is that Punk punched him. The question was there instigation and or how many times and or etc.
So if Punk hit Matt Jackson and Nick and Kenny are still there, so it's now... I'm just trying to figure out how this all happens because it's still they have the numbers.
Well, obviously, it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair if they jumped in because then it'd be 3-on-1. So obviously, they're going to stand there with their dicks in their hands and do nothing. Right?
Or you jump in and try to help your brother beat up the guy whose career you've been trying to sabotage for a fucking while.
That would be an option as well.
And all of a sudden you're hitting the head with a chair because you're assaulting someone. And the other thing, I'd hate to go off a little bit here, but everyone's talking about, everyone's clammed up on this because there are legal implications across the board. This is an assault in the back. But this isn't the only incident, but this is certainly the biggest public incident when it comes to the questionable behavior and decision-making of executive vice presidents in that company. Take out of the equation that it's Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, the wrestlers that you may not like their wrestling. Let's look at them as executive vice presidents in Tony Khan's company. This, a very public display here, this was what they thought was the good decision. Not to go and sit down with Tony and talk to Tony, not to wait until the next day. No, let's go have it out right now. They're not wrestlers doing that. They're executives in the company. That opens AEW up to a problem because one could argue what is bullying and what isn't bullying. You don't have to be the biggest, toughest guy to be a bully. There's other types. And if these guys who are executives, which makes them above all the wrestlers there, are exerting their power in this way, storming into Punk's locker room, causing a confrontation that wasn't going to happen, they're executives. They're not just wrestlers. They're executives of the company. At a minimum, before you even get to who gets what, they should be stripped of their executive titles immediately. Because this is public. There are other things that aren't public, but the behavior of the executives is certainly not the behavior of any executive in any successful company.
Well, and then also somebody's going to say, well, but Punk said that stuff at the scrum. Well, Punk's comments were in response to not only their good friend Hangnail actually on national television going into business for himself and trying to bury the guy. But Punk's belief that the EVPs themselves are the ones that have been spreading the whole Coke, he got Colt Cabana fired or tried to get Colt Cabana fired business. And that was obvious as well. So it's not like that he just blew up at the press scrum and had Tourette's all of a sudden and decided to just start this whole thing. But nevertheless, you also talk about executive vice presidents. This is why the number one, wrestling for 100 years didn't have executive vice presidents. Number two, why it never should have any that are active wrestlers, because, and as I can give you some examples here in a few minutes. People storming into other people's locker rooms in the wrestling business is not a new thing, and physical altercations resulting from same is not a new thing. But can you think of any time where an executive vice president of a company, publicly traded or not, in the modern history, has ever stormed in somewhere and gotten in a physical altercation, whether they instigated it physically or whether they just instigated it by walking into the fucking room? Can you old Chip Burnham in the TBS WCW days? I could see him kicking open the door and fucking snatching goddamn Gary Royal around the neck or something. No. They're executive vice presidents. What they should have done immediately, because the EVP thing kind of trumps being one of the boys. That's when now you're in office. You're office now. You're not one of the boys.
There's an issue with the balance of power in any situation like this because there's three executives standing over him.
That's what I'm saying. So they should have had the good sense, instead of going into Punk's locker room, and also, if they weren't smart enough to take a fucking witness on their side, and apparently they're not, because nobody's fucking making them look like angels in this. Everybody's shut up, which means there's fucking shit fault on all sides. But instead, they should have gone to Tony Khan. As soon as he walked out of that media scrum, they should have been standing there with their arms folded going, well, now, Tony, we're the vice presidents. Even if he's the world champion, what are you going to do about this shit? Because then, that not only are they covered as executive vice presidents, they've gone to the boss, but then later on, at a Denny's somewhere, they could have an issue that wouldn't have got quite so much attention. But nevertheless, I know that neither the Hardleys nor Olivier know anything really about the wrestling business and have no idea what the history of it is or what the meaning of things are. But when you fucking bust into somebody's locker room after an emotional incident like that, you might not be going to have a fight, but you have to be obviously aware that one may take place. And in most situations where somebody does bust into a locker room, something does fucking happen. So I don't know how that they thought that somehow they were going to go in there and fucking tongue lash a motherfucker to his face and or whatever else happened in that situation and something not happen. That's fucking insane. So apparently now, one report was that police were involved. And obviously, who the fuck did that? That's,
Well, to be fair, could they have been there as opposed to someone snitching on this incident?
Well, okay, but hopefully that may have been the case because they're in a fairly big building and I'm sure there was a lot of yelling and shit going on. So maybe that was, and we haven't heard that any charges were pressed, but that would add an extra level of fucking heat. And that's the reason why that in the days of wrestling, when guys did get in fucking fights, and I mean, we've heard stories of, the hotel room where fucking Maivia tried to bite Robinson's face off and fucking severe assaults. Cops never heard about it because if you call the cops in those days, it would A, either make the papers, or B, just go to court. You're under oath and all these other things, and it might expose the business. So in those days, when guys got in a fight and they were in the same territory, they had three choices. One was get over it, fucking become friends again and move on, which some people did. Two was give your notice and leave the territory. Or three was get even some kind of way and then probably get fired. But those were your three options. Police were not a fucking option. And then if you've got a deal where some guy has to go to court for something, for fuck's sake, then he's really going to go back and kick some other motherfucker's ass or take a shot when he gets it. So that didn't happen in the old days, but this apparently attracted enough attention in the building because apparently there were, as we mentioned, only a couple people or a few people, small number in the room, and then everything happened. And apparently after the physical altercation, it went on for some time as everybody was pulled apart with fucking yelling and screaming and cussing. And one of the best things that ever happened to Twitter was when somebody's already tweeted this morning the picture of the Bucks sitting in chairs and then the Dark Side of the Ring logo, and say, I don't know, we busted in the locker room. Next thing I know, Matt's on the ground and Steele's eating Kenny. But anyway, so have you gotten any updates on anybody else claiming that they were there? I'm sure in a few years, 150, 200 wrestlers will claim that they were there. But have you heard anything updating the melee?
Well, what I could say is a couple things. One, again, we still don't know a lot of the details. AEW has instructed wrestlers, even if they weren't there, to not say anything about this. From the best of what we know, the Wrestling News can report there have been suspensions issued by AEW to personnel involved in this situation. That's all I could say about that right now, but there have been, at a minimum, suspensions issued from AEW itself to people involved in this. Whether those are paid or unpaid suspensions, we will find out, but we'll keep working on that story. I guess the big question is, and we'll talk a little bit more about another thing in a second, we're recording this on Tuesday. Tomorrow's Dynamite. You know, we'll see who's there and who isn't there. But if you're Tony Khan, how do you handle this?
The wings may be spicy in Buffalo tomorrow. Honestly, no, we have not heard any indication that anybody has stormed out. I think probably they're going to wait and see how this is handled. I'm saying stormed out of the company. Obviously, they left the building in Chicago. Punk's a pro. I would think that he's willing to come and work and carry the company on his back and be the world champion. Possibly Tony might have to send the children home for a few weeks because they're the ones that came to where he was and in larger numbers than him. And obviously that wasn't, if you wanted to have a conversation about anything, that probably wasn't the time after a long show and tensions running high. And as a matter of fact, Punk was still sitting there. He hadn't even had time to take a shower. He's still sitting there with blood on him from the match. So I assume that was the same thing. So, you know, since Kenny and the Bucks were on early, they'd had time to shower and calm down and, you know, be just chilling and relaxing.
Brush
since
their
they
hair.
were the second, brush their hair. They were the second match, one of the preliminaries. So they had plenty of time to compose themselves. Whereas this guy's been working hard, being the main event on $1 million house and shit.
But you're looking at it from one side, and that's the problem. What if, and you don't know what happens, you don't know what goes on in people's personal lives.
Play devil's advocate.
I'm playing devil's advocate. What if minutes before this, Kenny Omega broke up with the bird he was dating in the sim app he plays?
Well, now, then, of course, his emotions would have been running high as well. So, but in all seriousness, here's the thing. I keep, again, hearing this shit on Twitter, and people are saying, well, Punk always has a problem with everybody. Punk's apparently, to me, and that's kind of what got him over with me. I mean, I've never said he was goddamn second coming of Ricky Steamboat in the ring, but the guy's got a mind to be able to tell a story and he can talk. But what gets him over with me is he doesn't put up with bullshit and says what he thinks. And if he makes himself valuable to a place, then he expects to be rewarded for that, but he then follows through with what he says he's going to do. And he doesn't put up, like I said, with bullshit, and has, I think, over the last, what's it been since that interview that Paige did? Couple months. Before that, the Colt Cabana rumors have been going around for 3 or 4 months or whatever the case. And he finally, I've had all I can stand, can't stand no more, and that's why he addressed it. And that's why he addressed it at the press scrum, because the press are the ones that have been spreading all this shit, because all of the darling websites are in goddamn, you know, they're members of the Lollipop Guild. They belong to the Cucamonga Kids. And that's where he knew it was coming from. So he finally decided, all right, here we are. Let's just fucking bring us all out in the open. But so people saying Punk always has a problem with everything. Look back. How many problems have the supposed elite been in the middle of? Personal issues, that problems with the AEW. You know, sometimes I forget what's publicly known and sometimes I forget what's not.
You got to be a little careful here.
I don't want to. but we're getting a pretty good track record here, Brian, for people coming around and saying, they were saying that about a year and a half ago, and son of a bitch, wouldn't you know, so-and-so did get fucking run off, or so-and-so did leave, or so-and-so was accused, or whatever the case. I'm just saying, if you look at the interpersonal relationships of the AEW roster and problems amongst same, you get some member of the elite or their literal high school friends. No, I'm sorry, Cutlet was grade school friends involved in it, or them picking sides in it. And this is now starting to come out. Because once again, okay, I'll liken the analogy to Sonny and Sable. I said,
yeah, why wasn't he filming it? Where was Cutler with the camera?
Well, yeah, hold on. I said one time, Sonny was an upfront cunt. She was talented. She was good at what she did, but she was a bitch and you knew it, and she'd probably admit it and do it right in front of you. Whereas Sable was an undercover cunt. She'd smiled everybody's face, especially people that were more important than she was and could get her ahead somewhere. And then elsewise, she was a bitch. So I think CM Punk is the upfront cunt. He may be a little asshole-ish sometimes, but he'll tell you why and he'll tell you who. Whereas the other ones, they like to run their little mealy butt munchers behind people's backs. And sometimes people have had all they can stands and they can't stands no more. But I think everybody should, when the story of all this is written, look at the locker room beefs and see who the common denominator is before CM Punk ever even got there. Who the common denominator is.
Jim, and again, you brought up the Cabana thing earlier. Remember, if Cabana had been released with everyone else, Jelly Nutella and Marco Stunt and all those other people, that would have been it. It would have been gone. And I think that was the path he was on.
That was the path, because remember that were they released or their contracts just expired and they hadn't used them in a while and they just went away? Well, that's when Cabana's contract was expiring. And that was Tony's passive-aggressive way to say sayonara. And then the Hardleys went in to bat for him and got him signed to a non-existent promotion, Ring of Honor.
Yeah. So a guy who's not generating any money for the company, who doesn't mean anything to the company in terms of ratings or drawing people or anything, someone who, even if you like him and you're a fan of his, someone who means nothing to the bottom line, whose contract was going to be a thing of the past and they can move on. We've seen what happened to other Dark Order members. All of a sudden, and what got in the Observer was that the Jacksons, I think Nick Jackson specifically, the knocked out Jackson, he went and got Colt Cabana a job with Ring of Honor. He got Tony to do that. And then the stories start coming out that CM Punk tried to cost Colt Cabana his job. And that's why CM Punk got mad about this whole thing.
That's basically it. And the kids started their whisper campaign and throwing tantrums, about something. Because here's the whole thing. They've been exposed. And they're jealous. We started this. It's ours where we can play with all of our friends and do our cosplay trampoline wrestling. We don't want real stars coming in, doing real matches, drawing real money. So that's why they created their little 6-man thing so they could all play together. And every time that it's come on for the past 3 weeks, 200,000 people have said, fuck it. We don't want to see this. And the pressure is on them because they're being seen through. And their friends are as unprofessional and mostly untalented, and in some cases just blithering dipshits. And I'm sure the stress is there, but they accepted the job of being executive vice presidents, so therefore you can't storm into the fucking boys' locker room and fucking tell them off for telling the truth in public. They've disqualified themselves from being able to do it. When you're one of the boys, you used to have that right. I don't know now anymore. They'd probably call the cops if somebody came in or whatever the fuck. But no, if you stormed into somebody's locker room in the old days, you assumed you were going there to either hear what you wanted to hear or fight. There wasn't really any backups to that.
In terms of Tony Khan, though, and putting yourself in Tony's position, and not to make any jokes about Tony, but legitimately putting you in Tony's position here, I guess you have to be angry at everyone to an extent, but there's different kinds of anger here. Ace Steel is one thing, CM Punk's one thing, but the anger with the executives who are representing your company, who there are other issues with, that's where it becomes another thing. So how do you think Tony deals with each individual party here? Or how should he?
I think, obviously, the executive vice president thing needs to go away because they're a legal liability now. Because if anything else happens where they are even remotely culpable in instigating it, now they've got a track record. And then whatever wrestler involved can just, unsafe work environment. Remember that from Shawn Michaels in Hartford, Connecticut? And they can just sue Tony and get their money that they would be paid for wrestling and more without ever having to take a bump. So the executive vice president thing has to go away, and no active wrestler should be executive vice presidents in the company. It was bad enough when they were just a wrestler in a territory and being the booker with no contracts, nothing in writing, and the promoter could just fire him if he wanted to or whatever the fuck. But this is way too legally entangled now, and there's a lot of large sums of money going on. Who's Tony going to be mad at? Everybody, including himself. He was sitting next to the fucking guy for 20 minutes while he said these things. So, and he was nodding his head while Punk said them. So that either means that he agreed with it or he's just lost and didn't know how to tell his star, hey, give him the Iggy under the table. Or reach over and give him the office and go, hey, we'll talk about this later, Ixnay, whatever the fuck. But then, since he sat there and listened to that, I'm sure that he was not hearing. Does anybody out there think that Tony Khan was hearing those things from CM Punk for the very first time?
No way.
In public in a media scrum?
No way.
Of course not. So he's heard it before, and apparently he's not done anything to address it to anybody's satisfaction. So who should he be mad at? First, his executive vice presidents, regardless, for walking into the storming, walking, motivating into the locker room, 3-on-1, because that's the way that they were looking at it. They obviously didn't tell Punk, hey, go get 2 more guys. If there were some around, it wasn't their fault. So they go 3-on-1 to the guy's locker room. So the vice presidents, I'd be mad at them. I'd be mad at myself because I've been hearing this obviously for some time privately and haven't done anything about it.
Yeah, let me stop you there. Just because that's a big point. And I feel bad for Tony because of this whole situation, but Tony's also the blame for a large part of the situation. We've been talking here on this show for a very long time about internal problems, backstage problems. We were talking about them when they were a lot more benign. And a lot of those reasons they were benign is because Cody Rhodes dealt with things in a very different way. But these issues have been there from the beginning. And they've gotten worse. And we've talked about it. We've talked about the growing problems. We've said that someone needed to step in. We said there needed to be a better management structure. There needed to be a better way of doing all this. Tony has tried to do things. We've seen some of the hires, Sanjay Dutt and Pat Buck and Ace Steel. I mean, we'll see what happens there. But then we heard about this meeting. You know, we're talking about this, but this isn't the only AEW backstage drama. There's whatever's going on with Thunder Rosa. There's Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara. There's all sorts of shit. This shit that's not public. They had this meeting. Tony is animated, we heard, passionate about his company. It's his company.
Yeah.
If we take Chris Jericho at his word, and we'll play that audio on the drive-thru because we already recorded it, us reviewing him during the press scrum. Chris Jericho, who we may not see eye to eye with on everything, sounds like he stood up and he said, there are certain ways we should do things, certain things we shouldn't do. Maybe he should follow his own advice at times, but it sounded like he actually gave pretty sound advice. We heard Tony Schiavone stood up and it was rather nice. No one had a problem with it. Even the Young Bucks, even if you thought they were full of shit, which they usually are, come talk to us, our locker room's open. Omega got up there and turned it into a contentious thing. 8 out of 10 of them wouldn't be good enough to work for Kenny Omega. They don't work as hard as Kenny Omega.
Yeah, he actually said if it had been up to me, I wouldn't have hired 80% of you. That's like going back. Remember when Bischoff had the meeting and said the only people in the room that has drawn money is, who was it, Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage, and there was Flair sitting there?
You know, we've talked about it, and I said it a few weeks ago, Omega's going to be the next one out the door. His behavior is going to become a big part of the story. It's been unreported, it's been ignored, and his behavior in that meeting didn't do anything to help any issues. It drove a bigger wedge in the issues. So we're coming out of that, and the next public thing we know about is him and the Bucks storming into CM Punk's dressing room. I understand a lot of people think CM Punk's a dick, and at times he could be a dick, and he'll probably tell you he's a dick at times. We all could be dicks. Some of us could be big dicks.
Quit bragging.
But that doesn't mean that he's necessarily wrong. And you may not conduct yourself the way CM Punk would or say the things he would, and I get that a lot, so I understand it. But that doesn't mean he's wrong, and he's voicing concerns for a lot of issues. Quite frankly, he's voicing it for a lot of wrestlers that don't have the voice and the platform that CM Punk has. Some people may get upset about it. Maybe Kevin Owens will put out a little cute tweet. But to some people, he is a locker room leader. And the way this all went down, to the people that are predisposed to love the Bucks and Omega and want to just believe that they're just wonderful people that love teddy bears and save old women from fires or whatever it is.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, waterfalls.
There's very little you could say. I mean, they like their guys. And I get it. You like your guys. There are people that, still like Woody Allen films. The people like their guys. However, their behavior, privately or not in the public domain, the stories, and now we hear about some of this stuff publicly, is the biggest part of the backstage problem in AEW. All Friends Wrestling was real, but after a while, there weren't really cliques of friends anymore. There was just one giant clique of friends. And if you weren't playing with them and their friends in their way, it was like you didn't exist. That's the reason the Codyverse happened. Because all of a sudden, he couldn't interact with any of them. Remember they had to have their faces blurred out of the Cody Rhodes reality show? So I think that's...
Well, in all fairness, I would have asked for that too, but I see where you're going.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing. CM Punk could be a jerk, and he could handle himself in ways that other people may not, but that doesn't mean he's wrong about all this.
And here's the thing, Cody also, you know what? Like you said, he's an executive, he's a professional, he wants to be on TV, he had bigger thoughts. He just said, you know what, it's not worth fucking with these children. I'll just go over here and make my big splash and, say sayonara. But with Punk, he doesn't want, need, or have to go back to the WWE. And he's like, hey, I don't need to go any fucking where. Fuck you. And that's the difference, and that's why it's getting a little more public. Anyway.
Well, Jim, one more thing before we wrap up. Again, this is a breaking news audio update for YouTube. It'll be in the body of the drive-thru, which will eventually be released when stories stop happening. But according to a front-page story on the Wrestling Observer newsletter website, f4wonline.com, Bobby Fish issues invitation to AEW's CM Punk for a fight. Fish commented on the issues between Punk and the Elite on his podcast. Boy, everyone has a podcast. Let's get some quotes here. Get your thoughts, Jim. Let's make this a formal invitation to Phil. I'm down. If that's the direction he wants to go, and I mean, he could pick the time, the place, we can do it in Chicago. I mean, that would be kind of fun, right? It could be boxing. It could be kickboxing. It could be MMA. I mean, we could do this bare-knuckled. Whatever sounds good to Phil. He could pick the weight. He could pick the place. It's like a song. Like I said, whatever he wants to do. But yeah, let's make this official. There's a little more here, but let me stop right there. What do you think of Bobby Fish? The last we heard, he had just left AEW, having issues there, and now all of a sudden he's, again, longtime cohorts with the Friends of Bucks, and one of them himself, the Buckaroos. He is a longtime, one of the older Buckaroos. Remember when the Musketeers got older, but they still had the things on their head? He's one of the older Buckaroos.
Well, I hate to hear this because I like Bobby Fish. I worked with him, briefly at Ring of Honor. He's an older guy. He's older than the rest of this group. I thought he was more mature. He's an excellent talent, as he's trained a lot in kickboxing, MMA, or whatever. I hate to hear that, but he was obviously part of the undisputed elite, and I guess he's done a bunch of pro wrestling chimpanzee shows out in Rancho Cucamonga. So he's on their side, but I mean, I guess it's good to get attention, and he's making a statement that, hey, if I'd have been there, which probably makes them sorry they didn't go to bat for him more. But if I'd have been there, I would have taken care of the situation.
Yeah, if FTR had been there, would have kicked all your asses. So shut up.
I was about to say, then if so-and-so had been in, then we got a 12-man, and then we have to do the football field fuckery match. But it's nice of Bobby to say that and take up for his friends, I guess. But obviously it's ridiculous. And a lot of people will go, well, yeah, he probably kicked Punk's ass because Punk lost in UFC. Again, Bobby Fish never fought in the UFC. And B, Punk ain't going to fight anybody for fucking free because he's making 7 figures a year to be the AEW World Champion, and he just got hurt accidentally. He's not going to fight anybody for free, so it's a grandstand challenge.
No, I think it's a good idea. I think CM Punk should go fight out-of-work wrestlers who call him out.
It's a great idea. So I was sorry to see that, but I have the article here also. I pulled it up because this is what you never know about people. Like I said, I've always liked Bobby Fish, but he says about the Buckaroos, I love those guys. I love them. They're good people. They got kids. They got wives. They're God-fearing good human beings. So I guess he's on the Jesus train, and that's the connection. But anyway, so Bobby, grandstand challenge there. I don't know that... he says it's not even a challenge, it's an invitation. Because at the end of the day, like, who am I? I'm nobody. So there you go. We've answered our own question.
My favorite is the quote here at the end of this article. Fish also addressed Ace Steel allegedly having thrown a chair at Nick Jackson and bitten Kenny Omega. The quote, I know Ace, and that's surprising to hear.
Actually, it's not really. And again, I'm going to go with Ace Steel, either seeing his wife and a fucking innocent dog in a locker room along with his friend and 3 guys and decided to fucking even things up and just was in the wrong place at the wrong time to get all this blame on him or whatever. But nevertheless, and by the way, Bobby Fish, in another statement, had said that the reason he just left AEW was because, besides the fact that his contract expired, he couldn't even get Tony Khan to sit down and talk to him just to give him permission to do a kickboxing fight, since he wasn't being booked in AEW because everybody else in his goddamn stable is injured and is having surgery. And so Tony's the boss, and here's Bobby Fish, and he said, since May, I've tried to get Tony Khan to sit down with me no less than 5 times to ask permission to do a kickboxing fight. I could never nail Tony down. How long does that take? Tony, can I do this kickboxing fight? Or sure. Can we film it? Whatever the fuck. He just ignores people, apparently.
Well, he says it's been happening since May. Maybe Tony was busy with Colt Cabana contract renegotiations.
We got to put more important things first, I know, but still. And then they did the angle. I forgot about it. They split up the Undisputed Elite so they could bring Twinkle Toes back, and then Cole's still hurt. O'Reilly had surgery, and they just let Fish's contract expire, never had one goddamn match. Booker of the Year. No wonder it's chaos because the EVPs decide they want to do something and they put it in motion. It all falls apart and everybody's standing there with Pete in hand.
When the suspensions are lifted, we'll see who gets the first match on the Dynamite after that. If it's the Bucks and Omega, they've learned their lesson. They don't want to be last because they're afraid of the falling numbers.
Yeah, do they want to be first right after Big Bang Theory and see that goddamn precipitous drop? We'll see what the fuck happens. What else we got to talk about on this special edition?
I think that may be it for this special edition. We can get back to the regular edition, which we're actually still in the process of recording. It's a 2-day recording. There's so much happening, and so much of it sucks.
We still, and the WWE did 60,000 people at a stadium, and we haven't had time to talk about them yet.
Yeah, they didn't even have a real castle. I'm still pissed off about that. That was what I wanted.
They should have brought the whole Viking boat in. Close it up.
I'm going to close it up. Well, for some people, I'm going to close it up. We will be back on the Drive Thru and, of course, the Experience, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And, of course, this Drive Thru episode will be out in the regular podcast feed in the next day or so. But thank you for subscribing to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, and tally-ho! Well, Jim, we return in one way or another. I don't even know what's going on with this show anymore, but we are back here recording. It is now much later.
Back here recording. Have we ever stopped? Have we ever stopped recording? I don't know. What day is this? What show is this for? What is this? We're going to talk about Clash at the Castle. And it only happened 2 days ago. And I'm looking at the notes that I made, and it's like somebody else wrote them. I don't even remember. And again, I say, I may have said it 4 times on this show now. I don't know. But the WWE runs a show in a stadium in front of 60,000 people, and they're blasted off the front page.
Right, but...
So it's your show.
It's my show, and we could talk about this AEW drama all day because it keeps unfolding. But why don't we take a wonderful journey, a cruise across the sea to merry old England?
Let's ferry across the Mersey.
I like Jerry and the Pacemakers.
I like Jerry, but I don't want any of those pacemakers. I've heard most people that get them, it's, under dire circumstances.
All right, well, don't let the sun catch you crying. And before we get going any further, well, there was a Clash at the Castle for WWE over in Cardiff, Wales. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, at some point, somewhere in the show, no castle.
No castle.
That would have been a cool visual, like a wrestling ring, 3 sides of fans, maybe some fans ground level, and then a castle right behind the ring.
Would it have needed, because they had in the open, they have great castles. Wales is beautiful. I saw the open, the cold open, and the castles and the scenery, and it was a hell of a piece of TV business. And they've got castles there. They seemed a lot of them are on mountains. It might be hard to set like the old rib when they used to set the ring up at a racetrack for a spot show. It was a banked track, and you'd always call spots where the guy had to run uphill as a rib. But I digress. It would have been, but a real castle is what you're saying, or you wanted them to build a castle?
If they could have done a realistic castle? maybe a Hollywood-style castle, I would have gone for that, but it would have been nice to have a castle.
What about if the drawbridge was to fucking break loose in the middle of the match and fall down like the fucking Buster Keaton spot, but it would squash all of the people in the ring? Or that could be fucking Brock's new finish or something.
If I'm building this thing from scratch, I don't think I need a drawbridge. It could be more of
What's a castle without a drawbridge? What do you just everybody come on in? What, the open castle borders is what, fucking doomed the goddamn the Huns when they were taken over by the Moops.
I believe you mean the Moors. But Jim, are you a fan in general of wrestling at weird locations? Remember Inoki and I think Masa Saito had the match?
Yeah, the jungle fight.
Are you into wrestling beyond picture form where it looks fantastic? Wrestling in weird locations? Having the ring set up in weird places for something like that?
I mean, the cinematic matches that people are thinking of when you say something like that, like I said, that kind of gave me gas, the whole thing. The first one was okay, and then the Briscoes farm fight wasn't bad because it wasn't as much cinematic as just they followed him around. But in the old days, in the long ago, the before time, every once in a while you would have an odd location as a result of, not Inoki's was on purpose. We're going to have a jungle fight on the same island where I believe the story was the samurai in the 15th century had showdowns or whatever. That made sense for that culture and who Inoki was and everything. I don't know about it going 4 hours or whatever the fucking did. Didn't a lot of people got thrown in the fucking lake or whatever?
Like if you could have done a Smoky Mountain death match in the middle of the mountains.
But no.
Would it have been worth it?
No, not because then how the fuck are you going to get a crowd enough in the mountains to sell enough tickets to make enough money and then how are they going to watch the fucking thing, right? You'd had to done it for TV and we didn't make money on TV in those days.
Bring your own chair. And walking stick.
But no, sometimes there were cool locations just by the nature of some business opportunity that came up. Like remember Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantell had the match in conjunction with the orchestra up here in Louisville, and it was on Kentucky Public Television, and they put the video of that in the Smithsonian. And there was oh god damn it, where was that cool location that they did a wrestling show at? Not or on the opposite side of the coin. Remember WCW doing Sturgis with the motorcycle
that was the
rally?
Worst. That was the worst.
That's the opposite side of the coin of when a location cannot be cool and it doesn't fucking work, but because of the picadillos of the people in charge, they did it 2 or 3 times. But and the goddamn prison shows. Those have been done on more than one occasion. They did one at Eddyville here. Jarrett did. There was pictures in the magazines in the early 70s of the Vachon brothers and the Montreal group that did some kind of prison show and behind prison walls. And I think they took Vivian there. She was a big hit, I'm sure. So, sometimes cool locations work out just because of the deal, but you couldn't do an outdoor on location jungle fight or something like that in America in the territory days because you couldn't sell tickets for the people to see it to make any money, especially before pay-per-view.
So there was no pushback for the empty arena match with Lawler versus Funk?
Well, see, that was an angle
right.
That, people have forgotten because Funk was going to Japan for Baba for a month and they were in the middle of the program. So and that was in hindsight, it was a mistake business wise. And I'll tell you why in a minute, but they came up with the idea that Lawler would hurt Funk and he'd leave and go off to Japan. The people wouldn't know it. They'd think he was injured and then he'd come back with the eye patch on and resume the program and have even more violence, which the matches all were even greater after that. And since Funk had been saying that, it's the referees on your side, Lawler, and all these hillbillies on your side, everybody's on your side, Lawler, I want you all to myself. And that's why they did the match in the empty Coliseum. Also, because of the relationship they had with the building, they could get in there alone at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon that day before the show that night. And then Funk took off and wasn't even on the card that night. So nobody knew it had happened. But the mistake was they hurt the wrong guy. They had to do something to cover up for Funk being gone for a month. But in hindsight, everybody from Guy Coffey on down said it took heat off of Funk that he had built up when Lawler pretty much stabbed him. His eye has got a fucking wooden stake stabbed in it. And he's bleeding profusely and screaming, "My goddamn eye, somebody help me." Well, fuck, then by the time he came back, and now the heel's trying to get even. So it was the wrong psychology. So the matches were great, but that angle and match in hindsight, as fondly remembered as it is, didn't really increase business. It just did something that on its own, standing alone, was memorable and unique.
But there was no pushback. There was no Jerry Jarrett saying, "Why are we doing this without selling some tickets?" No one said anything like that?
Well, again, no, because they'd had a number of matches against each other, and instead of Lawler and Funk, one or the other, both together, came up with the idea. And I mean, it's not like they had to fucking rent the building or go to any expense whatsoever. Besides, I think they probably paid Terry. He may have still been in the territory from fucking the weekend. So they might not have even had a plane ticket in it. But that was, it was an idea to do an angle. And remember, the match was only, what was it? Fucking 8 minutes, maybe? Half the not even. They didn't fight for 8 minutes because part of that was Lance waiting on Funk to show up, and then Funk waiting on Lawler to show up in that great promo and all that other stuff. So then Mick and Rock took it and did halftime heat and made it a 20-minute goddamn movie fight.
But a different world, though, because that's when the ratings really mattered for it. Yeah.
Yeah. But this was just an angle, and just people remember. And really all they did was they threw some punches, knocked the ringside chairs over. It was the visual and the idea that nothing like this has ever happened before that people remember. And because it was Lawler and Funk and the promos beforehand. And the fact that they kind of carried it off like that it was legitimate. But that's just me. What were we going to talk about?
That should have been a whole series, just Lance Russell waiting around. Waiting here, waiting there, talking to himself, muttering to himself.
Yeah, and he was like, "Well, I don't know, Mike, geez, we might." He lights a cigarette and he said, "We might not, see anybody here today. I don't know." He said he was going to be here. Well, just save your tape in case something happens.
Don't you think Lawler overdressed for the occasion? No one there.
Well, that was part of the fucking deal. Because there comes Funk out there, and he's already done the promo, and he's a fucking madman, and he's cussing, and Lance said, "Watch your language," and here comes Lawler walking in with not only in his tights, but also his cape and his crown in front of 11,000 empty seats. It was a mind game he was playing with Terry Funk. And then Funk said, "What do you got in that crown, Lawler? What do you got, a gun? You got a knife? What do you got?"
Because he was holding it. He was holding the crown.
Yeah. This was more fun than Clash at the Castle.
Right. This has been the review of Clash at the Castle, ladies and gentlemen.
It's raining at the castle again. At least we got some more rain. I didn't have to water my new landscaping 3 days in a row. All right. You lead me into this thing, oh maestro.
WWE was at a locale near a castle in Cardiff, Wales for Clash at the Castle, which aired in the States on the East Coast at 1 p.m. in the afternoon on Saturday. And I believe you watched. How much of it did you watch?
Yeah, well, I tried to. Again, I didn't watch it at 1 o'clock on Saturday. I tried to watch it the following day and ended up succeeding. And tried to at first watch it on the streaming TV in the bedroom on the cock. And I'm watching the beautiful Wales countryside. And all of a sudden the screen froze up. And it wouldn't, because remember, I've mentioned I've got the little hot dog size remote with 4 buttons on it. I'm hitting every button. It won't move. It won't do nothing. So I have to go back to the home and get out of the cock, and then back into the cock, and then back into the Clash to Castle. And then I see the announcer open where Michael Cole, did you catch that? He obviously somebody had prepped him on plug some British wrestlers, because he grouped Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, Orig Williams, and somebody else and obviously reading it off of notes. Michael not up on the World of Sport era.
And they didn't want you to mention the Bulldogs on TV.
Yeah, well, see, this is part of the local flavor now. And then I see that the opening match is a 6-girl tag team match with Bianca and Alexa and Oscar against Bailey and Io and Dakota. And each babyface is getting a separate entrance. So I try to fast forward through the entrances, because at least that way I could save 6 or 7 minutes just watching the girls walk to the ring, right? But then on the cock and the streaming TV, the screen goes black when I try to pop in again. So now I'm getting the audio, but no video. And then I can't stop it or fast forward or rewind it. So I have to get out of the fucking Peacock and then go back into the Peacock and then hit resume and then try to fast forward through this match, because now I'm pissed and I don't want to see a 6-girl tag team match. But every time I fast forward, because there's no on-screen fast forward, I see the little clock indicator down there zipping ahead, and then I try to hit another button like play, and it'll play back where I started from. It keeps kicking me back. So at that point, I said, fuck streaming TV. And I came up here to the computer where at least it's wired into the wall, and I have my little mouse with my little arrow and the little line down there, and I can control it better. And I was finally able to fast forward through the girls' match. What did I miss?
I watched it because other than Alexa Bliss and... Actually, other than Alexa Bliss, I think everyone in this match is pretty good. So I watched it, and I kind of liked it. I mean, the crowd was really hot and into it, and I can't remember a single thing about it. I mean, so much has happened over the last couple of days. I went in the pool after the event
Did any
ended.
of the girls hit the other? Did any of the girls hit the other girl with a chair or bite anybody?
No, I mean they don't. I don't even have a comeback for that. No, they didn't. Yeah,
just maybe grab somebody by the hair, just wind them up, and just go to wailing on them. Anything like that?
Who's going to be the first to do that in wrestling? Who's going to be the first?
All right, but anyway, but I will say, you mentioned the crowd, and the people were there. They loved it. And they've been waiting. This was a big event, first stadium show in 30 years, and they're proud of their country. They're in whatever countries they came from over in that area of the world. And they wanted to have fun, and they were into the program and the participants and everything, and that made a nice atmosphere. Especially, they did the package then of the Wembley show in '92 and Bret and Bulldog, and boy, that fucking crowd, as they say over there, they went mental for that finish, didn't they? You look back on it now, no crowds go insane like that anymore. But then she said they introduced the family of the British Bulldog, and they had a crowd shot. Who was it? Was it Georgia? Was it Diana? Who was there?
The entire British people
are all the family members.
The family of Davey Boy Smith.
And then they introduced Bret, and he had a camera right there. He was sitting there looking thrilled.
Did you see everyone tweeting out the image? At least I saw it several times on Twitter. Bret being introduced and sitting there, and there's a woman behind him. And her shirt is pulled up over her nose like someone just farted in her face. Go back. I'm sure someone will send it to you now. So, very funny.
Hey, can we get a picture of the farting woman or whatever?
Well, no, I don't think she would have been doing that for her own fart. I mean, no one...
That's right. She's not from Cucamonga.
She was behind Bret, though.
Yeah, well, she
could have been Bret's fart.
It could have Bret.
Sounds like a British headline, doesn't it? Bret Hart's fart.
Bret the Hitman farts. All right. we're going to have to talk about this show now.
Yeah.
So the Intercontinental title match. Let's talk about that. Sheamus and Gunther. And I'll tell you what, this got me into the program at least. I was like, after this, I was like, okay, I will be optimistic for what lies ahead. So I saw, I can't remember what his name was originally, but now they call him Giovanni Vinci, the other cohort of Gunther's with old Ludwig Kaiser. He's back. So now Gunther has both of them again, another Triple H thing. And their entrance is fabulous. Ludwig is perfect for the introduction. Now the facials and the voice, the way he delivers it. And then when Gunther comes out, did you see the choreography? And I'm not talking about dancing, but he comes out and they automatically snap to attention to the side and put their arms behind their, all that stuff. They look like a bunch of goddamn World War II movie soldiers. It's, he makes me smile, Gunther, just the whole presentation. And this is an example of guys being cool with their gimmick and their entrance and not corny or silly or whatever. And, then, of course, they still do the thing where the Stooges get in a fight while Gunther and Sheamus face off, but it worked better here than on television because at least they're in the match finally and they're going to do something. But the Stooges fought off and we got the bell.
And this crowd was into it.
Yeah. I mean, they were into, almost everything, but especially the good stuff. And I was afraid on this match. They started at 100 miles an hour, and they're obviously trying to have a fight, a slobber knocker, as they might say. And it was a little sloppy-ish at first. I wish they'd settled down, but Gunther hit a big boot and slowed it down, and then they kind of did. And they worked stiff, but they, it was safe places, and they weren't dropping each other on their head all the time, but they worked stiff and did slow down after the first few minutes. And then when Gunther takes over, the pace of things, I love the way he works. But that's why I was going to say Sheamus. Everybody was saying on Twitter, I hope that, Sheamus got over with Cornette. He did. I'm still not saying that he's visually off-putting because of the the brightness of the hair and the glow of the skin. And he's not smooth like Jack Briscoe, but he worked his ass off here, and it was a slobber knocker, so I do have to respect him for that. And the chops, especially, though, on that skin, he was hamburger by the time that the thing was over with. And Gunther just, if Gene Kiniski and Killer Kowalski in their primes had a fucking child, it'd be Gunther. So the people were with the strikes. Did you see the slow-mo of one of the chops where the skin rippled? Yeah. And they did a little bit on the floor, but not too much. Big yay boo exchange where they were, doing the 1-2 and they got this is awesome. And the fans were really into this thing because obviously in Sheamus is, a local hero like Joe Hendry. Several false finishes got big pops, and then finally Sheamus goes for another kick, but his back that they've been working on gives out, and Gunther hit another power bomb and a big boom, clothesline 1, 2, 3. And that was a great match, but also even when he lost, the people, and they stayed with it, gave old Sheamus a big ovation because of the effort. So that was nice to see.
Did you feel like it was a goodbye to Sheamus, or was it just a one-night thing? Did it feel like, all right, I'm taking a break?
Well, is he supposed to be?
I don't know. If it's not, that's a good time to take a break. I guess that's my point.
Well, see, that's part of the thing that I've had with him is just, God, he's been around for a while, even before we started watching regularly, and it's the creative has been, for most people. Maybe he hadn't had a chance. Maybe he could go away and learn a new hold, come back, and they'd miss him because he went away. See, these people, they missed him because he's been here in America. He doesn't get over there too often. You're always more popular in places that you don't go all the time. Have you noticed that? Speaking of more popular of places that you don't go all the time, Shayna Baszler next wrestled Liv Morgan. And we were expected to believe in some fashion that Liv Morgan beat Shayna Baszler in any kind of hand-to-hand combat. Do you have any thoughts on this match?
It seems like Liv Morgan has a good relationship with the fans. She's bigger than Alexa Bliss. I don't have any other.
Trying to dig you're searching, right?
What else am I going to say? And to be honest, every show needs a few matches where you can take a break and go outside.
Well, moving on. All the way. The Judgment Day versus Edge and Rey Mysterio. And, of course, they've told story on TV that Rey asked for Edge to be his partner instead of Dominic because he wants the experience. Dominic understands, blah, blah, blah. Edge did a big entrance in a lucha mask and outfit. Was that new music that he had, or did you pay attention?
Well, I didn't pay that close of attention.
Well, you're tired, aren't you? You're a tired man today.
I'm a little tired, but also when I was fully awake and watching that show, I didn't pay that close of attention.
All right.
If I'm going to be fair, yeah.
The Judgment Day entrance was cool. They had the dark storm clouds and the lightning strikes and everything, and then their spooky lighting. And that's the way to do a spooky, supernatural looking group. You don't actually expect people to believe that they do drink blood and show them removing people's eyeballs. Give them a cool, spooky entrance with storm clouds and lightning. The only problem was Finn Balor's still in this group, and goddamn, he ruins that. I'd like to see Finn in the corner and let Rhea and Damian be the team. But anyway, you had Rey Mysterio and Finn Balor there to do spots. You had Edge and Priest to fight. Did you notice in the middle of that whole thing, out of nowhere, they did the Rock and Roll Express, Midnight Express, block the partner in the turnbuckle spot that we used to do on spot shows. That's an old Tennessee spot from the 70s where you go to shoot the guy off corner to corner and his partner runs up and gets on the buckle, and when he hits it blocks the impact, right? And then you reverse it on the heels and fuck them up. So they're doing Tennessee spot show spots in Cardiff. Priest here, he's got really great heel attitude and good body language. And I like his work when he's not with somebody that just wants to trade fancy kicks and duck kicks and it looks like a goddamn, low-budget martial arts movie. But anyway, there was a bunch of stuff that took place. And finally, as Priest has been speared by Edge, and they're on the floor, and Finn shit-canned Rey Mysterio and went for the fucking stomp, Dominic drew the referee, and Rey Hurricane Rana'd Finn off the top, but then Rhea beat up Dominic, and Rey dove out of the ring and wiped out Dominic and Rhea Ripley, and then Finn went for a dive, but Dominic tripped him. When he hit the ropes before he could dive, Dominic tripped him, so then Rey hit the 619 and Edge speared him, boom, 1, 2, 3, big pop. That's what I wrote down. It seems like so long ago. But if you'll notice, I said Finn was in control, Brian, as you'll remember, when he hit the ropes to do the big dive and Dominic tripped him and he fell on his face, right?
Right.
So, what goddamn sense did it make as soon as the 1, 2, 3 and the big pop and everybody blah, 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 the heels leave, that Dominic turns around and kicks Edge in the balls and then clotheslines his father? Why did they have to put the spot in where 2 minutes before that he actually helped his father and, fucking Uncle Edge by tripping the other guy? But Dominic got booed out of the building and the Judgment Day laughed about it, but now Dominic is a troubled youth that probably will join the Judgment Day. Either that or he and Julia Hart are going to go out and start dating. What'd you think?
Julia Hart's part of a different faction in a different company that may or may not still exist, for the record.
What, the company or the faction?
You know, we just saw Father versus Son with Billy Gunn and Colton Gunn.
Yes, we did.
Wasn't a big fan of it there. It's a little more palatable with Dominic and Ray. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm desperate for them to do something else with Dominic.
Well, it's being done better, and also they're actually making something out of it, but still.
Did he turn to the dark side? If that's what we're going to call, well, that was where you guys were from. Did he turn to the bad side because he's just all of a sudden bad, or like was he promised a date with Rhea Ripley, or how did this happen? He was getting kidnapped and beaten up. He was getting beaten up minutes before this.
They've got some kind of strange mental hold that they exert, the Judgment Day, on people and draw them into their orbit. If they don't, they should. So feel free to use that idea, guys. Anyway, I've been critical of Matt Riddle in the past, right? Well, I'm going to be some more. I just don't get this fucking guy. Seth Rollins and Riddle. And did you see Seth's outfit when he came to the ring, the entrance, the flower, the Elton John glasses and the flowers and the feathers and the whole night? Adrian Street would have been proud of that get-up. And Adrian apparently was there. I saw pictures from the event of him posed with people.
Oh, no, they introduced him at one point during the show. They put up an image and actually introduced him to the crowd. They showed it on the stream. You must have fast-forwarded.
Well, that's part of the time I was fast-forwarding, I guess. But anyway, with Rollins and Riddle, again, it's a grudge match, and they should start in a fight, but they start at 100 miles an hour with Riddle all over Rollins, but Sheamus and Gunther had just started that way, and it looked better when they did it. But Riddle has an odd style to me. I don't think it's Rollins, because I will admit, obviously, it was his younger days, but in 2010, that match with, obviously, Tyler Black was the Ring of Honor champion. He was having good matches with a number of people, but I saw him and Davey Richards. I said, this is fucking modern Flair and Steamboat. That match they had in Toronto. It wasn't silly. They did 100 things, 100 miles an hour, but everything was stiff and everything hit hard. And the people were into it, and they didn't, do goofy shit to the level of now modern goofy shit. And I know that Rollins is not going to still be working like that 12 years later, because he's in the WWF. There's more money on the line for him to keep his body intact. And, he's older and wiser, but he's still a good worker. And so it's got to be, I just don't know what the fuck with Riddle. He's all kicks or big moves or suplexes. There's no wrestling to him. You don't see him drop down, one tackle, hip toss, kick off, arm drag, body slam, drop kick, fire up, whatever. It's all this odd shit that he's doing. And the barefoot thing and the goofy hair and the wildlife flying out of his ass. I just don't get it. Is it me, or is there something to what I'm saying?
I don't know. I agree he's talented, and there's been matches of his that I've enjoyed. I remember, what was it, the Timothy Thatcher match? Whatever happened to that guy? Where's he, Triple H?
Yeah, where did he go?
But the Timothy Thatcher match, I forget what the name of the fight cage was in NXT. It was great.
Something like a snake pit or a fight pit or whatever.
Look, and even though he sounds like Lenny Dykstra, he sounds, funny. He can deliver stuff when it's real, and like with him and Rollins the other day, you kind of believed it. It's just when it's the whole scripted bro act. The real bro act is probably the good shit that can connect with people. When it's scripted, it's a little silly, and he's been silly the whole time, but now he's got his first name back. Have a little bit of a feud that's different than the normal G-rated crap on WWE TV. Maybe we'll see more of what people have always talked about. I don't know. I mean, early on you heard Kerry Von Erich comparisons, and
I heard,
and then Kevin Von Erich because he's barefoot. I mean,
I heard one person from Campbell by the Sea, California, compared him to Kerry Von Erich. And To quote a famous vice presidential debate, I knew Kerry Von Erich. I worked with Kerry Von Erich. This guy ain't no Kerry Von Erich. But nevertheless, it was a modern match, and there was a lot of action, and I'm sure a lot of people like that. But just one thing. At one point, Seth had to stand on top forever and then flip off, but Riddle moved, but Seth rolled through, and they kicked each other 20 times each and traded 10 more moves without selling any of them till after the 10th, and then they both go down because that's the modern thing that they do. And then Seth trash talks him on the microphone. His wife left him. He's a loser. And Riddle comes back with open hand slaps. It's odd. Riddle has a finishing move named the Bro Derek.
I didn't realize that because I had never listened to the commentary.
Yes, no, that's what I just can't. And
I hope the estate of John Derek sues.
Well, he had skeletons in his closet. At one point, Riddle got on Seth and started windmilling him, kind of like he was a petulant child, and then bounced him off the desk about 10 times. Also, I don't know, maybe anybody in the business that wants to anonymously tell me this, Matt Riddle looks like one of those guys that is difficult to work with because he's a little herky-jerky, and you're not sure when he lays his hands on you exactly where he wants you to go first off. It just seems like or he's more anxious for you to get there than you're ready to go at that point, and you might lose a little hair in the process. Whatever. I could be wrong. And then finally, Seth hit a curb stomp on Riddle and got up the second rope and hit a curb stomp on him 30 seconds later, and 1, 2, 3. So they have a 100-mile-an-hour match, and then the finish, as usual with the WWF, slows down. The finish used to be the big pop, and now it's what happens 30 seconds or a minute before the finish, and then the finish, the fans predict it's a foregone conclusion. I don't know. But I did enjoy seeing Seth dressed up as the love child of Elton John and the Joker. But you know what match was coming up next, because this was an actual wrestling pay-per-view instead of an endurance test, and they went 3 hours and 20-something minutes with 6 or 7 matches. Nice and easy for everybody to digest. It's time for the main event, Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre. And can they recreate the magic of that immortal night in Wembley Stadium when the hometown hero comes out on top? Probably not. We know that in the overall scheme of things, Roman Reigns is the guy, but they built this thing up. They're going to give us a fight. They got plenty of time. There's no Heyman and no Usos, but Roman still looks like a badass coming out, and the people were ready for this. And they knew it at the start. They took their time. They started with a long lockup. They were working into it because they knew they already had the people, and this is the match they paid to see. There's no reason to start at 100 miles an hour, and they're going to put some time in. But Roman Reigns is so good with the little things because, just early on, showing that he was rattled, just a little facial and backing off and ducking under the rope, that's a different dimension, and it means something when this guy seldom backs up. So when he does, people go, oh, this is wrestling 101. And Drew obviously had to kick Roman's ass for the early part of this and shine a little bit, and then had a way out. He was distracted by Cross and Scarlett were sitting at ringside, and they threw the water bottle at him and distracted him so Reigns could take over. And I got to be honest with you, McIntyre sells great for a big guy with the facials and the body language and everything. He's got the gist of this. He's a good worker. But they did a nice little spot there where Roman Reigns calls for the microphone and asks Cardiff to acknowledge him, and turns around and McIntyre flattens him with a fucking headbutt. And, then they start, McIntyre does a comeback. goes for a superplex. Roman foils it. They have the fight. They go back and forth. Couple of big pops on 2 counts. And then there was a point where everything kind of slowed down, and I was like, where are we going? And then, again, Roman goes for the Superman punch, and Drew turns it into a DDT and sets up for the kick and runs into a Superman punch 2 count, and then everybody sells forever. So I think at that point, they're going to do a big exchange, and then everybody's going to sell forever because it's a big show match and they got to go 40 minutes or whatever. Did you see that? Could they have tightened this up in the middle? Or was it because it was a stadium crowd? They wanted to make sure everything sunk in on everybody. What do you think?
I think maybe that, just because of the way WWE does things. And I think it would have been acceptable, not to get ahead of ourselves, if the finish hadn't been so flat, it wouldn't have stuck out so much after the fact.
Well, anyway, again, they go for Roman getting the face lock. He's choked a lot of guys out with the front face lock. McIntyre would power out, Roman to get it again. They had great facials. The struggle of this thing, the story they told, that was good. Another spear through the barricade. Don't you think at this point the WWE should start trying to get a refund on from their barricade supplier? These are fucking defective. Everybody sold forever. And then they do the spot where they bump poor referee Charles Robinson and music plays. And here comes Theory. Did they always play music for the guy cashing in the Money in the Bank briefcase? Or isn't it good enough he just runs down out of nowhere?
As far as I can remember back, they have, but I don't know about the early days when they first created the wonderful briefcase.
Yeah, but anyway, the whole deal is here comes Theory. Well, both guys are down. He's going to cash in the briefcase. He runs right to the railing and hands the briefcase to a referee and says, I want to cash in. And Tyson Fury, the boxer, stands up from the front row and knocks the shit out of him. And that may have been the pop of the night. So then they continue the match and they trade a million blows and kicks and etc. And finally, Drew hits his finish, gets a 2 count, and there's Solo Sikoa from NXT, pulls the referee out to the floor. And because he's a member of the bloodline now, too, legitimately, he's the Usos' brother, right? So then...
I believe so, yeah.
Sikoa jerks McIntyre's neck on the top rope, and McIntyre flies into the ring, into the spear, boom, 1, 2, 3. So, it wasn't the flattest finish I've ever seen. They wanted to Sikoa to make an impact, but yeah, I don't know, after all of that, it seemed like, maybe it was a little flat. I don't know. Are you right? You don't have to be right all the time, Brian.
The finish, it was really flat, because I think people were expecting the title change. They just built up the 2 years of Roman Reigns with that big celebration on Smackdown.
But were they smoking the hopium to think there was going to be a title change?
I guess so. I mean, in Cardiff, Wales, the guy comes out with a fucking sword. Place is going nuts for him.
He should have used the sword.
I think people also, I shouldn't say that. I don't think a large enough number of the crowd were in on this, but I think some people were expecting Heyman to show up as well.
That actually probably would have... I know they wanted to get Sikoa started off right, but if Heyman had showed up and screwed McIntyre, I think it would have probably been more exciting and accepted a little better. But that wasn't the face-off or the end of the show. They still had the big face-off with Roman Reigns and Tyson Fury, and they shook hands. I don't know what that was about, because then Roman Reigns leaves and Tyson Fury stays in the ring with Drew McIntyre. And this is going to sound like I'm now reviewing AEW, but I'm not. If you didn't see this, Fury gets in the ring, shakes hands with Roman Reigns, Roman leaves, and then Fury gives McIntyre a pep talk and decides to cheer him up by singing American Pie by Don McLean to Drew McIntyre, and then Drew joins in a duet.
And I think it's brilliant. I never even thought about this way to make people forget about the babyface losing a big title match. Just have them sing with a boxer right after the match.
This made me want to forget that I was ever born, much less. What and why the song? First of all, he cheers Drew McIntyre up by singing American Pie after Drew McIntyre just got his ass beat and lost his chance at the championship in the most important UK event in 30 years. But why American Pie? Why not? They're in Cardiff. Why not Welsh Pie?
Maybe he's trying to signal him. Don't get on that private plane.
A long, long time ago.
I'm looking here. I
can still remember.
No, be careful. He's he's a highly litigious man, Don McLean. But what I see here is apparently Tyson Fury sang American Pie after beating Deontay Wilder, another great boxer of our modern times. So I guess maybe it's part of his thing. He goes in there and this is his song. He sings American Pie.
Yeah. Well,
that's all right. It'd be like an American boxer singing the Kinks after the one of match.
You really got me. Well, I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but I sure did cry when I heard them singing that song.
I'm going to cry if we have to keep talking about this. So, people have no idea what our schedule's been like the last few days.
Right,
and it's just been insane.
But that was Clash at the Castle. They had a fun time was had by all over there, and then the next day came and people were brawling in the locker rooms over here in America.
Boy, no one buzzed about that show. I mean, it really is something. They have this big show, an impressive stadium show. Now, again, it airs in the middle of the day in the States, and that affects things. But the buzz, I mean, no one's even talking about it. No, Raw was last night. No one's talking about any of that.
We haven't had time to watch Raw yet because we've been too busy trying to stay up with the news here and talk about this. So I guess we're going to recap more stuff on the experience in 3 days, unless more outrageousness happens, in which case we will be back with breaking news updates.
Yes, if anything big happens, and at this point, why wouldn't it?
I got an unrelated TV crew here on Thursday. Which is completely unrelated to the TV crew I had here 2 weeks ago. And goddamn, I wish people would stop making news because I've got my own work to do.
Unsolved mysteries?
Well, they're still looking for that one fucking guy, but we're not going to talk about him. All right, is this your show? Close it the fuck up.
Yeah, it is my show. I had to stop and think about it for a second. We were recording for so many days. It is my show, a multi-day extravaganza, this drive-thru. We will have your questions at some point soon. I know everyone's dying to hear Jim's thoughts on EC3 revealing that Velveteen Dream films men's penises at house parties.
That'll be on the experience on Friday for those of you who are dick watchers out there.
Well, you will hear more, of course, Friday when we record, which you'll hear sometime over the weekend on the experience, and back next week on the drive-thru. All the usual plugs will be back next week. It's time for a nap. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!